The Valley of Ares was a place where soldiers from the Black Dragon army could spar and train. Naturally, when there were disputes among soldiers, they could also swear a death pact before their respective captains and fight in the Valley of Ares. Usually, the Valley of Ares was very lively. Many Black Dragon army's soldiers loved to spar and train here to improve their combat skills, celestial techniques, and divine abilities. However, the Valley of Ares was even livelier than usual. After all, there would be a duel between Jian Qiuping, who just got his title as captain stripped off, and Duanling Tian, a newly appointed captain of the Black Dragon army. For this reason, most of the soldiers dropped everything they were doing and rushed to the Valley of Ares. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For a moment, the sound of wind blowing rang in the air continuously as more and more soldiers from the Black Dragon army made their way to the Valley of Ares. Like a swarm of locusts, their figures almost blotted out the sky. Some soldiers who had just arrived could not help but exclaim, "Whoa! There are so many people here." Of course. After all, things like this don't happen every day. It's only natural that everyone will stop whatever they're doing and rush here to watch the fight. One of them is our former captain, while the one is a newly appointed captain who just joined us today. I wonder who's going to be the victor. Although we can't say for sure who's going to be the victor, I'm certain Jian Qiuping has something up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have conceded so easily to Qin Yun. You're right. If he weren't certain of his victory, he wouldn't have thrown the towel in so easily. Apart from that, Qin Yu was once a centurion under his command. It would be too embarrassing if he loses to Qin Yun. Jian Qiuping has always been a person who places great importance on his reputation. He definitely has something up his sleeve. Don't tell me you still can't see it? He has calculated that it would be more beneficial for him to forfeit the fight between him and Qin Yun and challenge the newly appointed captain instead. Everyone in the Valley of Ares had their own thoughts about Jian Qiuping's motive. The majority of them were of the opinion that Jian Qiuping must be extremely confident he could defeat Duanling Tian. Otherwise, he would not have made such decisions. After all, losing a duel to his subordinate was embarrassing enough, let alone surrendering without a fight. He would be an even bigger laughingstock if he lost to Duanling Tian. For this reason, many people were certain he would be able to defeat Duanling Tian. When the soldiers under Duanling Tian's command arrived in the Valley of Ares and heard the discussion in their surroundings, they scoffed contemptuously. They did not think Jian Qiuping would be able to defeat their captain. All of you are dreaming. There's no way Jian Qiuping will be able to defeat our captain. He said he's going to show us what hell is like after he becomes our captain. Well, he'll have to defeat Captain Duan first before that can happen. Upon hearing this, the soldiers began to discuss among themselves again. Oh, so you're saying Captain Duan is stronger than Jian Qiuping? A Black Dragon army soldier asked. Don't ask them. It's only natural they think their captain is stronger. Another Black Dragon army soldier chimed in. They've been bragging about how strong their captain is, and how he's not a violet moon heavenly celestial. They might be lying though. We'll see. The truth will eventually reveal itself if they're lying. I'd like to see their reactions when their captain is defeated by Jian Qiuping. Heavens, this is so exciting. Well, to be honest, I think the odds are in Jian Qiuping's favor. Putting everything aside, he has been a captain of the Black Dragon army for years, and he never fights a battle unprepared. Now that you mention it, it does seem like Jian Qiuping has a better chance of winning. After the discussion, a few of the soldiers from the Black Dragon army who initially thought Duanling Tian had a chance of winning were swayed by the discussion in their surroundings. In the end, the only people who firmly believed Duanling Tian would win were his subordinates. At this moment, someone shouted, "Here comes Centurion Jian Qiuping." For a moment, everyone in the Valley of Ares began to look around. In the end, their eyes were trained in the east direction and zeroed in on a figure that was descending from the sky. Jian Qiuping was, naturally, in the limelight since he was one of the main characters of today's battle. None of the centurions present caused such a scene when they arrived. It was only natural since Jian Qiuping was still a captain of the Black Dragon army not too long ago. Whoosh! Soon after, Jian Qiuping arrived at the platform in the center, which was known as the first ring in the Valley of Ares. After he descended, he stood with his hands clasped on his back and closed his eyes as he waited for Duanling Tian's arrival. Look how steady Centurion Jian is. Didn't I say Centurion Jian Qiuping will never fight a losing battle? Since he dares to challenge Captain Duan, he must be confident of winning the duel. Well, let's wait for Captain Duanling Tian. I wonder when he will show up. The crowds began to anticipate the arrival of Duanling Tian. Look, it's Captain Qin Yu. After about a quarter of an hour, another uproar broke out in the Valley of Ares. Everyone looked up and saw a strapping young man dressed in black robes. He was the newly appointed captain, Qin Yu. Qin Yu had an awe-inspiring aura about him that made him stand out from the rest of the soldiers when he wore the Black Dragon Army's armor. Although his stance was casual, it did not detract from his aura at all. Currently, there were about 200 centurions in the Valley of Ares. Although they were not as powerful as Jian Qiuping, they were golden celestials as well. When they showed up in the valley, the crowd was slightly excited by the sight as well. As soon Jian Qiuping heard the commotion from Qin Yu's arrival, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Yu coldly. He asked Qin Yu, "Are you here to show off?" His expression darkened when he saw Qin Yu. After all, this person had just caused him to lose his position as captain. As a person who placed great importance on his reputation and pride, he was naturally unhappy. "Don't misunderstand me, Centurion Jian Qiuping," Qin Yu said calmly as he met Jian Qiuping's eyes. "I'm here to see the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. Naturally, it'll be best if you can defeat him. I'll be rooting for you." Jian Qiuping scoffed and remained silent. He closed his eyes, no longer wanting to look at Qin Yu. However, just a few seconds had passed after he closed his eyes when a commotion broke out again, causing him to open his eyes again. "Commander Chun! Commander Chun!" A few of the Black Dragon Army soldiers standing at the edge of the Valley of the Ares discovered a group of 5 men approaching from the distance. A middle-aged man with a curly beard and stocky build stood at the lead. "Commander Chun!" Soon after, everyone, including Jian Qiuping and Qin Yu, bowed at the middle-aged man as well. "It has been a long time since I saw such a lively scene." Chun Xianba stepped into the Valley of Ares first, followed by Duanling Tian and another 3 captains. He laughed as he turned to look at Qin Yu and congratulated him. "Well, I didn't have a chance to congratulate you earlier. Congratulations." "Thank you, Commander Chun," Qin Yu replied respectfully. Then, he joined the rank of captains standing behind Chun Xianba. Chun Xianba turned his head slightly and looked at Duanling Tian briefly before he said to Qin Yu, "Qin Yu, I'd like you to meet Duanling Tian, our new captain." "Greetings, Captain Duanling Tian. I'm Qin Yu." Qin Yu greeted Duanling Tian. "It's an honor to meet you, Captain Qin," Duanling Tian replied with a nod. He had roughly learned about what had happened during his journey here. Originally, Qin Yu was a centurion under Jian Qiuping's command. He had gone into closed-door cultivation for a long time before coming out today. The moment he came out, he wasted no time in challenging Jian Qiuping. Who knew Jian Qiuping would give up without a fight? In the end, he had smoothly replaced Jian Qiuping as captain, and the latter was demoted to a centurion. Duanling Tian thought to himself, "That's why he addressed himself as a centurion when he challenged me to a duel earlier." "Captain Duan! Captain Duan!" While Duanling Tian was immersed in his own thoughts, he heard people calling out to him. He turned to look and was slightly taken aback by the sight of his subordinates bowing at him. Although he had quelled his subordinates' dissatisfaction with a show of strength earlier, he did not expect them to accept him as their captain so soon, let alone treat him with such respect. At the same time, everyone in the Valley of Ares shifted their attention to Duanling Tian. Everyone sized him up as they began to discuss animatedly among themselves. "He's the new captain, Duanling Tian? He must be. Otherwise, why would his subordinates greet him like so? Those men used to be under Huang Jibing's command. Rumor has it that he's only a violet moon heavenly celestial. If it's true, they definitely won't treat him so respectfully. Who knows? Both sides are saying different things. We'll find out soon enough once everything is over. I didn't expect to meet our new captain under such circumstances. I'm really curious about his strength. After all, Ordinary people wouldn't be able to retrieve Captain Huang's identity token. I'm starting to look forward to this fight. After that, the group of Black Dragon soldiers turned in unison and looked at Jian Qiuping, who was standing on the first ring in the center of the Valley of Ares. Duan Tian and Jian Qiuping were the main characters of today's fight. Naturally, everyone's attention was focused on them. You've come, Duan Tian, Jian Qiuping said as he looked at Duan Tian contemptuously. He said in a provoking manner, "No offense, but I didn't think you'd accept the challenge. I thought you'd hide in your tent like a coward and pretend like you've gone into closed-door cultivation." Everyone's eyes shifted to Duan Tian upon hearing this. "You're so full of yourself," Duan Tian said in response to Jian Qiuping's provocative words. Then he took a step forward. His figure blurred, and before his voice even faded away, he was hovering in the air and looking down at Jian Qiuping. Jian Qiuping's expression changed when he saw Duan Tian rising into the air and looking down at him. Anger erupted within him as he leaped up into the air, standing on even ground with Duan Tian. He mobilized his celestial origin energy before it began to surge out of his body in just a blink of an eye. He glared at Duan Tian as he spat. "You're just a violet moon heavenly celestial. How dare you say I'm full of myself? Do you really think you can defeat me?" Duan Tian did not deign to reply to Jian Qiuping. He remained as motionless as a statue as he planted his feet firmly in the air. Upon seeing this, Jian Qiuping's expression darkened as he continued to hurl provocative words at Duan Tian. "Well, you're quite talented. I'll give you that. You're quite good at currying favor with your subordinates. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spread rumors about you being stronger than me and how you're not a violet moon heavenly celestial." Duan Tian was slightly stunned when he heard Jian Qiuping's words. He instinctively turned to look at his subordinates. He did not expect his men would stand up for him without his knowledge. Sensing his gaze, the centurion who was previously injured by Duan Tian stepped forward and said, "Captain Duan, Centurion Jian came to our tents today and announced he would teach us a lesson after he replaces you as captain. However, I believe he doesn't stand a chance." He felt his blood boiled as he spoke. "That's right. We believe in you, Captain Duan. We believe you won't give him a chance to replace you." All of the men in Duan Tian's troops were roused by the centurion's speech. They began to cry out loudly in support of Duan Tian. They looked at him expectantly, certain he would emerge victorious. "What the hell are you talking about? How dare you accuse me of such things?" Jian Qiuping's expression changed. He scowled at the centurion who had spoken up. He did not expect to be exposed before Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon army. It was only natural that he denied his words. Although it was not unheard of for a superior to abuse his powers, such actions were frowned upon. At the very least, Chen Xianba would not turn a blind eye to such a thing. "Jian Qiuping." As expected, Chen Xianba's expression turned grim. He looked at Jian Qiuping menacingly as he said in a stern voice, "Care to explain yourself?" Jian Qiuping knew there was no way he could talk himself out of this. There were too many witnesses and the circumstances were just right. He replied meekly, "Commander Chen, I was just joking with them. I didn't expect them to take it to heart." Chen Xianba scoffed before he turned to Qin Yu and said, "Captain Qin, if Jian Qiuping defeats Captain Duan and manages to regain his position as captain, I want you to take over Captain Duan's troops and let Jian Qiuping have control over his original troops." "Yes, Commander Chen," Qin Yu replied respectfully. I can't believe Commander Chen would give such an order." After Chen Xianba gave his order, all of the Black Dragon army soldiers were stunned. They fell momentarily silent before they began to discuss among themselves again. It seems like even Commander Chen doesn't think Captain Duan stands a chance against Centurion Jian. "You don't say. Would Commander Chen make such an arrangement if he thinks Captain Duan stands a chance in winning?" Commander Chen is protecting Captain Duan's men. In case Captain Duan is defeated by Centurion Jian, he'll be able to protect them by putting them under Captain Qin's command. It seems like Captain Duan's fate is sealed. Even Commander Chen doesn't have confidence in Captain Duan. There's no doubt Captain Duan is going to lose. Everyone, apart from Duan Tian's men, was further convinced that Duan Tian was going to be defeated. It was only natural since they did not personally witness Duan Ling Tian's strength. Duan Ling Tian's men looked at him with eyes that were brimming with confidence. Based on Captain Duan's strength, at the very least, he'll come to a draw with Jian Qiuping. In other words, there's no way Jian Qiuping will become our captain, right? Captain Duan is not any weaker than Jian Qiuping. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Jian Qiuping's words to his men until now. How could he let this pass? His expression darkened as he said, "You're going to replace me and teach my men a lesson?" In the next second, Duan Ling Tian's figure seemed to have vanished into thin air as he soared into the sky like an eagle. He said in a grim voice, "Jian Qiuping, I'll give you 3 seconds to unleash whatever skills and techniques you have in your arsenal. After 3 seconds are up, if I fail to defeat you with a strike, I'll give up my position as a captain of the Black Dragon Army." As his voice resounded in the valley, the temperature seemed to plummet, causing the people in the surroundings to feel as though winter had arrived. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice faded, the Valley of Aries fell deathly silent. Chun Xianba was the first to regain his senses. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian, his eyes gleamed with suspicion as he thought to himself, "Is it possible that I've underestimated Duan Ling Tian?" As the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he was a good judge of character. Although Duan Ling Tian's words were domineering and arrogant, he could see Duan Ling Tian was brimming with confidence. Moreover, it did not seem like Duan Ling Tian was putting on a front. After all, the confidence Duan Ling Tian exuded was not something that could be faked. Meanwhile, Jian Qiuping, who had just regained his senses, laughed uproariously as though he had just heard a very funny joke. His laughter was so loud that it caused everyone to regain their senses. Captain Duan said that he's going to defeat Centurion Jian with a single strike? Heavens! Is he joking? Defeat Centurion Jian Qiu with a single strike? I'm afraid only Commander Chun is capable of that in the Black Dragon Army. Right? If he's truly so strong, why is there a need for him to come here and assume the position of a captain? I think he's just putting on a front. Perhaps he's doing this to mentally affect Centurion Jian, sort of like a psychological attack. Psychological attack? Based on the current situation, Centurion Jian doesn't seem to be affected by his words at all. Based on the discussions of the officers and soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, one could see they thought Duan Ling Tian was just boasting and putting on a front. None of them believed he was capable of defeating Jian Qiuping with a single strike. Our captain is truly. Although I believe he's not any weaker than Jian Qiuping, it doesn't seem like he'll be able to defeat Jian Qiuping with a single strike, right? What's our captain doing? Why did he say he's going to concede the position to Jian Qiuping if he can't defeat Jian Qiuping with a strike? Does he dislike being our captain? Even Duan Ling Tian's subordinates were stunned by his words and found them hard to believe. Although they were confident he would not be defeated by Jian Qiuping, they did not think he would be able to defeat Jian Qiuping with a single strike. If Jian Qiuping was a mere centurion who had yet to become a golden celestial, it would be possible for him to achieve such a feat. However, Jian Qiuping was a golden celestial and had been a captain for a long time. Only Chun Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, would be capable of defeating Jian Qiuping with a strike in the Black Dragon Army. Arrogant. I think he's crazy. Among the 4 captains standing behind Chun Xianba, Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing wore a slight frown on their faces, while Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu had a contemptuous expression on their faces. Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu had been disdainful of Duan Ling Tian ever since they learned he was only a violet moon heavenly celestial. Naturally, they did not believe Duan Ling Tian when he said he was going to defeat Jian Qiuping with a single strike. They only thought Duan Ling Tian had gone crazy. After Jian Qiuping stopped laughing, his eyes gleamed with anger as he said disdainfully, "Is there a need for me to cast and use all my techniques and skills just to defeat a mere violet moon heavenly celestial? I just need to use half of my strength to defeat you." As soon as he stopped speaking, the celestial origin that he had mobilized since a while ago surged out of his body like a trapped dragon that had just broken free of its constraints. He roared, "Duan Ling Tian, I don't even need a celestial weapon to defeat you. All I need is a mere rod." His celestial origin energy twined around his body like a dragon, and lifted him into the sky and transformed into a pair of wings. This was a movement divine ability that he had mastered. He did not use any celestial methods or divine abilities since he did not see the need for it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The celestial origin energy in Zhen Qiuping's palm solidified into a long rod as the wind howled in the air. It was obvious that he was skilled with the rod. As he charged toward Duanling Tian, he bellowed, "Gigantic rod tremor." Based on his speed, he would be able to reach Duanling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Buzz, 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 buzz. Zhen Qiuping wielded the long rod that was formed from his celestial origin energy skillfully. It seemed as though his rod was capable of causing a tremor in heaven and on earth. Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu, who were standing behind Chen Xianba, looked at Zhen Qiuping in admiration, as though they could already see the scene of Duanling Tian being defeated. Based on Zhen Qiuping's strength, this rod is more than enough to defeat a violet moon heavenly celestial. Zhen Qiuping's rod contains the subtleties of celestial methods and divine abilities. The gigantic rod tremor is an attack he had mastered by merging an offensive celestial method and offensive divine ability. Hence, its power should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, Chen Xianba looked at Duanling Tian intently as he murmured to himself, "I really want to see how you're going to defeat Zhen Qiuping with a single strike." He saw Duanling Tian remained calm, even as Zhen Qiuping charged toward him menacingly with his rod. It seemed like Duanling Tian did not take Zhen Qiuping seriously at all. In between lightning and thunder, Chen Xianba, who was carefully observing Duanling Tian, saw a flicker of disdain in Duanling Tian's eyes. At the same time, Zhen Qiuping brandished his rod and was fast approaching Duanling Tian. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When Zhen Qiuping was only a stone throw away from Duanling Tian, the ear-piercing sound of wind howling rang in the air. It sounded as though it could split the heavens. Under everyone's watchful eyes, dazzling sword rays surged out of Duanling Tian's body. There were so many of them that it seemed that there were at least 10,000 of them. Boom! At the same time, a loud and heavy sound similar to a drum rang in the air. Bang! 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 Soon after, a series of thunderous explosions rang in the air, stirring up a flurry of hurricanes in the Valley of Ares. The hurricanes were so strong that some soldiers with a weaker cultivation base could not see what was going on. At this moment, a giant sword had appeared under Duanling Tian's feet. The giant sword was formed by the dazzling sword rays that surged out from his body earlier. The giant sword seemed like an impenetrable fortress as it repelled Zhen Qiuping's seemingly powerful strike from his rod. As soon as Zhen Qiuping's rod connected with the giant sword under Duanling Tian's feet, his hands trembled from the backlash. His rod that was formed from his celestial origin energy disappeared instantly, and he was sent flying back like a shot arrow. After he spat out a mouthful of blood, he managed to regain his footing. His eyes burned with fury and humiliation as he roared, "Duanling Tian, I want you dead. Die!" Everyone was stunned speechless by this scene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled again. Buzz, 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 buzz. At this moment, Zhen Qiuping had brought out his celestial weapon, a long rod, and he had also cast all his divine abilities. His celestial origin energy had risen in strength before he cast the gigantic rod tremor again. Although it was the same technique, now that he had unleashed it with his full strength, the attack was naturally stronger. The celestial rod whistled in the air as it fell toward Duanling Tian like a falling pillar of heaven. The visual impact was truly stunning. It seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Bang! Zhen Qiuping's celestial weapon, a long rod, finally connected with the gigantic sword beneath Duanling Tian's feet that seemed like a protective shield. The power from the gigantic rod tremor was 2 times stronger this time around. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded in the air when Zhen Qiuping's celestial rod connected with Duanling Tian's gigantic sword that was formed by sword rays, causing many soldiers with a weaker cultivation base to feel a stabbing pain in their eardrums. Swoosh! 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 A circle of shockwave rippled out from Duanling Tian's gigantic sword. It was as though a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake. Boom! 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 The shockwave spread out in all directions. Many officers and soldiers of the Black Dragon Army in the Valley of Ares were forced to retreat under this extreme pressure. Centurion Jian unleashed his full strength? Of course, he was so angered earlier. There's no way he would hold back. Many of the officers and soldiers in the Valley of Ares discussed among themselves as they looked up into the sky above the first ring. However, they were dumbfounded by the sight that greeted their eyes. A purple-clad young man stood on a gigantic sword in the air, looking like a divine being. Slightly below, Jian Qiuping's hand that was holding the long rod was bleeding. It could be seen that the web between his index finger and thumb was torn. Moreover, his face was dyed in shades of blue and white as he retreated 10 steps. When he sensed the gazes in his surroundings, he became agitated, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood that arced dazzlingly in the sky. Upon seeing this, most of the soldiers felt a frisson of fear. What happened? Captain Duan only defended himself, but he managed to make Centurion Jian look so wretched? It was acceptable earlier since Centurion Jian didn't use his full strength. However, Centurion Jian attacked with all his might the second time, but he still couldn't hurt Captain Duan. Moreover, Centurion Jian is injured as well. Heavens! How is Captain Duan so strong? In the Valley of Ares, the soldiers who regained their senses looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock and incredulity. Since their commander did not think highly of this new captain, they thought the new captain was bound to lose. The result was too shocking. Jian Qiuping, their former captain, had attacked with all his might, but he did not even manage to breach the new captain's defense. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's subordinates were similarly shocked when they witnessed this scene. However, they felt joy coursing through their veins as well. In the future, with such a strong captain at their backs, they would be able to do as they pleased, right? Our captain is so strong? Heavens! Am I dreaming? Based on his strength, it seems like he's even stronger than Captain Huang Jibing, right? At the same time, many officers and soldiers of the Black Dragon Army looked at Duan Ling Tian's men in envy and jealousy. They were, naturally, jealous that Duan Ling Tian was not their captain. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian's men had gained a strong backer. Who's he? Why did he come to my Black Dragon Army? Chun Xianba thought to himself as he shuddered slightly. He knew that even he could not have perfectly blocked Jian Qiuping's attack just by relying on his defensive technique. How could he not be stunned by this? How is this possible? Isn't he a violet moon heavenly celestial? Meanwhile, Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu, who were standing behind Chen Xianba, exchanged a look and saw the incredulity in each other's eyes. How strong! Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing stared at Duan Ling Tian in awe. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was standing on his gigantic sword with his hands clasped on his back. He looked like an emperor looking down on his subject as he looked at the injured Jian Qiuping. Are these all your skills and techniques? Jian Qiuping trembled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At this moment, he stared at Duan Ling Tian as though he was the devil incarnate. His eyes were slightly widened and his expression changed drastically as he hastily said, "I surrender! I surrender!" He had no qualms admitting defeat. After all, although he was confused as to why Duan Ling Tian was so strong, he no longer doubted Duan Ling Tian's strength. He only wanted to get as far away as he could from Duan Ling Tian, who cared about honor and pride at this time. He knew he would only be beaten if the battle continued. He had attacked with all his might, and yet, he could not even break through Duan Ling Tian's defense. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, "You'll have to receive one strike from my sword. If you survive, I'll allow you to surrender." At the same time, the gigantic sword beneath his feet suddenly rose, radiating a dazzling light. The gigantic sword was formed from sword rays after all. For this reason, everyone in the Valley of Ares could feel the formidable sword chi from Duan Ling Tian's gigantic sword. No, Jian Qiuping's expression changed drastically. He knew Duan Ling Tian intended to kill him. He said hysterically, "You can't kill me. We have a rule in the Black Dragon Army that prohibits us from killing unless we've signed a death pact. If you kill me, you'll be violating the Black Dragon Army's rules and you'll be severely punished. It could be seen that he was grasping at straws when he mentioned the Black Dragon Army's rules. Boom! However, Duan Ling Tian's only response was the sword slashing down from the sky. It seemed to have blotted out the sky at this moment. The gigantic sword's sharp blade did not fall on Jian Qiuping, but its body fell on Jian Qiuping instead. It looked as though a huge mountain was following after Jian Qiuping as Jian Qiuping tried to avoid it. Jian Qiuping discovered the gigantic sword had locked onto his aura earlier, so there was no way he could escape it. He felt he could no longer endure it. After all, he had been injured twice earlier. Even in peak condition, he would barely survive even if he unleashed all his strength. The power of the gigantic sword was far beyond what he could endure. Boom! The giant sword continued to shoot after Jian Qiuping, suppressing him. In just a blink of an eye, it was hovering above his head. He quickly turned to Chen Xianba and pleaded, "No! No! Save me, Lord Commander! Save me!" However, Chen Xianba did nothing as though he was dumbstruck by the scene. Bang! At this moment, the gigantic sword, seemingly wielded by a god, fell on Jian Qiuping, crushing him. As soon as it fell on him, he exploded into a blood mist. Only a long rod and a spatial ring could be seen in the blood mist. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the air, casually raised his hand to retrieve Jian Qiuping's celestial weapon and spatial ring before putting them away. A heavy silence descended on the Valley of Ares again. It took a while before the crowd finally regained their senses. They inhaled sharply as they turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in awe. Even the four captains standing behind Chen Xianba looked at him in admiration. A hint of remorse could be seen in Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu's eyes. They really regretted not being able to see through Duan Ling Tian's strength. They truly hated Jian Qiuping, who was killed by Duan Ling Tian for misleading them. If it were not for Jian Qiuping, they would not have thought Duan Ling Tian was a mere violet moon heavenly celestial. At this moment, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Army, finally said in a low voice as he stared at Duan Ling Tian, "Captain Duan, you didn't have a death pact with Jian Qiuping, and yet, you killed him. It seems like you didn't comply with the Black Dragon Army's rules. Right? City." When Duan Ling Tian heard Chen Xianba's question, he looked at Chen Xianba meaningfully and replied slowly, "Broke the rules. Commander, rules are set by humans, right? As the commander of the Black Dragon Army, it all depends on your words if I have broken a rule or not today." His eyes were slightly narrowed when he spoke. "Captain Duan, what's your objective in coming to the Black Dragon Army?" Chen Xianba asked in a low voice. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's attack, he could see that Duan Ling Tian was not weaker than him. Moreover, there was a chance that Duan Ling Tian was even stronger than him. Why would someone with such strength come to the Black Dragon Army just to be a captain under his command? He was not worried his position as the commander of Black Dragon Army would be taken away just because Duan Ling Tian was stronger. After all, it was not easy for one to be appointed as a commander. The process was different from captains, centurions, and decurions who could obtain their positions through sheer strength. A commander, on the other hand, had to be personally appointed by the city governor. In other words, one would need the approval of the city governor to become a commander. Duan Ling Tian answered bluntly, "I'm looking for a place to cultivate." Chen Xianba studied Duan Ling Tian intently, trying to determine Duan Ling Tian's motive. However, he did not see any signs that showed Duan Ling Tian was lying. After mulling over it, he could not think of a reason for Duan Ling Tian to harbor ill intentions toward the Black Dragon Army. He thought to himself, it seems like there's nothing in the Black Dragon Army that's worthy of his attention. In the end, he decided not to think about it anymore and only glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he left the Valley of Ares. Chen Xianba's departure undoubtedly expressed his stance toward today's incident. It seemed like he was not going to pursue the matter of Duan Ling Tian killing Jian Qiuping. The officers and soldiers present in the Valley of Ares were not surprised by this outcome. Although their commander did not battle with Duan Ling Tian, it was quite clear that Duan Ling Tian was as strong, if not stronger, as their commander. For that reason, even if their commander wanted to hold Duan Ling Tian accountable for Jian Qiuping's death, he might be unable to do so unless he reported the matter to the city governor. Even then, based on what they knew about the city governor, he was a man who valued talent. As long as Duanling Tian did not harbor ill intentions toward Bloody Spectre City, it was very likely that he would not hold Duanling Tian accountable for Jian Qiuping's death as well. After all, Jian Qiuping, who was killed, was nowhere near as valuable as Duanling Tian. After Qin Xianba had left, under everyone's watchful eyes, Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu, two of the captains of the Black Dragon Army, flew toward Duanling Tian and spoke enthusiastically. "Captain Duan, I didn't expect you to conceal your strength. That fellow, Jian Qiuping, was truly blind for calling you a violet moon heavenly celestial. That's right. That damn Jian Qiuping. It's certainly his honor for being able to die in your hands." Meanwhile, Duanling Tian sneered at them inwardly. Initially, two of them had changed their attitude as soon as Jian Qiuping declared he was a mere violet moon heavenly celestial. For this reason, he was indifferent to their friendliness. He ignored both of them and approached the other two captains on the scene, Zhao Dong Xian and Qin Yu. He bade them farewell. "Captain Zhao, Captain Qin, I'll take my leave first since I'm in a rush to cultivate. Take care, Captain Duan." Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu quickly responded. Although Duanling Tian was just a captain like them, they did not dare to treat him as an equal. After all, based on the strength that he displayed earlier, it seemed like his strength was not any weaker than their commanders. After Duanling Tian bade farewell to Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu, he turned and nodded at his subordinates who were looking at him excitedly before he swiftly flew out of the Valley of Ares. Swoosh! Swoosh! Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu left after Duanling Tian had left. After all, their current situation was very awkward. They took the initiative to greet Duanling Tian earlier and even took the initiative to say flattering words, but Duanling Tian had just ignored them. They were naturally angry, but they did not dare to express it. Based on the strength Duanling Tian had displayed earlier, it was clear he was not someone they could afford to offend. Soon after, Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing followed suit and left as well. With the high-ranking officials gone, the soldiers in the Valley of Ares broke into an uproar. "I really didn't expect Captain Duan to be so strong. I don't think he's any weaker than our commander," a centurion said with a sigh. Many people agreed with the centurion's words. "Indeed. I wonder why Captain Duan came to the Black Dragon Army when he's so strong? Didn't you hear him say he was looking for a place to cultivate?" Apart from Lord City Governor's isolated room, the best cultivation locations in and around Bloody Spectre City are the locations of the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army's commanders and captains' tents. I wonder what the expressions of those from the Silverworm Army would be like if they learned that we have a captain who's as strong as our commander? There's no doubt that it would be splendid. The officers and soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were so focused in their discussions that they stayed in the Valley of Ares for half a day. Their animated discussions revolved around their new captain. Meanwhile, Qin Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, left the camp after he had left the Valley of Ares. At this moment, he had entered the Bloody Spectre City, rushing to the city governor's estate to meet the city governor. The city governor was called Lu Fenggu. He was a tall middle-aged man with a dignified air about him. He was in the midst of cultivating when Qin Xianba arrived. Since he was not in closed-door cultivation, he could stop cultivating as he pleased and go out to greet Qin Xianba. In the main hall of the city governor's estate, Lu Fenggu was sitting on the main seat. He looked at Qin Xianba, who was sitting at the bottom, and asked with a smile, "Xianba, you're in such a hurry to find me. Is there something important?" Qin Xianba was one of his commanders and was in charge of the Black Dragon Army. He had always been conscientious and had never made a mistake. Therefore, he liked this subordinate very much. Furthermore, after years of being together, he had long stopped treating Qin Xianba as an outsider. Qin Xianba did not beat around the bush and replied, "Lord City Governor, do you remember I made an announcement about giving the position of captain to whoever finds the identity token of our captains who died?" Lu Fenggu nodded. "Yes, I heard about it." A shocked expression appeared on his face as he asked, "What? Did someone find it? However, I heard your captain died because he was accidentally pulled into the little world in the mountain range south of our Bloody Spectre City. Does this mean the deceased captain was not pulled into the little world?" Judging from his expression, he was quite curious about this matter. There's no mistake he died in the little world. However, someone managed to retrieve his identity token from the little world, Chen Xianba said. Upon hearing Chen Xianba's words, Lu Fenggu rose to his feet in shock. His eyes were burning as he asked, "What? Xianba? Are you certain about this?" "Yes." Chen Xianba nodded. Then, he recounted what Duanling Tian had told him to Lu Fenggu. "After that, I personally made a trip south to verify that the entrance to the little world had disappeared." Lu Fenggu narrowed his eyes and murmured. "As it turns out, that little world was created by a supreme celestial king from the blissful sect. It's no wonder that even high-rank celestial kingdoms that came couldn't decrypt the secret of the little world after all these years. After all, the blissful sect is far stronger than the forces of high-rank celestial kingdoms." A hint of awe and reverence could be heard in his voice as he spoke about the blissful sect. To someone like him, even a high-rank celestial kingdom was out of his reach, let alone the blissful sect that was much stronger. "Your new captain is, indeed, lucky for being able to leave the little world alive." At this moment, Chen Xianba revealed the reason for his visit. "Lord City Governor, I'm here today because of him. I've witnessed his strength earlier. He's not any weaker than me." As soon as Chen Xianba finished speaking, Lu Fenggu's eyes widened in surprise. "What? He's not weaker than you?" "Yes." Chen Xianba nodded and recounted everything that transpired in the Valley of Ares as he crushed a celestial talisman. A small and crisp noise rang in the air as a projected screen appeared in the main hall. It was a mirror image that showed the duel between Duanling Tian and Jian Qiuping in the Valley of Ares today. It showed Jian Qiuping's first failed attempt in attacking Duanling Tian. Then it showed him unleashing all his strength out of anger to attack, but to no avail as well. Soon after, the mirror image showed a purple-clad young man standing above a gigantic sword that emitted dazzling lights with his hands clasped on his back. It seemed as though he had remained motionless as the sword crushed Jian Qiuping and turned him into a blood mist. Lu Fenggu inhaled sharply after he watched the scenes in the mirror image. Although as the city governor he had seen and experienced a lot, he was still startled by the recording that Chen Xianba had recorded using a celestial talisman. His expression was solemn as he said, "Indeed. He's not any weaker than you." He did not reveal all his thoughts to Chen Xianba. He did not tell Chen Xianba that it was highly probable that the purple-clad young man did not unleash his full strength. Moreover, the purple-clad young man did not even use a celestial weapon. He thought to himself, "I wonder if I can best him in a battle." After a moment, Lu Fenggu turned to look at Chen Xianba and asked solemnly, "Xianba, what do you think his reasons are for joining the Black Dragon Army?" "I asked him about this directly. He said he just wanted a good cultivation location to cultivate in," Chen Xianba replied. "A good place to cultivate in?" Lu Fenggu was startled. "In the Black Dragon Army's camp?" Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware that Chen Xianba had gone to see Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, because of him. After he left the Valley of Ares, he had returned to his tent to continue cultivating. "Unfortunately, I don't have a graded cultivation method from the Devata realms. Otherwise, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I cast would raise my celestial origin energy higher than just 2 levels," Duanling Tian said with a sigh. Previously, Elder Hua, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, had told him that the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was an extraordinary divine ability even in the Devata realms. However, the assist-type divine ability would only be able to unleash its full potential after his celestial origin energy had been tempered by a graded cultivation method from the Devata realms. In other words, currently, Duanling Tian was unable to unleash the full potential of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, because his celestial origin energy had not been tempered by a graded cultivation method from the Devata realms. Duanling Tian murmured to himself. Previously, the young waiter from the restaurant in Bloody Spectre City said the city governor possesses a graded cultivation method. Apparently, there are only 3 people who cultivated it in the entire city. These people are the city governor and the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. It's undoubtedly important to cultivate a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms to temper one's celestial origin energy and, most importantly, to increase one's cultivation speed. The higher the grade of the cultivation method, the faster one would be able to increase one's cultivation base. Perhaps, I should try and obtain that cultivation method from the city governor. His eyes shone brightly at this moment. If he could get his hands on the cultivation method, he would be able to cultivate at a faster rate. Based on how only 3 people had cultivated the cultivation method, he knew it was not casually given to people to cultivate. With my current strength, I might not lose to the city governor if I unleash my full strength. However, force doesn't seem to be the best way to obtain that cultivation method. Duanling Tian sighed. After Duanling Tian had exited the little world, he had discovered that after he had become a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial, he might be capable of defeating the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army and even the city governor of Bloody Spectre City if he unleashed all his strength. However, he knew he would not necessarily be made a commander of the Black Dragon Army or the Silverworm Army just because of his superior strength. After all, the city governor's approval was needed for one to be appointed as a commander. Moreover, even if he was stronger than the city governor, he could neither kill the city governor to seize control of the city nor force him to appoint him as the commander of the Black Dragon Army or the Silverworm Army. After all, Bloody Spectre City was under the jurisdictions of the 9 Spectres County. To become the city governor, one would require approval from the county. If Duanling Tian used force on the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, the city governor was more than capable of sending a message to the 9 Spectres County for help. If he were to kill the city governor hastily, the 9 Spectres County would definitely hunt him down. For this reason, he could only be content with the position of captain of the Black Dragon Army in order to live in the Bloody Spectre City safely. Duanling Tian had thought about going to other bigger places in the 9 Spectres County. However, he felt he was still too weak. In larger cities, there were definitely many more powerhouses. If he was unlucky, he might be killed by someone stronger. For this reason, he decided to stay in Bloody Spectre City to improve his strength. He would only leave once he was certain he was able to protect himself. He had to play it safe. After all, the lives of his family and friends rested on his shoulders. Not only did he have to stay alive for his own sake, but he had to stay alive for his loved ones as well. Cultivation method. The cultivation method from Devata Realms. Duanling Tian could not stop thinking about the cultivation methods from Devata Realms. Due to the distracting thoughts in his mind, he decided to stop cultivating and left his tent. Commander! As soon as Duanling Tian left his tent, he saw Chun Xianba who had just returned to camp. Chun Xianba approached Duanling Tian and greeted him politely, Captain Duan. He did not treat Duanling Tian with the air of a superior but as an equal. Naturally, this was because he had determined Duanling Tian was in no way inferior to him. Commander, is it true that our Bloody Spectre City has a yellow-grade cultivation method? Duanling Tian asked bluntly as he looked at Chun Xianba. The yellow-grade cultivation method was the method the city governor of Bloody Spectre City possessed. Like celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms, there were also grades for cultivation methods in the Devata realms. The lowest grade was yellow-grade cultivation methods. Regardless, it was still better than the cultivation methods that had no grades. For example, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that Duanling Tian cultivated was considered as an ungraded cultivation method in the Devata realms. Although he could continue cultivating that method, his cultivation speed would be a lot slower compared to if he were to cultivate a graded cultivation method. Moreover, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique could not temper his celestial origin energy that would allow him to unleash his assist-type divine abilities' full potential and raise his celestial origin energy even higher. Yes, that method was given to our Lord City Governor by the County Chief of the 9 Spectres County. In Bloody Spectre City, only Lord City Governor, the commander of Silverworm Army, the Golden Serpent Guards, and I have cultivated that method. Chun Xianba nodded. Golden Serpent Guards? Duanling Tian was slightly startled. He was unaware that the city governor's Golden Serpent Guards also cultivated that method. Yes, Chun Xianba nodded. So the reason why all of the 100 Golden Serpent Guards are Golden Celestials is mostly due to the yellow-grade cultivation method. Realization dawned on Duanling Tian. Previously, He had been rather surprised when the young waiter had told him that each and every one of the 100 golden serpent guards were golden celestials. After all, there were only about 10 golden celestials in the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army. When Chen Xianba heard Duanling Tian's words, he shook his head. 100 golden serpent guards? That's a misinformation. In truth, the city governor only has 18 golden serpent guards, and they're known as the 18 golden serpent guards. Although there are only 18 of them, they're far stronger than any captains in the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army. He paused for a moment before he said, "Naturally, this doesn't include you, Captain Duan. Commander, if I want to cultivate that cultivation method, do you think the city governor will be willing to impart it to me?" Duanling Tian asked bluntly. Faced with Duanling Tian's question, Chen Xianba replied frankly, "It'll be very difficult. Lord City Governor treasures that cultivation method greatly. He'll only impart the method to someone he trusts and has achieved a certain cultivation base." Then, he looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully before he said again, "Your cultivation base definitely meets Lord City Governor's requirement, but in regard to trust, if you serve the Black Dragon Army for decades or centuries, he might be willing to teach you at that time." Decades or centuries? Duanling Tian shook his head. Not to mention the Black Dragon Army, but he could not stay in Bloody Spectre City for long. "Well, even if I don't cultivate a graded cultivation method now, I can still cultivate as fast the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City just by relying on my 99 heavenly veins." After he thought it through, he decided to put the matter aside. Although Duanling Tian did not have a graded cultivation method for now, he had 99 heavenly veins that everyone would envy. In Devata realms, it was advantageous to have more heavenly veins since it would help one to mobilize one's celestial origin energy and cultivate at a faster speed. Moreover, he thought he would be able to obtain a graded cultivation method easily after he improved his strength and left the Bloody Spectre City. In Bloody Spectre City, a yellow-grade cultivation method was treated like a peerless treasure. He was certain that the strong forces in the 9 Spectres County would have higher-grade cultivation methods. The young waiter also said there would be graded cultivation methods that are put up for auction occasionally in the 9 Spectres County. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian felt relieved. After bidding farewell to Chen Xianba, he returned to his tent. He managed to calm down and begin to cultivate. After cultivating for an hour, a loud voice rang from outside Duanling Tian's tent, waking him up from his cultivation. "Lord Captain." Duanling Tian opened his eyes. A slight frown could be seen on his face. However, he still exited his tent since he knew the voice belonged to one of his men. It was the centurion whom he had injured. "What can I do for you?" Duanling Tian asked. He knew the centurion must have something urgent to report based on his voice that was laden with anxiety. "Lord Captain, I come with a message. 2 centurions and 7 decurions from our troops are being held hostage in a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City by Captain Yang Kongping of the Silverworm Army. He had asked me to tell you to personally retrieve them." The centurion quickly revealed the reason for his visit. 2 of my centurions and 7 of my decurions are being held hostage by a captain of the Silverworm Army? Duanling Tian's expression darkened immediately. Duanling Tian was somewhat moved when he saw how his subordinates had trusted him in the Valley of Ares and how they had stood up for him. At that moment, he had sincerely accepted them as his subordinates. Therefore, when he was told his subordinates were being held hostage by a captain from the Silverworm Army, he felt fury coursing through his veins. "Take me there," Duanling Tian demanded. The centurion quickly stepped forward to lead the way without wasting any time. During the journey, Duanling Tian asked the centurion, "What's your name?" "Lord Captain, I'm Tong Zhang," the centurion replied politely. Although he was injured by Duanling Tian earlier and his injury had yet to heal, he did not resent Duanling Tian since he knew he was at fault. "Tell me how the conflict with the people from the Silverworm Army started." Although the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army don't get along that well, the captain of the Silverworm Army would not act so recklessly for no reason, right? Duanling Tian asked. "Lord Captain, the thing is..." Tong Zhang recounted everything in detail as he led the way. As it turned out, this matter was related to Duanling Tian. After he had defeated Jian Qiuping in the Valley of Ares, His subordinates, 2 centurions and 7 decurions, not counting Tong Zhang, had gone to a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City to celebrate. Since they were talking loudly about what had happened in the Valley of Ares, a captain and a few centurions from the Silverworm army overheard their conversation. Those people from the Silverworm army claimed his subordinates were bragging and telling lies. Since the captain of the Silverworm army was there, everyone in the restaurant, naturally, agreed with the people from the Silverworm army and accused Tong Zhang and the others of lying. Tong Zhang and the others, naturally, felt unresigned from being wrongfully accused, so they began to defend themselves. Unfortunately, their voices were drowned out by the other guests in the restaurant. Although they felt wronged, they decided to leave the restaurant under everyone's contemptuous stare. However, they were prevented from leaving. The person who had stopped them from leaving was none other than the captain of the Silverworm army. The captain of the Silverworm army had only allowed one of them to leave, so that person would be able to convey his message to Duanling Tian. He wanted Duanling Tian to personally retrieve his subordinates because he wanted to see what kind of person had replaced Huang Jibing, the previous captain of Duanling Tian's troops. Since Duanling Tian's 10 subordinates were weaker than the captain of the Silverworm army, 9 of them could only stay back while Tong Zhang left the restaurant to return to camp and convey the message to Duanling Tian. Upon hearing Tong Zhang's words, Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed and shone with anger. Yang Kongping, captain of the Silverworm army? How domineering. Although Duanling Tian looked calm, Tong Zhang, who was leading the way in front, could clearly feel chills running up his spine at this moment. Duanling Tian's anger felt palpable to him. Lord Captain is truly angry. Before they arrived in Bloody Spectre City, he continued to say, Lord Captain, Yang Kongping's strength is ranked in the top 3 among the 10 captains of the Silverworm army. Apart from being a captain, he's also the brother-in-law of the commander of the Silverworm army. For this reason, even our previous captain, Huang Jibing, wouldn't simply provoke him even though he was not any weaker than Yang Kongping. Then, Tong Zhang turned to look at Duanling Tian and said, You can just display a little of your strength to Yang Kongping and take our men away. If it's possible, try not to hurt him. The commander of the Silverworm army is known to be protective. When he saw the blank expression on Duanling Tian's face, his heart jolted, and he hastily said, Naturally, I'm not doubting your strength. I just don't wish for our conflict to cause you trouble. Since he had witnessed Duanling Tian's strength in the Valley of Ares, he was confident his captain would be able to easily defeat Yang Kongping. However, he was not certain if his captain was a match for the commander of the Silverworm army. Okay, I know what to do, Duanling Tian replied indifferently. Since the beginning until now, his expression had remained calm. It did not take long before they entered Bloody Spectre City. Duanling Tian, who was burning with anger, followed Tong Zhang to a relatively fancy restaurant. There was a board hanging on the entrance of the restaurants with the words, Lai Feng Restaurant. Based on the calligraphy, the words were written powerfully with a strong hand. Therefore, it was not difficult to tell that it had been written by a man. At this moment, there were many people, on the ground and in the air, crowding around the entrance of the restaurant. All of them were peering in as though something interesting was going on inside. When a few sharp-eyed people in the crowd saw Tong Zhang, they began to cry out, They are here! They are here! It's the centurion from the Black Dragon army who left earlier. He has returned. Is the purple-clad young man next to him the new captain of the Black Dragon army? Tong Zhang stood at the side of the entrance and respectfully motioned for Duanling Tian to enter. Lord Captain, please. Duanling Tian calmly walked into the restaurant. The onlookers instinctively made way for him as he walked. After all, the purple-clad young man was a captain of the Black Dragon army. He was someone they could not afford to provoke. Meanwhile, Tong Zhang followed Duanling Tian into the restaurant. However, as soon as Duanling Tian stepped into the restaurant, a familiar voice exclaimed in shock, It's you! Currently, there were only a few dozen people left in Lai Feng Restaurant. Clearly, most people had left the restaurant. A young man was seated in front of a table while 3 people stood tall behind him, giving him a formidable aura. The young man was dressed in casual clothing. His features were prominent, and his body was well built. He sat there with an air of importance as though he was the only one that mattered in the world. The three men standing behind the young man were dressed in the standard silver armor of Silverworm Army. Judging by their badges, they were centurions in the Silverworm Army. Meanwhile, 9 people stood in front of them. These 9 people were dressed in black armor, the standard armor of the Black Dragon Army. Similarly, from the badges on their chest, one could tell 2 were centurions and 7 were decurions. Based on this, it was easy to deduce the young man was Yang Kongping, a captain of the Silverworm Army. "It's you!" One of the middle-aged centurions standing behind Yang Kongping exclaimed in shock upon seeing Duanling Tian. A hint of disbelief could be heard in his tone as well. The expression on his face seemed to indicate he had just seen something or someone terrifying. Duanling Tian, who had just entered the restaurant, instinctively turned to look at the source of the voice. He recognized the middle-aged man immediately. The middle-aged man was one of the centurions present on the scene when he killed another centurion of the Silverworm Army near the Celestial Ascension pool. The other party had tried to kill him by launching a soul attack at that time. He looked at the seemingly middle-aged man and said indifferently, "What a coincidence. We meet again." At the same time, the 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army looked at Duanling Tian with bright eyes and greeted him respectfully in unison. "Lord Captain." "Lord Captain." He really replaced Huang Jibing as a captain of the Black Dragon Army. The Silverworm Army centurion who had met Duanling Tian before was stunned when he saw the soldiers from the Black Dragon Army respectfully greeting Duanling Tian. Since he had heard Tong Zheng's words before they came in, he knew the first person who walked into the restaurant would be the new captain who replaced Huang Jibing. Initially, when he saw Duanling Tian, he had felt skeptical. After all, how was it possible for someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven become a captain of the Black Dragon Army? Based on his experience in the Silverworm Army, he knew it was not easy to gain respect from the soldiers, especially if Duanling Tian had merely found Huang Jibing's token. To gain the recognition of his men, Duanling Tian had to possess tremendous strength. As he watched the scene before him, it seemed there was no room left for doubt that Duanling Tian had truly replaced Huang Jibing as captain. Moreover, his strength is proven when he killed Zheng Gang. I forgot that his strength is equivalent to an ordinary golden celestial. With his strength, it's not too difficult for him to take the position of a captain of the Black Dragon Army. The middle-aged centurion from the Silverworm Army became further convinced when he recalled the scene where his colleague was killed by Duanling Tian. At this moment, Yang Kongping, captain of the Silverworm Army, stared at Duanling Tian coldly and asked, "You're the new captain from the Black Dragon Army who replaced Huang Jibing?" However, Duanling Tian only glanced at Yang Kongping briefly before he shifted his attention to his 9 men. "Are all of you okay? Did they do anything to you?" His eyes flashed and his voice deepened as he reached the end of his question. "Lord Captain, we're fine. We're fine." All 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army shook their heads before they stepped forward to join Tong Zhang and stand behind Duanling Tian. At this moment, all of them stared at the people from the Silverworm Army. "Very well." Yang Kongping's expression darkened after he was blatantly ignored. He looked at Duanling Tian coldly and scoffed. "Even He Jin Kuan, the strongest captain of the Black Dragon Army, doesn't dare to act so arrogantly before me, Yang Kongping." He Jin Kuan, the strongest among the 10 captains of the Black Dragon Army, was known as the Black Dragon Army's first captain. However, that was certainly in question after the battle in the Valley of Ares. After all, only the strongest bore the title of first captain. After the battle in the Valley of Ares, there was no doubt Duanling Tian had become the first captain of the Black Dragon Army. Naturally, Yang Kongping was unaware of all this. Until now, he did not believe Duanling Tian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, was capable of defeating Jian Qiuping with a strike. After all, someone with such strength was comparable to the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. In his opinion, those with such strength would not stoop so low and become a captain. Duanling Tian disregarded Yang Kongping's words. He looked at Yang Kongping coldly and said, "Fortunately, you didn't injure any of my people. Otherwise, you'd have to pay with your life." Duanling Tian's words seemed to echo loudly in the restaurant. Silence descended on the restaurant immediately. Even the people outside of the restaurant had fallen silent. The crowd outside the restaurant could clearly see and hear everything inside. They were dumbfounded when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. This new captain is truly fearless. This was the thought that appeared in everyone's minds. After all, they knew Yang Kongping was not just an ordinary captain of the Silverworm Army. He was also the brother-in-law of the commander of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, even He Jin Kuan, formerly the strongest captain in the Black Dragon Army, would not simply provoke Yang Kongping. How could they not be shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian acting so fearlessly? Inside the restaurant, Yang Kongping, who had regained his senses, rose to his feet immediately. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "What did you say? Even He Jin Kuan wouldn't dare to say such words to me. Do you have a death wish?" Duan Ling Tian ignored Yang Kongping's killing intent and continued indifferently, "I'll let this matter go if you cripple one of your arms today. If you don't, the consequences would be even more severe. I will cripple one of your arms and one of your legs just like what I did to one of the Decurions from the Silverworm Army." Outside the restaurant, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Ferocious. Ferocious. This new captain of the Black Dragon Army is ferocious. It seems like he doesn't care that it's Yang Kongping he's speaking to. In my opinion, this is not ferocious. He's simply seeking death. Based on his words, it seems like he had crippled an arm and a leg of a Decurion of the Silverworm Army. Back in the restaurant, Duan Ling Tian's men who were standing behind him looked at each other in confusion as well. They were, naturally, unaware their new captain had done something like that. Cripple an arm and a leg of a Decurion of the Silverworm Army? Yang Kongping's eyes widened suddenly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, as though he was reminded of something. Half a month ago, it seemed like a cultivator had ascended to one of the celestial ascension pools that was manned by his subordinates. It was said that the newly ascended cultivator had obtained a remarkable legacy in the mundane realm. Not only did the newly ascended cultivator cripple an arm and a leg of a Decurion under him, but he even killed one of his centurions. When he gave it some thought, it seemed like there had never been a case where a Decurion was crippled by a newly ascended cultivator. "Lord Captain," Chai Ming, the middle-aged centurion standing behind Yang Kongping, stepped forward and said this was the man who ascended to the heavenly celestial ascension pool half a month ago and killed Zheng Gang after crippling Wang Wei. Zheng Gang. Wang Wei. The two centurions from the Silverworm Army widened their eyes in shock. They had been curious when they saw Chai Ming seem to recognize the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. How did Chai Ming know the new captain of the Black Dragon Army? After hearing Chai Ming's words, realization finally dawned on them. As it turned out, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army was the monstrous cultivator who ascended half a month ago. "It's him." Yang Kongping's eyes widened involuntarily when he heard Chai Ming's words. He trembled inwardly. This newly descended cultivator had killed and crippled a centurion and Decurion of the Silverworm Army half a month ago. The Silverworm Army had been trying to find this man. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army standing behind Duan Ling Tian turned to look at him in unison. They felt their hearts skip a beat. If what the centurion of the Silverworm Army said is true, this meant their new captain had just ascended half a month ago. Newly ascended? The heavenly celestial ascension pool. Lord Captain has just ascended half a month ago? Moreover, he didn't ascend to the bodiless celestial ascension pool, but he ascended to the heavenly celestial ascension pool? How is it possible? This Silverworm Army centurion isn't lying, is he? Duan Ling Tian's men whispered among themselves, concluding that Chai Ming must be lying. They would have been more inclined to believe his words if he had said their captain had ascended to a bodiless celestial ascension pool. After all, those 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the mundane realms would become golden celestials after they ascended to the celestial ascension pool. On the other hand, those who ascended to the heavenly celestial ascension pool were mere heavenly celestials. To be more precise, they were only Crimson Moon heavenly celestials. More importantly, Chai Ming had said their captain had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. It would have been considered abnormal for a newly ascended cultivator to become an Orange Moon heavenly celestial after half a month, let alone become as strong as their captain. They had witnessed their captain's strength after all. Even if their captain was weaker than their commander, it was not by much. For these reasons, they completely disregarded Chai Ming's words. Outside the restaurant, the crowd had also heard Chai Ming's words. Newly ascended? He just ascended to the heavenly celestial ascension pool about half a month ago? Is this centurion crazy? He's delusional. How can someone who had just ascended to the heavenly celestial ascension pool half a month ago become a captain of the Black Dragon Army? That's right. Even if he's lucky enough to find Captain Huang Jibing's identity token and become a captain, he wouldn't be able to command his men's respect if he's only a heavenly celestial. That's right. Based on how respectful his men are, he has to be a golden celestial. Similarly, the crowd outside the restaurant came to the same conclusion as Duanling Tian's subordinates. They thought Chai Ming was lying. After all, his words were extremely absurd. All of a sudden, Yang Kongping, captain of the Silverworm Army, began to laugh uproariously. This caught everyone's attention except for Duanling Tian. His eyes were fixed on Duanling Tian as he said excitedly, "We've been searching high and low for you, but to no avail. Who knew we would find you when we least expect it?" He paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Lad, if you'd stayed hidden in the Black Dragon Army's camp, we might never have found you. However, since you decide to turn yourself in, you must come with me to the Silverworm Army's camp." Yang Kongping stared at Duanling Tian as though he was staring at some priceless treasure. After all, he knew this captain of the Black Dragon Army possessed extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities that granted him strength comparable to a golden celestial, even though he was a mere Crimson Moon heavenly celestial. If he and the commander of the Silverworm Army could master Duanling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities, their strength would improve drastically. At that time, the commander of the Silverworm Army's leader could even head to the Nine Hidden County to see the county chief to ask for the position of city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Yang Kongping remembered how excited his brother-in-law, the commander of the Silverworm Army, was when he told him about the newly ascended cultivator. For this reason, during this half a month, the Silverworm Army had been secretly searching for the whereabouts of the newly ascended cultivator, who knew he had joined the Black Dragon Army and even became a captain. Boom! As soon as Yang Kongping finished speaking, a loud explosion rang in the air as celestial origin energy surged out of Yang Kongping and shrouded him like a ball of flame. He looked like a god of war at this moment. Bang! Soon after, Yang Kongping stumped both his feet, causing the ground to quake. A wind began to blow violently in the restaurant, knocking down many chairs and tables. Whoosh! Then, Yang Kongping charged toward Duanling Tian like a predator with his arms wide open. However, he did not use a killing move, he merely intended to capture Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian was more useful to him alive than dead. He needed to bring him back alive to the Silverworm Army's camp. This way, he and the commander of the Silverworm Army would be able to obtain the extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. He no longer cared that Duanling Tian was a captain of the Black Dragon Army. He would have to ask brother-in-law, the commander of the Silverworm Army, to deal with it later. At this moment, he had no time to consider anything else apart from capturing his target. "Lord Captain, look out!" Duanling Tian's subordinates cried out in unison when Yang Kongping shot out. Upon seeing this, they became so anxious that they had forgotten their captain's strength far surpassed all the captains of the Black Dragon Army. After all, Yang Kongping was even weaker than He Jin Kuan, who was weaker than their captain. Xiao! 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 A series of swords cries rang in the air. Under everyone's watchful gaze, sword rays shot out of Duanling Tian, who was facing the incoming attack calmly. At a glance, it seemed like there were at least tens of thousands of sword rays. Everyone's attention was still focused on Duanling Tian's dazzling sword rays when a miserable shriek rang in the air. It sounded so wretched and painful that it sent chills running up everyone's spines. Bang! Another loud explosion rang in the air. At this time, everyone finally had a clear look at what was happening. Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, who was charging toward Duanling Tian, had his hands severed before Duanling Tian sent him flying with a kick. It was clear the miserable cry had come from Yang Kongping. No, Yang Kongping cried out. He watched as the sword rays shot toward his severed arm. He could still reattach his arm as long as it was not destroyed, but once it was destroyed, he would really be a cripple. Swoosh! 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 The sword rays flew toward the severed arm like a swarm of locusts. All that was left of Yang Kongping's severed arm was a blood mist and a palm. The reason the palm was not destroyed was due to the protection of a glove. The glove was Yang Kongping's celestial weapon. Upon seeing his severed arm destroyed, Yang Kongping spat out a mouthful of blood due to anger and embarrassment. Kongping! An angry female voice rang in the air at this moment. A flash could be seen as a huge but agile woman flew toward Yang Kongping and caught him. Bang! Another thunderous explosion rang in the air as a huge but nimble figure caught Yang Kongping and landed on the ground. The whole restaurant seemed to be shaking at this moment. At the same time, everyone could clearly see the figure now. It belonged to a tall and muscular woman. She was not any shorter than Yang Kongping, while her waist seemed to be as wide as half her height. As she carried Yang Kongping in her arms, he looked like a doll. In terms of size, Yang Kongping was probably less than a third of the woman's size. As soon as the woman revealed herself, a commotion broke out outside the restaurant. She's Lai Feng Restaurant's boss, Miao Lai Feng. It's my first time seeing Lai Feng Restaurant's boss. This Miao Lai Feng is no ordinary lady. She's the biological sister of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. I heard the signboard of Lai Feng Restaurant was personally written by the commander of the Silverworm Army. Based on that, one can see how much he dotes on his sister. SS Captain Yang Kongping's wife? When Duanling Tian heard the discussion from outside, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. His subordinates chose to celebrate in a restaurant owned by someone related to the Silverworm Army? Did they come here to look for trouble? Regardless, Duanling Tian had no intention of stopping even after he learned about the tall and muscular woman's identity. He said, "You still owe me a leg." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward like an eagle. Show! 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 Shio! As Duanling Tian flew out, swords cries resounded in the air. When everyone regained their senses, Duanling Tian had already returned to his original spot, standing in front of his 10 men. The only difference was that he was holding someone in his hand. That person seemed to be Yang Kongping, who was just in the tall and muscular woman's arms a moment ago. Kongping! Miao Lai Feng cried out as killing intent surged out of her body. The expression on her chubby face was murderous. Whoosh! Miao Lai Feng, the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army, charged at Duanling Tian. Bang! 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 Miao Lai Feng looked similar to the tanks in Duanling Tian's past life. She was on a rampage, leaving a wave of destruction in her wake. The ground shook and deafening air explosions rang in the air. Although her huge and muscular frame was cumbersome, she seemed as light as a feather when she moved. In fact, she was outrageously fast. She's a golden celestial. Based on Miao Lai Feng's speed that was slightly slower than Yang Kongping, Duanling Tian could tell she was also a golden celestial. Moreover, it was apparent she was weaker than Yang Kongping. When Miao Lai Feng was close to Duanling Tian, a short broad knife that looked like a cleaver appeared in her hands. It shone brightly before saber rays began to shoot at Duanling Tian. Judging by its aura, Duanling Tian knew Miao Lai Feng was wielding a celestial weapon. He scoffed as he coldly watched Miao Lai Feng charging at him. He casually lifted Yang Kongping into the air and blocked her attack. Despicable! Miao Lai Feng spat as she came to a halt suddenly. The backlash caused her to retreat 10 steps and spit out a mouthful of blood from internal injuries. Show! After he forced Miao Lai Feng back, Duanling Tian disregarded her. With just a thought, sword rays flew out and neatly severed Yang Kongping's left leg. The severed leg dropped to the ground with a thud. Yang Kongping shrieked again. Duanling Tian casually threw Yang Kongping back to Miao Lai Feng. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at the severed leg on the floor. If you dare destroy my husband's leg, I, Miao Lai Feng, will take you and your family's life as the price. Miao Lai Feng screamed when she noticed Duanling Tian's attention had shifted to the severed leg on the floor. The expression on her chubby face was murderous as she threatened Duanling Tian. Her voice sounded so cold that it made the others feel as though they were in an ice cave. It was clear that she had lost her senses at this point. Otherwise, she would not have said such words. After all, Duanling Tian had just recently ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. She had been observing in the dark the entire time. She finally could not hold back after watching her husband's arm getting destroyed. "I'll be waiting." Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold after he heard Miao Lai Feng's threats. Then he lifted one of his feet. His celestial origin energy surged out of his foot as stomped on Yang Kongping's severed leg, effectively destroying it. "No!" Yang Kongping's eyes widened again. He screamed and trembled before he finally fainted. Naturally, golden celestials were not so weak. He had only fainted because he could not accept the reality. Duanling Tian, who had successfully severed Yang Kongping's arm and leg, looked at Miao Lai Feng coldly before he turned around and said, "Let's go." The crowd outside parted to make way for Duanling Tian and his men as they made their way out. They only regained their senses after Duanling Tian and his men disappeared from their sight. Heavens! This captain from the Black Dragon Army is truly domineering. Not only did he injure the brother-in-law of the commander of the Silverworm Army, but he even did it in front of the commander's sister. Even the commander of the Black Dragon Army wouldn't do such a thing, right? Where did he find the courage to do this? I don't understand. I don't understand it. Stop thinking. I'm sure there'll be a show to watch after this. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, definitely won't let this matter go. Of course, the Lai Feng restaurant's boss, Miao Lai Feng, is Miao Lai Long's biological sister after all. Do you think he'll let her suffer such an injustice? The crowd outside Lai Feng restaurant was tense. They knew this moment was just the calm before the storm. Bang! A loud bang suddenly rang from the restaurant as a flash streaked past them. Whoosh! A huge figure flew out of the restaurant at top speed while carrying another figure, making their way north. In just a moment, they disappeared among the clouds. Whoosh! 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 The sound of wind whistling in the air sounded as the 3 centurions of the Silverworm Army, including Chai Ming, also left the restaurant. All of them had a gloomy expression on their faces as they rushed to catch up with Miao Lai Feng. How could they not feel gloomy? Their captain had just been injured to such an extent in front of them. From the beginning until the end, there was nothing they could do and there was nothing they dared to do. After all, someone who was capable of overpowering their captain was not someone they could stand up to. The crowd outside Lai Feng restaurant was all a-twitter again. Is Miao Lai Feng bringing her husband to the Silverworm Army's camp? This time, things are about to get serious between the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army. There has always bad blood between them, but nothing so serious has happened before. You're right. It seems like a storm is coming. I really didn't expect the new captain of the Black Dragon Army captain to be so powerful. He managed to defeat and injure the captain of the Silverworm Army so easily. So what? Do you think he's stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army? Of course not. If he is, would he only be a captain of the Black Dragon Army? I wonder if Chen Ba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, will be able to protect him? I think it would be tough. Perhaps if it's some other matter, it would be fine. However, he had turned Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law into a cripple. It took a long time before the crowd dispersed from outside the restaurant. Soon after, this incident spread like a wildfire through Bloody Spectre City. Everyone who was not in closed-door cultivation had heard about the incident in Lai Feng restaurant in no time at all. Duanling Tian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, had made a cripple out of Yang Kongping, Miao Lai Feng's husband. Miao Lai Feng's brother was the commander of the Silverworm Army. Bloody Spectre City. Things are about to change around here. This is outrageous. I really don't know how the Black Dragon Army will deal with this. I'm afraid Duanling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, will have to pay with his life. Rising to fame after a fight? Currently, Duanling Tian had become famous in Bloody Spectre City due to his fight with Yang Kongping, a captain of the Silverworm Army in Lai Feng restaurant. Prior to this, no one in Bloody Spectre City knew who he was. Now, there was no one in Bloody Spectre City who did not know him. It had to be said that the incident in Lai Feng restaurant could not be called a fight. After all, Duan Tian had crushed Yang Kongping overwhelmingly after Yang Kongping made the first move. Moreover, Duan Tian had severed Yang Kongping's arm and leg with his sword raise in just a split second. From the beginning until the end, Yang Kongping did not have time to react at all. While Bloody Spectre City was abuzz with the latest happening, Duan Tian led 10 of his subordinates back to the Black Dragon Army's camp at a leisurely pace. He said indifferently, "All of you are quite bold. To think you would drink in a restaurant that's owned by the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army." Tongjin, one of the centurions under Duan Tian's command, laughed sheepishly before he said with a grin, "Lord Captain, we're merely overjoyed by your victory in the Valley of Ares. We didn't realize that we were drinking in a restaurant owned by the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army." Before Tongjin finished speaking, Duan Tian interjected, "Really?" He turned around and fixed his eyes on Tongjin. A guilty expression appeared on Tongjin's face immediately. He smiled bitterly and changed tack. "Lord Captain, you're wise. We went to Lai Feng restaurant because we knew people from the Silverworm Army like to frequent the restaurant and..." "So..." Duan Tian interrupted Tongjin again and said indifferently, "You wanted the Silverworm Army to know the Black Dragon Army has a captain like me? You're wise?" "Lord Captain," Tongjin answered hurriedly. After a while, his expression turned solemn and his speed slowed down. "Lord Captain, you severed Yang Kongping's arm and leg today. Is that really okay? You know who Yang Kongping is? Is there a problem?" Duan Tian narrowed his eyes that were flashing coldly as he said, "I've already shown him kindness and mercy by not killing him. Not only did Yang Kongping forcefully detain his subordinates, but Yang Kongping even tried to capture him back to the Silverworm Army's camp. Naturally, he knew why Yang Kongping was so excited about bringing him back to the Silverworm Army's camp. It must be due to his celestial methods and divine abilities. After all, people from the Silverworm Army were 100% certain he was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. They knew he was remarkably strong beyond his cultivation base due to the extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered. It was obvious what would happen if he was brought to the Silverworm Army's camp. If they could not obtain anything from him, they would definitely kill him. Naturally, with his current strength, a mere Silverworm Army was not a threat to him at all. Therefore, he felt he had shown Yang Kongping mercy by sparing his life. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Tongjin and the other 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army were stunned speechless. They no longer said anything to Duan Tian. However, they were privately discussing this matter among themselves using voice transmission. "Look at our captain. He doesn't seem to be afraid of the commander of the Silverworm Army. Is it possible that he's stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army? It's possible. However, even if Lord Captain is stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army, don't forget the commander can always go to the city governor and ask the city governor to intervene on his behalf. If that happens, things will get difficult. Well, if that happens, I hope the commander of our Black Dragon Army will stand up for our captain. After all, the city governor does favor our commander over the commander of the Silverworm Army." Duan Tian, who was not privy to his subordinate's conversation, was lost in his thoughts at this moment. The commander of the Silverworm Army has also cultivated the Bloody Spectre City's graded cultivation method. Should I go to him before he acts and force him to hand over the graded cultivation method he has cultivated? His eyes shone brightly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was a feasible plan. Duan Tian came to halt all of a sudden and his subordinates followed suit. "All of you, return first. I just remember I have something to attend to in Bloody Spectre City." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from his subordinate's sight. Duan Tian had always been a man of action. Now that he had a plan in mind, he naturally would not waste any time to execute it. His destination was the Silverworm Army's camp. The 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army, including Centurion Tongjin, only regained their senses after Duan Tian had vanished from their sight. However, they did not think too much about it. They truly believed he had something to attend to. If they knew he planned to enter the Silverworm Army's camp and see Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, they would be thoroughly shocked for a long time. After Tong Jing and the others returned to the Black Dragon Army's camp, Duanling Tian's actions in Bloody Spectre City's Lai Feng restaurant spread like wildfire through the camp. It caused a huge commotion. Sea Captain Duan turned Captain Yang Kongping from the Silverworm Army into a cripple? He even did it in front of Miao Laifeng, Yang Kongping's wife? Most importantly, Miao Laifeng is the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army. Wow! Captain Duan is awesome. Even our Lord Commander wouldn't dare to offend the commander of the Silverworm Army in such a manner, right? The commander of the Silverworm Army is going to be furious when he hears about this. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Black Dragon Army's camp. They felt that their new captain had vented some of their frustrations for them. After all, in the past, the Black Dragon Army had never gained such a huge upper hand over the Silverworm Army. At the same time, there were many soldiers from the Black Dragon Army who were worried about Duanling Tian. Miao Lailong, the commander of the Silverworm Army, will never let this matter go. I'm afraid this matter is going to blow up. We'll have to see if Captain Duan and Lord Commander can withstand the wrath of the Silverworm Army. Naturally, it did not take long before Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, caught wind of this. Captain Duan crippled Yang Kongping? Chen Xianba smiled bitterly. When Miao Lailong hears about this, it won't end well. As Miao Lailong's longtime rival, Chen Xianba was very well aware of Miao Lailong's character. In the Silverworm Army's camp. As the forces guarding Bloody Spectre City, the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army's camps were located in the celestial stone veins that were owned by Bloody Spectre City. Ever since the incident half a month ago in one of the celestial ascension pools under the Silverworm Army's control, the camp had not been peaceful. However, it was going to turn even more chaotic today as a huge figure charged into the camp. Is that Ms. Laifeng? It's Ms. Laifeng. She seems to be carrying Captain Yang Kongping as well. Did I see wrongly? Captain Yang seems to have lost an arm and a leg. What happened? Many people from the Silverworm Army managed to catch a glimpse of Miao Laifeng, who was carrying her husband, Yang Kongping, when she entered the Silverworm Army's camp. It's Chai Ming, someone exclaimed. After a while, they saw the 3 centurions under Yang Kongping's command. In just a blink of an eye, everyone gathered around the 3 centurions. Chai Ming, what the hell happened? What happened? Ms. Laifeng doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Moreover, Captain Yang seems to have lost an arm and a leg. Seeing quite a number of centurions gathered around them, Chai Ming and his 2 companions patiently explained what had happened before they continued following Miao Laifeng. Chai Ming and his 2 companions' words shocked the soldiers of the Silverworm Army to the core. The new captain of the Black Dragon Army captain severed Captain Yang's arm and leg? Then, this means the new captain is stronger than Captain He Jin Kuan, the strongest captain in the Black Dragon Army. Right? That's not the point. The point is he's bold enough to provoke Captain Yang. Everyone knows Captain Yang is the commander's brother-in-law. He's going to bear the full brunt of our commander's wrath. As they discussed among themselves, they looked up into the sky. All of them had a feeling that things were going to change around here. The Silver WIRM Army's camp was situated northeast of Bloody Spectre City. No matter if one was headed for Bloody Spectre City or the Black Dragon Army's camp, the direction was similar to when one departed from the Silver WIRM Army's camp. The route is a key path from the Silver WIRM Army's camp to Bloody Spectre City and the Black Dragon Army's camp. Unless the people leaving the Silverworm Army's camp to the Bloody Spectre City took a detour, they would have to take this path. At this moment, a tall purple figure was hovering in the air above this route, calmly looking in the northeast direction as though he was waiting for something. The figure was none other than Duanling Tian. He had passed Bloody Spectre City again on his way to the Silverworm Army's camp. Duanling Tian continued waiting patiently for roughly half an hour before he suddenly said, "He is here." His expression had remained calm from the beginning until the end. The only slight change in his expression was his slightly raised brow. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a sound wave swept from the terrain in the distance toward Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, it was only a few thousand meters away from him. And Duan Ling Tian could see the sound wave had come from a figure flying in the sky at top speed. As soon as the figure noticed Duan Ling Tian's presence, the figure sharply reduced his speed before coming to a stop a few hundred meters away from Duan Ling Tian. He had stopped because he could feel Duan Ling Tian's burning gaze on him, causing him to feel as though Duan Ling Tian had been waiting for him. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow as he looked at the man who was 2 meters tall with a face covered in stubbles. Commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lailong? The burly man in front of him looked somewhat similar to the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, who was also Yang Kongping's wife. It was not difficult for him to guess the man's identity. He had been waiting for this man to arrive. "Who are you?" Miao Lailong barked. His eyebrows rose when he heard the purple-clad young man calling his name. "I'm the reason you left the Silverworm Army's camp in such a hurry," Duan Ling Tian said calmly when faced with Miao Lailong's question. Miao Lailong's expression changed as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. He narrowed his big round eyes as he said, You're the new captain in the Black Dragon Army?" Duan Ling Tian. Anyone who heard about the new captain of the Black Dragon Army would know who Duan Ling Tian was after his subordinates spread news of his deeds in the Valley of Ares. As soon as Miao Lailong finished his sentence, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a stampeding wild horse. His celestial origin energy seemed to turn into some sort of flame as it shrouded him, releasing waves after waves of terrifying aura. His big and round eyes burned with anger as he glared at Duan Ling Tian, and fury was etched on his face. It felt as though his anger was capable of burning up everything that stood in his way. Duan Ling Tian was right. Miao Lailong had left the Silverworm Army's camp in such a hurry because of him. Not too long ago, Miao Laifeng, Miao Lailong's sister, had brought her husband to the Silverworm Army's camp. Miao Lailong was enraged when he saw his sister crying. He had promised her that he would bring Duan Ling Tian to her so she could punish him. He had left as soon as he made his sister that promise. He was prepared to make his way to the Black Dragon Army's camp to capture the captain of the Black Dragon Army, Duan Ling Tian, who had crippled his brother-in-law. However, he did not expect he would meet Duan Ling Tian as soon as he left the Silverworm Army camp. Moreover, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had been intentionally waiting for him here. "Yes, it's me," Duan Ling Tian finally answered nonchalantly. His expression did not change when he faced the commander of the Silverworm Army. In his eyes, there was no difference between the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. They were both no match for him. "You're waiting for me?" Miao Lailong's expression changed as he surveyed his surroundings, trying to determine if Duan Ling Tian had brought the cavalry with him. Duan Ling Tian saw through Miao Lailong's thoughts and said calmly, "There's no need for you to check. I came alone." Miao Lailong sneered. "Do you think I'll believe you?" He extended his divine consciousness and carefully checked the surroundings. Duan Ling Tian suddenly laughed. "No wonder they say the city governor of Bloody Spectre City favors Xianxia, the commander of our Black Dragon Army. I had my reservations before meeting you, Miao Lailong, but based on what I've seen, there's no doubt you're not in the same league as Commander Xianxia of the Black Dragon Army." "You? What did you say?" Duan Ling Tian's words were like salt that was rubbed on Miao Lailong's wound. Miao Lailong was naturally furious. He withdrew his divine consciousness and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a murderous expression on his face. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face grew wider. "I'm sure you clearly heard what I said." "You're seeking death," Miao Lailong roared. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face was like a thorn in his side. He could no longer hold back his anger. All of a sudden, he vanished into thin air, charging toward Duan Ling Tian like a tiger on a hunt. Whoosh! Miao Lailong's celestial origin energy seemed to grow significantly stronger as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. As expected of a golden celestial who has cultivated a graded cultivation method, his celestial origin energy has increased by 2 whole levels after he cast his assist-type divine ability. Its effect is comparable to my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he observed Miao Lailong, who was charging toward him. Previously, I heard Tongzhang said that the commander of the Silverworm army is a green sun golden celestial. However, his celestial origin energy has currently risen to the level of an indigo sun golden celestial after he cast his assist-type divine ability. Miao Lai-Long had already traveled half the distance between him and Duanling Tian, while Duanling Tian was still studying Miao Lai-Long's strength. The humming of a saber rang clearly in the air as a thick and wide saber appeared in Miao Lai-Long's hand. His celestial origin energy enveloped the saber and a 10-foot-long saber ray shot out from it. At the same time, countless small saber rays appeared in the wake of the 10-foot-long saber ray. As the saber ray shot toward Duanling Tian in the air, Miao Lai-Long bellowed, "Duanling Tian, I heard about your strength from my sister. She mentioned you're almost as strong as Jin Kuan, the first captain of the Black Dragon army. Try and resist my saber." Swoosh! The 10-foot-long saber ray shot toward Duanling Tian with a force that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Duanling Tian merely narrowed his eyes and scoffed when he saw Miao Lai-Long's formidable saber ray that was shooting toward him. Whoosh! 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 Duanling Tian had already mobilized his celestial origin energy as soon as Miao Lai-Long appeared. At this moment, he let it surge out of his body. Soon after, it turned into thousands of sword rays that merged into a sword formation. At the same time, he drew his celestial sword out and merged it with the sword formation to form a giant sword. The sword rays in the sword formation shone even more dazzlingly at this moment. He did not use the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. Although the Seven Orifices exquisite sword had lost its artifact soul, it was still comparable to a top celestial weapon. Whoosh! The giant sword formed by the sword formation flew forward to meet Miao Lai-Long's saber ray, as though it had received an order from Duanling Tian. The brilliant saber rays flew toward the giant sword. Miao Lai-Long was a green sun golden celestial. After he cast his assist-type divine ability, his strength had increased by 2 levels. In addition to his offensive divine ability and celestial methods that he had cast along with his celestial weapon, he was currently 5 levels stronger than his cultivation base. On the other hand, Duanling Tian was a blue moon heavenly celestial. After casting his assist-type divine ability, his strength was raised 2 levels. His 99 heavenly veins would raise his strength another 2 levels. The Sovereign Heart Sword would further improve his strength by 3 levels. His offensive divine ability and celestial sword would raise his strength another 3 and 1 levels respectively. With this, his strength was 11 times stronger than that of a blue moon heavenly celestial. There were only 6 stages between blue moon heavenly celestials and green sun golden celestials. Generally speaking, Duanling Tian's giant sword that was formed from a sword formation was at least as strong as Miao Lai-Long's saber. However, heavenly celestials and golden celestials were separated by a significant stage, therefore, logically speaking, Duanling Tian should be slightly weaker than Miao Lai-Long. A mere heavenly celestial who had just ascended to spirit overarching heaven about half a month ago is only slightly weaker than me? Miao Lai-Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, widened his eyes in surprise when he witnessed the power contained in Duanling Tian's gigantic sword. He thought to himself, so that's why Kong Ping's not his match. After all, he's only slightly weaker than me. Initially, Miao Lai-Long had intended to withhold some of his power at the critical juncture. However, at this moment he realized there was no need to do so since this attack would not be able to kill Duanling Tian. Although Miao Lai-Long left the Silverworm army's camp in anger to search for Duanling Tian, he had no plans of killing Duanling Tian. He had planned to capture him back to the camp so his sister could vent her anger on Duanling Tian and also to obtain the extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities that Duanling Tian had mastered. Since he had only ascended half a month ago, he should now be an orange moon heavenly celestial at most. Based on that and the strength he displayed, there's no doubt his celestial methods and divine abilities are some of the best in the Devata realms. Miao Lai-Long thought to himself. At the same time, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He could barely conceal the excitement he felt. Bang! At this moment, the long saber ray that shot out of Miao Lai-Long's celestial saber collided with Duanling Tian's gigantic sword that was formed from his sword formation. When the two forces collided, It was silent for a moment before the sound of an explosion rang in the air. The two forces clashed fiercely. In the beginning, it seemed as though the forces were equal in strength. However, as time passed, the force of Duanling Tian's gigantic sword gradually weakened and fell into a disadvantageous position. You're just a mere heavenly celestial who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven about half a month ago. And yet, you managed to make me unleash all my strength. You should feel proud even though you're going to be defeated today, Miao Lailong said confidently. It was apparent he was confident he was going to win. Duanling Tian, who looked solemn, suddenly laughed. It's undecided yet who's going to win or lose. Upon seeing this, Miao Lailong felt an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Is it possible that this brat still has another trick up his sleeve? Regardless, he said with a scoff, you're just putting on a front. Didn't your subordinates warn you not to use celestial weapons in front of me? When Duanling Tian's laughter subsided, it was replaced by a cold smile. At the same time, the gigantic sword suddenly emitted a profound and mysterious aura. The aura spread out and covered a large area in just a blink of an eye. 10,000 soldiers surrender. The aura naturally shrouded Miao Lailong and the celestial saber in his hand as well. It did not take long before the celestial saber struggled to free itself from his grip, causing a tear in the web between his thumb and index finger. As soon as it freed itself, it shot toward Duanling Tian's gigantic sword that was formed from a sword formation and merged with it. Miao Lailong only regained his senses when his celestial saber had been taken away. He looked at his injured hand as an expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. In fact, it seemed as though he had seen a ghost. How is it possible? What method is this? At this moment, he recalled that when Yang Kongping, his brother-in-law and a captain of the Silverworm Army, reported the incident by the Celestial Ascension Pool half a month ago, Yang Kongping had told him about the newcomer mastering a method that could snatch others' celestial weapons away. However, he had dismissed those words, thinking it was due to his subordinates' weakness that their celestial weapons were taken away. However, it was clear now that Duanling Tian had, indeed, mastered a method that could snatch others' celestial weapons away. Boom! 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 Initially, Miao Lailong had the upper hand. However, since his celestial weapon had been taken away, he naturally lost much of his power. It did not take long before he was completely suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang in the air again as the gigantic sword flew out and crashed against the defensive technique Miao Lailong had cast in a hurry. The power from the gigantic sword destroyed Miao Lailong's defense and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood before he finally managed to stabilize himself. At the same time, he felt a gust of wind blowing. No! His expression changed dramatically and fear coursed through his veins. Whoosh! Duanling Tian had appeared near Miao Lailong like a ghost. He was surrounded by thousands of dazzling sword rays. At this moment, all the sword rays were pointed at Miao Lailong. Although these sword rays were positioned all around Duanling Tian, they seemed mysteriously connected at the same time. Miao Lailong took a deep breath before he said in a low voice, "The city governor will not let you go if you kill me." Duanling Tian glanced at Miao Lailong. Although Miao Lailong seemed unperturbed on the surface, he could see the fear in the depths of his eyes. He said bluntly, "Give me the yellow-grade cultivation method you mastered, and I'll spare your life." This was his main objective for coming here. He wanted to obtain the yellow-grade cultivation method that the city governor had imparted to Miao Lailong. If he mastered the cultivation method, his cultivation speed would increase and his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, would become stronger as well. Miao Lailong stared at Duanling Tian in surprise. He did not expect Duanling Tian wanted the cultivation method he had mastered. He refused without any hesitation. That's impossible. What a joke. When the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had imparted the cultivation method to him, the city governor had specifically warned him against teaching it to another person. If he went against the city governor's warning, he would be punished with the death penalty. Moreover, this rule was set by those in the 9 Spectres County. The city governor was merely executing the order. He would definitely die if he broke that rule. How could he impart that cultivation method to another person? He did not even dare to teach it to his beloved sister. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow and smiled coldly. Impossible? Are you sure? If you don't teach me the cultivation method today, you'll definitely die. I'll die as well even if I teach it to you, Miao Lai Long said in a low voice. Well, if I don't tell and you don't tell, who would know? Do you really think I'm so stupid that I'll tell another person about it? Wouldn't I just get myself killed? A threatening expression appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he said indifferently, I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. After the time's up, if you're unwilling or undecided, I'll kill you. If you kill me, you won't be able to stay in Bloody Spectre City or anywhere in the 9 Spectres County, Miao Lai Long said in a low voice, trying to remind Duan Ling Tian of the consequences he would face if he killed him. So what? I can just leave the 9 Spectres County. I've just ascended. Anywhere can be my home. I have no worries. Duan Ling Tian was not moved by Miao Lai Long's words. Naturally, he knew the consequences of killing Miao Lai Long. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Miao Lai Long felt his heart skip a beat, and his expression changed drastically. He did not think he would be defeated before he even had a chance to obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he was now forced to impart the cultivation method to Duan Ling Tian that might result in his death. Only a few breaths had passed before he finally gave in. Fine, I'll teach you. A bright smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face immediately. After Duan Ling Tian obtained the cultivation method from Miao Lai Long, he left without killing Miao Lai Long as promised. It was not difficult for him to kill Miao Lai Long, but the consequences that would ensue was not something he was willing to deal with for now. He was not afraid of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City since he was confident he would be able to kill the city governor if he used the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, even if its current strength was only comparable to that of a top celestial weapon. However, he had to take into consideration the consequence that would come after he killed the city governor. He might not be a match for the powerhouses from the 9 Spectres County even if he wielded the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Therefore, he knew if he killed Miao Lai Long, he would no longer be able to stay in Bloody Spectre City or the 9 Spectres County, and he would probably have to hide. However, he could not hide no matter what. He had to cultivate at the best cultivation place here to increase his strength as fast as he possibly could. When Duan Ling Tian returned to the Black Dragon Army's camp, he overheard the soldiers discussing him. Their topic of discussion was, naturally, about the incident at Lai Feng Restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. Many of them were worried about his safety since most of them were convinced Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, would not let him off so easily. Miao Lai Long won't let me off the hook so easily? He doesn't have the guts. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he smiled. After that he returned to his tent. He knew those people were just worried about his safety due to the strength he had displayed. After all, with his strength, he would be able to help them become stronger than the Silverworm Army. In other words, he was valuable to the Black Dragon Army. Nevertheless, he still felt touched. Crystal Clearance Tactic. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his tent, he took out a jade token. It was the jade token where Miao Lai Long had recorded the yellow-grade cultivation method under his threat. With some time, Duan Ling Tian was confident he would be able to master it completely. A graded cultivation method from a Devata realm. How exciting! He took a deep breath to suppress his excitement before he began to cultivate accordingly. Since Duan Ling Tian had been cultivating using the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique all these while, he needed some time to adapt to the crystal clearance tactic. After that, he would be able to stabilize his celestial origin energy. He did not waste any time and closed his eyes to immerse himself in cultivating the crystal clearance tactic, oblivious to what was happening outside. Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate for long before the voice of Chun Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, rang in his ears. Captain Duan, I heard about what you did in Lai Feng Restaurant. I think you went a little too far. Don't you think we should discuss how we should deal with Miao Lai Long since there's no doubt he's going to make a trip here to seek revenge? Moreover, I'm sure he'll report it to the city governor as well. Duan Ling Tian was slightly annoyed by the interruption. After all, He had just immersed himself in his cultivation and had begun to familiarize himself with the cultivation method before he was interrupted by Xianxia. Therefore, he said impatiently, "Commander, I'm at a critical stage of my cultivation. Please don't disturb me until Miao Lai Long comes." Upon hearing these words, Xianxia was stunned speechless. He only regained his senses after a while. He felt as though he was more anxious than the culprit. I really don't know what to think of Captain Duan. However, since Duan Lingtian had already stated he was at a critical juncture of his cultivation, he no longer disturbed Duan Lingtian. Xianxia continued thinking to himself, Miao Lai Long should have already arrived here by now. Is it possible that he has gone to the city governor's estate instead? Naturally, not even in his wildest dreams would he expect that Miao Lai Long had already been defeated by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Miao Lai Long was even forced to hand over the yellow-grade cultivation method. In the Silverworm Army's camp, as soon as Miao Lai Long returned to his tent, Miao Lai Feng rose to her feet immediately. Her narrowed eyes looked even smaller amid her chubby face. A hint of anticipation could be heard in her voice as she said, "Brother, why are you back so soon? How did it go? Did you capture Captain Duan of the Black Dragon Army?" Miao Lai Long's expression darkened, and a hint of resentment could be seen in his eyes when Miao Lai Feng mentioned Duan Lingtian. Seeing this, Miao Lai Feng could tell something was amiss. She asked tentatively, "Brother, what happened to you? Do you know who I met as soon as I left the Silverworm Army's camp?" Miao Lai Long asked as he looked at Miao Lai Feng. "Who did you meet?" Miao Lai Feng was startled. She knew that her brother would not ask such a question without a reason. "Duan Lingtian. He intentionally blocked my path on the route we must pass to head to the Black Dragon Army's camp," Miao Lai Feng said as his eyes flashed with fury. "What? Duan Lingtian intentionally blocked your path? Is he seeking death?" Miao Lai Feng was shocked. "Seeking death? Your brother almost didn't make it back alive," Miao Lai Long said self-mockingly as he shook his head. Did he get a helper? Is it Commander Chen of the Black Dragon Army?" Miao Lai Feng's expression changed drastically. "He didn't have a helper. He came alone." Miao Lai Long shook his head as fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. He smiled bitterly as he said, "If he didn't master the technique that could snatch one's celestial weapon away, I'm definitely stronger than him. However, with that technique, I'm much weaker in comparison. You should know that even the slightest difference in strength matters when it comes to a duel at my level. It's enough to determine the winner." "What? He's stronger than you." Miao Lai Feng's huge and fat body trembled as a horrified and disbelieving expression appeared on her face. It was obvious she had difficulty accepting this fact. "Yes." Miao Lai Long nodded. "You're no match for him. But are we really just going to let him go?" Miao Lai Feng could not accept this at all. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes gleamed with anger as she said, "Brother, you said he's only slightly stronger than you. This means he's weaker than our city governor. Brother, why don't you speak to Lord City Governor?" "I don't believe he's a match for Lord City Governor." A malicious expression appeared on her face as she spoke, and the hint of anger in her eyes intensified as well. "No." Miao Lai Long rejected her suggestion without a second thought. "Why? Are we really just going to let him go?" "Brother, I'm unhappy. I'm really unresigned." Miao Lai Feng's expression changed to a pitiful one. "Lai Feng, I understand how you feel. However, I can't go to Lord City Governor. If I do that, Duan Lingtian might reveal the matter where I taught him the yellow-grade cultivation method. At that time, I'll be finished. You should know that imparting that cultivation method without permission will only result in death," Miao Lai Long said with a wry smile. "Brother, why you? Why did you teach him that method?" Miao Lai Feng's expression changed again. "I had no choice. He would kill me if I didn't. After all, he just ascended not too long ago. At most, he would just have to leave Bloody Spectre City and the Nine Spectres County. He has no attachments in the spirit overarching heaven," Miao Lai Long said. "He has mastered extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. Why did he want a graded cultivation method?" Miao Lai Feng was confused. She could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would force her brother to teach him that cultivation method. I think he has his own graded cultivation method. Moreover, it's very likely to be higher grade than the crystal clearance tactic. Perhaps it's so that he can threaten me with it. After all, I can't go to Lord City Governor now because of this matter, Miao Lai Long speculated. He was convinced his speculation was correct. Brother, I'm still unhappy, Miao Lai Feng said in a weaker tone that was laden with unwillingness. Based on the current situation, it seemed like she would not be able to avenge her husband. Lai Feng, I know you're unhappy. I'm unhappy as well. Be patient for now. I'll look for other chances to kill him. Even if I can't kill him, I can kill him using somebody else's hand, Miao Lai Long said reassuringly. A hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes when he spoke. Everyone in Bloody Spectre City and the Black Dragon Army's camp were certain Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, would not let Duan Ling Tian go after Duan Ling Tian had crippled Yang Kongping, his brother-in-law and captain of the Black Dragon Army. The soldiers from the Black Dragon Army were worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety, while the people of Bloody Spectre City were waiting to watch a show. However, as time passed, there were no movements from the Silverworm Army at all. It seemed as though nothing had happened. Even after a month had passed, there were no signs that Miao Lai Long was going to avenge his crippled brother-in-law. What's happening? This doesn't seem like Commander Miao's style of doing things. Is it possible that Commander Miao is in closed-door cultivation? Otherwise, how can there be no movements from him? The entire Bloody Spectre City was filled with similar discussions. In the main hall of the city governor's estate in the Bloody Spectre City. Lai Long, people in the city are saying you're in closed-door cultivation. However, I know you. With what happened, even if you're in closed-door cultivation, you would still come out to help your sister. Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, said as he looked at Miao Lai Long who was seated below. It was clear he knew Miao Lai Long very well. Upon hearing this, Miao Lai Long only smiled awkwardly. Did you come here just to hand over the Silverworm Army's celestial stones? Lu Fenggu asked again. Yes, Lord City Governor. Miao Lai Long nodded in response to Lu Fenggu's inquiry. He had come to hand over the celestial stones the Silverworm Army had mined last month. It was the responsibility of the Silverworm Army and Black Dragon Army to hand over 20% of the celestial stones they mined. The remaining 80% would be distributed among the officers and soldiers as their salary. Therefore, both commanders of the Silverworm Army and Black Dragon Army would have to go to the city governor's estate at the start of every month to hand over the celestial stones their armies had mined. I heard that Captain Duan from the Black Dragon Army had severed an arm and a leg of Yang Kongping, a captain of the Silverworm Army. Moreover, Yang Kongping is your brother-in-law. I heard your sister brought him to the camp immediately after the incident, Lu Fenggu said. He paused as he shot Miao Lai Long a meaningful look and asked, Didn't your sister ask you to avenge her husband? You don't plan to stand up for your sister and your brother-in-law. Lord City Governor, I have investigated the matter. It's my subordinate, Captain Yang Kongping, who initiated the fight. Therefore, he's at fault. Miao Lai Long replied immediately, as though he had already predicted Lu Fenggu's question. Even if it's your subordinate's fault, Captain Duan went over the line. Didn't he? Are you sure you can let this matter go? Lu Fenggu asked as he narrowed his eyes. He knew Miao Lai Long very well. Not to mention Yang Kongping was Miao Lai Long's captain and brother-in-law. Even if Yang Kongping was just an ordinary captain, Miao Lai Long still would not let the matter go. I can't. However, for the sake of Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County, I have decided to let it go, Miao Lai Long said righteously. For the sake of Bloody Spectre City and the 9 Spectres County? Why do you say so? Lu Fenggu was startled. Lord City Governor, do you know that the Black Dragon Army's Captain Duan had only ascended to the Devata realm about 1.5 months ago? Miao Lai Long asked solemnly. Yes, I've heard about it. A month ago, your centurion who was in Lai Feng restaurant said that the Black Dragon Army's Captain Duan had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven about half a month ago. He also said that Duan Ling Tian ascended to the Heavenly Celestial's Celestial Ascension pool. How absurd. How can a Heavenly Celestial be as strong as Duan Ling Tian? Lu Fenggu said dismissively and shook his head. After all, how could he believe that someone who had just ascended not too long ago was capable of crippling a captain of the Silverworm army? Impossible. Lord City Governor doesn't seem to believe it? Miao Long smiled bitterly. Huh? Do you believe it? Lu Fenggu asked. Lord City Governor, in the Devata realms, we don't have anything like the lightning oath penalty, so I can't convince you by using that. However, I'm willing to use my honor to vouch for the fact that Duan Ling Tian is truly someone who ascended to the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool 1.5 months ago. At that time, apart from my centurions and decurions, there were also other newcomers who had ascended at the same time as him. They can be witnesses. If you think my subordinates might lie, you can look for the newcomers to verify my words. Miao Long said solemnly. Long, you've been serving me for many years. It's not that I don't trust your words, but do you think it's possible for a heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven to be stronger than a captain of the Silverworm army? If I'm not mistaken, Yang Kongping is a relatively strong orange sun golden celestial, and he's ranked top 3 among your captains. Not to mention a heavenly celestial, even a new golden celestial wouldn't be his opponent. Lu Fenggu was quite skeptical of Miao Long's words. Lord City Governor, based on what I know, the celestial methods and divine abilities Duan Ling Tian had mastered are truly extraordinary. He even mastered a technique that could snatch one's celestial weapon away. 1.5 months ago, he had snatched my 2 centurions' celestial weapons away when they fought. Due to all these reasons, I feel he's a great talent and will be able to contribute greatly to Bloody Spectre City and the 9 Spectres City. That's also why I decided not to pursue the matter, Miao Long explained. He feigned righteousness as he continued to say, otherwise, with my temperament, I certainly wouldn't let him off the hook so easily. After a pause, Miao Long looked at Lu Fenggu and said solemnly, Lord City Governor, if you want to validate this matter with the newcomers who ascended at the same as Duan Ling Tian, you can come with me to the Silverworm Army's camp. The newcomers had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for about a month and a half. Your position is much higher than mine. They definitely wouldn't dare to lie to you. Since that's the case, I'll go with you. Lu Fenggu agreed. At this point, Miao Long had convinced him of the veracity of his words. However, he decided to go to the Silverworm Army's camp just to personally verify the matter. It was just as Miao Long had said. His position was much higher than a commander. The newcomers definitely would not dare to lie to him. An indecipherable emotion flashed in Miao Long's eyes at this moment. He rose to his feet and made an inviting gesture. Lord City Governor, please. After a moment, Lu Fenggu started moving as Miao Long closely followed after. While they were on the way to the Silverworm Army's camp, the depths of Miao Long's eyes were flashing with excitement. He swore inwardly, Duan Ling Tian, this is just the beginning. I'll definitely spread word about how you mastered extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. Let's see how you deal with Lord City Governor first. A hint of anger could be seen in his eyes as well at this moment. Since he had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, Miao Long knew there was nothing he could do to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, since he had taught Duan Ling Tian the yellow-grade cultivation method, Duan Ling Tian could use that matter to threaten him. Therefore, he knew he could not use the incident from a month ago to make the city governor take action against Duan Ling Tian. However, he could use Duan Ling Tian's extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities as a bait to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian. After all, no one, not even the city governor, would be able to resist the temptation of extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. In the Black Dragon Army's camp, Duan Ling Tian, who was in closed-door cultivation, was, naturally, unaware of what Miao Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, had done. During this month, he had mastered the new cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic. Currently, he could clearly feel that the celestial origin energy in his body had become more refined. He knew this was due to the tempering from the yellow-grade cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic. He could also clearly feel his cultivation speed was 1 time faster compared to when he was cultivating using the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique from the mundane realm. His cultivation base was improving rapidly. Very quickly, another half a month had passed. A breakthrough. Duan Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and an excited smile could be seen on his face. He was now an indigo moon heavenly celestial. He was also a stone throw away from becoming a violet moon heavenly celestial. If I were to face Miao Lai Long again, I can defeat him easily even if I don't use my celestial weapon or snatch his celestial weapon away from him. Duan Ling Tian murmured as he felt his celestial origin energy that had undergone a transformation. If Duan Ling Tian had just an ordinary breakthrough, he definitely would not be able to defeat Miao Lai Long without his celestial weapon or without snatching Miao Lai Long's celestial weapon away. However, his celestial origin energy that had been refined by the crystal clearance tactic, the yellow-grade cultivation method, would raise the potential and strength of his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. The elementary devouring tactic had become incomparably strong compared to its previous state. I wonder how many levels I can raise my celestial origin energy to if I cast the elementary devouring tactic now? Duan Ling Tian was curious. He began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Due to the abundance of heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, he did not alarm the others. After Duan Ling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability, a slight frown appeared on his face. It was apparent he was disappointed. My celestial origin energy has merely risen 3 levels? It has only risen 1 level compared to its previous state. According to Elder Hua, my elementary devouring tactic shouldn't be so weak. Even Miao Lai Long's assist-type divine ability could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. How's it possible that the elementary devouring tactic only raised mine a level higher than his? He really was unwilling to accept this. Therefore, he thoroughly lost his mood to continue cultivating. At this moment, a rather confused and upset Duan Ling Tian heard the voice of Chan Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, ringing from outside his tent. Lord City Governor, why are you here? Lord City Governor? The City Governor of Bloody Spectre City? Why did he come? Is it due to the matter from a month ago? No, that's impossible since Miao Lai Long taught me the crystal clearance tactic. He definitely won't risk his life just to seek revenge from me. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although he had only met Miao Lai Long once, he was certain Miao Lai Long definitely would not dare to take this risk. A voice Duan Ling Tian was not familiar with responded, I'm here to look for Captain Duan. Although Duan Ling Tian had yet to meet the city governor of the Bloody Spectre City, he knew the city governor was the strongest powerhouse in the city under the 9 Spectres County. He wondered inwardly in confusion, it's Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Why did he come if it's not for that matter? Lord City Governor. Lord City Governor. Meanwhile, another few familiar voices rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. These voices belonged to 4 of the captains of the Black Dragon Army. These captains were Hu Ji, Chaiwenyu, Zhang Dongxing, and Qin Yu. The first 2 liked to curry favor with those in power, therefore, Duan Ling Tian paid them no mind. On the contrary, his impression of the other 2 captains was quite good for the time being. Based on their voices, he could hear the ingratiating tone in Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu's voices while the other 2 captains' voices remained normal. Outside Duan Ling Tian's tent, Chan Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, looked at Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, and bluntly asked, Lord City Governor, are you here for Captain Duan because the matter that occurred in Lai Feng restaurant 1.5 months ago? Meanwhile, both Zhang Dongxing and Qin Yu slightly lifted their eyebrows. They were not close to Duan Ling Tian, but they did not wish for harm to befall him for the sake of the Black Dragon Army's sake. On the other hand, the other 2 captains, Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu, looked at each other and they saw the malice and satisfaction in each other's eyes. Lu Fenggu replied, about that matter, Commander Miao Lai Long has stated that he won't pursue the matter. Therefore, there's no reason for me to pursue the matter. I came here to look for Captain Duan about another matter. I promise you that I'm not here to look for trouble with him. Don't worry. Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu's eyes brightened and they inwardly sighed in relief when they heard Lu Fenggu's words. On the other hand, Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu looked at each other again. The hint of schadenfreude in their eyes was gone and was replaced by disappointment. How is it possible? Lord City Governor said that Commander Miao had no intention of pursuing the matter. This isn't like Miao Lai Long at all. Hu Ji and Chai when you were conversing via voice transmission. Their voices were filled with disbelief. They could not figure out why Miao Lai Long would let the matter go. After all, Duan Ling Tian had crippled Yang Kong Ping, his brother-in-law. Meanwhile, although Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu were relieved, they were confused as well. After all, they knew Miao Lai Long well. He was not someone who would let matters go so easily. Lord City Governor, Captain Duan is currently cultivating. I don't think he's aware of your arrival. Let me call him out, Chen Xianba said to Lu Fenggu. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian's tent, intending to rouse him from his cultivation. However, Lu Fenggu stopped him. No, there's no need for that. Since Captain Duan is cultivating, I won't disturb him. Let me know when he's done, and I'll come and look for him again. His seemingly flippant words stunned Chen Xianba and the others. Did the city governor just say that there was no need to rouse Duan Ling Tian from his cultivation and to only notify him once Duan Ling Tian had come out of his closed-door cultivation? Moreover, he would personally make a trip here to see Duan Ling Tian? Neither Chen Xianba nor Miao Lai Long received this kind of treatment. If the city governor requested to see them, they would have to go to the city governor's estate after their cultivation ended. Yes, Chen Xianba replied immediately despite his shock. He was truly confused about why the city governor was so courteous toward Duan Ling Tian. When Lu Fenggu was about to leave, Duan Ling Tian walked out of his tent. He instantly looked at Lu Fenggu and said, I have finished my cultivation. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to identify Lu Fenggu since Lu Fenggu was the only unfamiliar face around. City Governor, Duan Ling Tian greeted in a casual manner. It was as though he was equal to the city governor. Li Fenggu smiled and was about to respond to Duan Ling Tian when, How dare you? How dare you act so rudely before Lord City Governor? The Black Dragon Army's captains, Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu, said in unison as they glared at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, they only wanted to look good in front of Lu Fenggu. They seemed to have forgotten how courteous Lu Fenggu was to Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing their words, Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. At the same time, Lu Fenggu's expression changed as well. He barked, How dare both of you reprimand Captain Duan? He lifted his hand, releasing a majestic energy that hit Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu. Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu, who were unprepared, were sent flying back, severely injured. Both of them threw up a mouthful of blood. An incredulous expression appeared on both wretched figures' faces when they finally steadied their footings. They did not understand where they had gone wrong. What? Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu were dumbfounded as well. What was happening? Previously, it had already shocked them that the city governor was being so courteous to Duan Ling Tian. However, now it seemed like the city governor was deferential toward Duan Ling Tian as well. What was the reason for this? They were truly baffled. Even Duan Ling Tian was bewildered. In fact, he was planning to attack Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu when they had reprimanded him. However, before he could act, Lu Fenggu had already made a move. This is our first time meeting. Why do I feel like he's not only treating me politely, but he's also taking care of me? After Lu Fenggu punished Hu Ji and Chai Wenyu, his anger was replaced by a smile as he turned to Duan Ling Tian. He asked politely, Captain Duan, may I talk to you privately for a moment? Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he followed Lu Fenggu and left the valley. He still could not figure out why Lu Fenggu was so polite. I'm sure I'll find out once he speaks to me. Meanwhile, Chen Xianba and the other high-ranking officers only regained their senses after both Lu Fenggu and Duan Ling Tian had disappeared from their sight. They looked at each other in surprise, but none of them spoke at this moment. High in the sky, thousands of miles away from the Black Dragon Army's camp, Duan Ling Tian and Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, stood facing each other. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu calmly, waiting for Lu Fenggu to speak. On the other hand, Lu Fenggu studied the purple-clad young man before him. He recalled the shock he felt when the newcomers in Silverworm Army confirmed that the purple-clad young man who was the captain of the Black Dragon Army had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 1.5 months ago. Moreover, the purple-clad young man had ascended to a heavenly celestial ascension pool. As its name suggested, the heavenly celestial ascension pools were only for eminent celestials who ascended from the mundane realms. They would become Crimson Moon heavenly celestials once they ascended. Bloody Spectre City had quite a number of heavenly celestial ascension pools, and they were managed by the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. The newcomers would usually be sent to celestial stones mining sites to mine for stones. There were rarely newcomers who were given an exception. Lu Fenggu did not expect a genius cultivator would appear among the newcomers in one of the heavenly celestial ascension pools during his time as city governor. This genius killed a centurion of the Silverworm Army almost as soon as he had ascended before he left. Not long after, he even joined the Black Dragon Army to become a captain. The strength he displayed was stronger than all the captains in both armies. In fact, he might not be any weaker than his two commanders. This was truly unprecedented. Lu Fenggu continued staring at Duanling Tian for a moment before he finally said, "Captain Duan, if I'm not mistaken, you must have already defeated my subordinate, Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, right? He told you about it?" Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow in slight surprise. "No, I guessed it." Lu Fenggu shook his head. As expected, Duanling Tian was quite certain Miao Lai Long definitely would not tell Lu Fenggu about what transpired between them. After all, he had something to threaten Miao Lai Long with after Miao Lai Long taught him the yellow-grade cultivation method. If it was made known that Miao Lai Long had taught him that cultivation method, Miao Lai Long would definitely lose his life. Therefore, unless Miao Lai Long had gone crazy, there was no way he would reveal what had happened. Miao Lai Long has been my subordinate for many years, and I know his temperament and character well. If he wasn't defeated, he would not have let what happened a month ago go. However, I'm quite curious. Even if he was defeated, he could have come to me for help. Even if I'm no match for you, I still have the county governor of 9 Spectres County as my support. However, not only did Miao Lai Long not come to me for help, but he even told me he doesn't plan on pursuing the matter, Lu Fenggu added. He looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully before he continued to say, "If I'm not mistaken, you're holding something over him, am I right?" Duanling Tian was taken aback by Lu Fenggu's accurate speculations. "A while ago, Commander Qin came to me and said you wanted to cultivate the cultivation method I had imparted to him. If I'm not mistaken, you must have threatened Miao Lai Long into teaching you the cultivation method, right?" Lu Fenggu said as he looked at Duanling Tian knowingly. Duanling Tian's expression changed imperceptibly, but Lu Fenggu seemed to have noticed it as he said, "Seems like I'm right." When Lu Fenggu saw the frown on Duanling Tian's face and how guarded he became, he said, "Don't worry, I don't intend on pursuing this matter." Duanling Tian was even more taken aback when he heard this. He expected Lu Fenggu to punish Miao Lai Long and him once Lu Fenggu discovered the truth. Lu Fenggu smiled as he said, "Since Miao Lai Long taught you the cultivation method, how would he dare to look for me to look for trouble with you?" After all, he knew very well he had committed a capital crime. Duanling Tian felt naked. It was as though Lu Fenggu could see through his thoughts. He sighed before he said bluntly, "It's as though you were there to witness it for yourself. Since you don't intend to pursue the matter, why did you come to look for me?" Upon seeing how direct Duanling Tian was, Lu Fenggu also did not beat around the bush as he replied, "I want to make a deal with you, Captain Duan." "A deal? What deal?" Duanling Tian frowned. "I wish to kill someone, but I don't have the ability to kill him. Therefore, I hope you can capture him and bring him to me, so I can personally kill him once you've gotten strong enough," Lu Fenggu said as his eyes flashed coldly. He looked like a venomous snake, waiting to strike at its prey at this moment. The hatred he held for this person was intense. It was as though that person had murdered his father or taken his wife away. "City Governor, you think too highly of me. What makes you think I'll be capable of capturing someone whom you aren't able to kill?" Duanling Tian said indifferently. "Well, you've just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and you're still heavenly celestial. However, look at your strength, Lu Fenggu replied with a burning gaze. No one believes the Silverworm Army's words. Don't tell me you believe them? Duan Ling Tian smiled. He knew no one believed the Silverworm Army when they said he had just ascended 1.5 months ago. After all, how could someone who had just ascended become a captain of the Black Dragon Army? Moreover, he was even able to easily cripple a captain of the Silverworm Army. Initially, I naturally didn't believe it. However, as Miao Lai Long suggested, I spoke to the newcomers who ascended at the same time as you to verify the matter. How could I not believe it after listening to them? Lu Fenggu said. Miao Lai Long. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted coldly. He did not expect Miao Lai Long still dared to cause trouble behind his back. He knew very well that Miao Lai Long had done all this just to make Lu Fenggu aware of his extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. If Lu Fenggu was greedy, he would have attacked him. Miao Lai Long probably thought he was slightly weaker compared to the city governor and planned to use the city governor to deal with him. Lu Fenggu said, naturally, I'm aware of Miao Lai Long's intention. He deliberately revealed your strength that's granted by your extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. He thinks I'll covet them and wants to use my hands to kill you. He also told me how you might possess a soul defense celestial weapon that's at the mediocre level at the very least. He said he tried to probe you with his divine consciousness, but his divine consciousness was devoured by something instead. This is definitely not a method of concealing one's cultivation base. So this is why Miao Lai Long didn't bother using soul attacks on me. He thought I possessed a soul defense celestial weapon that would repel the attacks. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Naturally, Miao Lai Long had mistaken his defective metal piece as a celestial weapon. Then, he looked at Lu Fenggu calmly and said bluntly, since you're aware of all this, don't you covet my celestial methods, divine abilities, and my soul defense celestial weapon? Indeed, the thought did cross my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. Lu Fenggu replied honestly. Why? Duan Ling Tian was rather curious. How did Lu Fenggu suppress his greed? Similar to earlier, Lu Fenggu answered frankly. First of all, I'm not sure if I'm a match for you. Second, even if I am, it'll still be difficult for me to force you to teach me those things if you're unwilling. Although this is my first time meeting you, Chen Xianba had reported to me the incident where you killed Jian Xiaoping. After that, I had ordered my Golden Serpent guards to do a background check on you. You hardly make appearances once you become a captain of the Black Dragon Army. However, based on your words and the way you carry yourself, it's clear you're not an ordinary person. There's no point in forcing you to teach me the celestial methods and divine abilities if you're unwilling. Governor, with your intelligence and bravery, being a little city governor is such a waste, Duan Ling Tian could not help but say after listening to Lu Fenggu's words. I wasn't always a city governor. I used to be the advisor of the county chief of 9 Spectres County. However, I offended the wrong person, so I was sent here to become a city governor. Lu Fenggu seemed to be lost in his memories when he spoke. His eyes glinted coldly as he said, during the year, I would have become a ghost because of that wicked man if it were not because of the county governor's appreciation to me for serving him for so many years. The wicked man you speak of is that person you want to kill? Duan Ling Tian asked when he recalled the deal Lu Fenggu wanted to make with him. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Governor. Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he shook his head. Although I've killed many people in the past, those I've killed deserve to die. Asking me to kill someone whom I do not know is akin to asking me to kill an innocent person. Forgive me, but it's not something I can agree to. Lu Fenggu was stunned for a moment. He said, I haven't even told you what I'll give you in return, but you're already rejecting my request? No matter what it is, I'm not interested, Duan Ling Tian said firmly. He had his principles. How about I tell you a story? Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian's firm refusal, Lu Fenggu did not seem angry. After he spoke, he did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply before he began to speak again. Once upon a time, there was a man in the 9 Spectres County who accepted a disciple. He treated his disciple like a son. After many years had passed, the disciple grew up and showed impressive talent. This made the man very proud. At this time, the disciples caught the eyes of the first revered elder of the 9 Spectres County, who was only second to the county governor. This elder spoke to the disciples and asked him to denounce his master and join his faction. However, the disciple firmly rejected this. For this reason, the first revered elder, the second strongest person in the county, killed the disciple out of anger. Lu Fenggu continued saying after learning about what happened to his disciple, the man threw up blood before passing out for 3 days and 3 nights. He knew with his strength alone, he wouldn't be able to avenge his beloved disciple, so he went to the county governor in hopes that the city governor would give him justice. Alas, this is a world where strength is revered. Although the county governor empathized with his loss, there was nothing the county governor could do to the elder. When the elder discovered the man had spoken to the county governor, the elder was so furious that he wanted to kill the man as well. However, due to the man's many years of hard work, the county governor spoke to the elder and managed to save the man's life. Although his life was saved, he could no longer stay there. At this moment, Lu Fenggu's eyes shone with killing intent. If that's really the case, then the elder deserves to die, but Duan Ling Tian naturally knew the protagonist of the story was Lu Fenggu. However, who knew if Lu Fenggu was just making this up? Although Lu Fenggu's fluctuating emotions seemed genuine when he recounted what happened, there was no way for Duan Ling Tian to ascertain he was telling the truth. "I know your concern," Lu Fenggu interjected. He knew what Duan Ling Tian was thinking. He proposed, "How about this? When you go to the county governor's estate in half a year's time, if you discover I'm lying or if you think that man doesn't deserve to die, you can renege on our deal." "Go to the county governor's estate in half a year's time?" Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. "About a month ago, I received orders from above. I've been asked to send 2 of our most talented young men there in half a year's time. Although they didn't state the purpose, I think it has something to do with King Qing's mansion. At that time, a special guard would be sent to escort you there," Lu Fenggu said as his eyes flashed coldly. King Qing's mansion? Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. This was not his first time hearing about King Qing's mansion. He knew that the 9 Spectres County was only one of the many counties under the rule of King Qing. "Once you get there, you'll know." Lu Fenggu no longer wanted to waste words on this topic. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked bluntly, "I've told you so many things. Are you willing to make a deal with me? Since you say I'm free to renege on the deal if I find that it violates my principles, it'll be rude of me to refuse. However, what do you plan to offer me in return?" Since Lu Fenggu said Duan Ling Tian could renege on the deal, he did not think it was bad to accept the deal. However, he was curious about what Lu Fenggu would offer him in return. "What I can give you is the best cultivation place and resources for the next 6 months, Lu Fenggu said. "So you're allowing me access to your tranquil alcove?" Since Lu Fenggu had promised Duan Ling Tian the best cultivation resources as well, this meant that apart from celestial stones, he would probably be given medicinal pills as well. Naturally, the medicinal pills and immortal elixirs in the Devata realms were far superior to those in the mundane realms. However, he was not certain if a small town like Bloody Spectre City had medicinal pills and such. "Indeed," Lu Fenggu nodded. "It's well known that the Tranquil Alcove is superior compared to cultivating in the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army's camps. However, most people think the difference is slight. What many people don't know is that cultivating in the Tranquil Alcove will raise your cultivation speed by almost 2 times because the Tranquil Alcove attracts the heaven and earth spirit energy from the 2 celestial stones veins. Almost 2 times faster? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. It was as Lu Fenggu said. He had assumed there was only a slight difference between cultivating in the Black Dragon Army's camp and the Tranquil Alcove. "Apart from that, I'll give you medicinal pills that heavenly celestials use to increase their strength. I'll give you high-grade celestial stones as well. You won't be able to find these high-grade celestial stones even if you were to mine them in the mining sites in Bloody Spectre City. These are the things I offer in return. Are you satisfied?" Lu Fenggu asked. "Deal." Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate to accept Lu Fenggu's deal this time around. Upon hearing this, Lu Fenggu smiled. "City Governor," Duan Ling Tian said. It seemed as though he had thought of something. "You mentioned a special guard would be sent to escort me and another person to the county governor's estate in half a year's time?" "Indeed." Lu Fenggu nodded. "Your journey to the 9 Spectre County would take a while. The journey will be fraught with danger. There might even be peak golden celestials who would make an attempt on your lives. For this reason, the special guard would be escorting you for your safety. Peak golden celestials? There are more than one of them. Duanling Tian was taken aback. He was glad he did not simply roam around as soon as he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Peak golden celestials were violet sun golden celestials. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. Back in the days, when I left the county to journey to Bloody Spectre City, I ran into 3 peak golden celestials who intended to rob me for my belongings. Fortunately, I revealed my identity. Otherwise, they would have tried to kill me. After all the cities in Nine Spectre County were controlled by the Nine Spectre County. Their power was undeniable. For this reason, even the rogue celestials did not dare to simply provoke the county. After all, if they harmed someone with a high-ranking position, apart from the people of the Nine Spectre County, they might even be hunted by King Qing's men. It was for this reason that no one dared to rob the 2 celestial stone ores in Bloody Spectre City. Duanling Tian thought to himself, with my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with a peak golden celestial if I use the Devata artifact. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword. He knew he was capable of traveling on his own now without having to fear the peak golden celestials. However, he was more than glad to stay here for another 6 months. After all, he would be provided with a good cultivation place and resources. If he were to leave for another place now, those things were not guaranteed. After Duanling Tian and Lu Fenggu left the Black Dragon Army's camp, Qian Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, deliberately let news of this spread in the camp. Ever since the incident in Lai Feng restaurant, many soldiers, including Duanling Tian's subordinates, had been worried about their new captain. For this reason, he had let news of this spread so it would calm the soldiers down. As expected, the soldiers' spirits were lifted when they heard the news. They did not question the veracity of the news since it had come from their commander. See? I knew nothing would happen to Captain Duan. I really didn't expect Commander Miao to let things go. It doesn't sound like him. You're right. I heard that Commander Miao is someone who would seek revenge for the smallest slight against him. It's truly unexpected that he would tell Lord City Governor that he wants to let things go. It really doesn't sound like him. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who had made a deal with Lu Fenggu, seemed to have thought of something. He said, Governor, I have a question. The assist-type divine ability I mastered is a very powerful divine ability. However, after I cultivated the crystal clearance tactic to temper and purify my celestial origin energy, I discovered that the improvement is almost negligible. Why is that? Lu Fenggu was in a good mood after Duanling Tian agreed to the deal. He said with a smile, That's normal. Not only do assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms rely on one's celestial origin energy, but they also depend on one's cultivation base. For example, if a heavenly celestial cultivates a graded cultivation method and purifies his or her celestial origin energy, at most, he would only be able to increase the strength of his or her celestial origin energy by 1 level. Even if the assist-type divine ability has a high grade, it would still be limited to one's cultivation base. Based on Lu Fenggu's words, it seemed like Duanling Tian only had a slight improvement because of the limit of his cultivation base. What about a heavenly celestial who's able to raise his or her celestial origin energy by 2 levels before he or she even cultivated a graded cultivation method? Duanling Tian asked. After all, before he cultivated the yellow-grade cultivation method, his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, had raised his strength by 2 levels. It's very likely that the heavenly celestial has cultivated a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Lu Fenggu replied. His eyes seemed to flash with understanding as he looked at Duanling Tian. After a heavenly celestial has cultivated a graded cultivation method, when he or she casts a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability, the celestial origin energy would be raised by 3 levels. With Lu Fenggu's explanation, realization dawned on Duanling Tian. He was happy with the answer he obtained. It's just as Elder Hua said. The assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, is really powerful. Who knew it would turn out to be a heaven-grade divine ability? In the Devata realms, cultivation methods, divine abilities, and celestial methods had different grades as well. Based on what Duanling Tian knew so far, they were separated into 4 grades: heaven grade, earth grade, profound grade, and yellow grade. Among these 4 grades, yellow grade was the lowest and heaven grade was the highest. How could Duan Tian not feel happy after he found out his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was a heaven-grade divine ability? Governor, Duan Tian asked, since one is limited by one's cultivation base, a heavenly celestial can only raise the power of his celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most with a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. If one's cultivation base is extremely high, how many levels in the celestial origin energy would the heaven-grade assist-type divine ability be able to raise? A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as he spoke. 5 levels, Lu Fenggu said. Only great overarching golden celestials or those who are stronger are capable of such a feat. Only those people are able to unleash the full potential of assist-type divine abilities. This applies to earth grade and profound grade divine abilities as well. Based on Lu Fenggu's careful and detailed explanation, Duan Tian gained a deeper understanding of assist-type divine abilities. For yellow and profound grade assistive divine abilities, it matters not if a heavenly celestial had cultivated a graded cultivation method or not, they would only be able to raise the strength of their celestial origin energy by 1 level. On the other hand, golden celestials who did not cultivate a graded cultivation method would be able to raise their celestial origin energy by 1 level. If they cultivated a graded cultivation method, they would be able to raise it by 2 levels. Great overarching golden celestials would be able to raise their celestial origin energy by 3 levels. This was the limit of yellow grade and profound grade assist-type divine abilities. For earth grade assist-type divine ability, heavenly celestials could only increase their celestial origin energy by 2 levels at most, golden celestials could only increase it by 3 levels, and great overarching golden celestials could increase it by 4 levels. As for heaven-grade assist-type divine abilities, heavenly celestials like Duan Tian could increase their celestial origin energy by 3 levels, golden celestials could increase it by 4 levels, and great overarching golden celestials could increase it by 5 levels. Duan Tian became even more curious after listening to Lu Fenggu's explanation. He was curious about the grade of his offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. Governor, what about other divine abilities? Lu Fenggu patiently explained, the other divine abilities aren't limited by one's cultivation base. Soon after, Duan Tian learned the 13 green lotus was an earth-grade offensive divine ability. Moreover, he also learned the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method. The Sovereign Heart Sword was comparable to an earth-grade celestial method that boosted one's offense, defense, and speed. Captain Duan, Lu Fenggu said solemnly, although I have no idea what kind of celestial methods or divine abilities you have mastered, based on the fact you're capable of defeating Miao Lailong, all your celestial methods and divine abilities should be at the heaven grade. Naturally, his speculation was made based on the assumption that Duan Tian was just an orange moon heavenly celestial. Duan Tian shook his head. Governor, you're mistaken. It's true that I mastered a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. However, my other divine abilities and celestial methods are only at the earth grade. How's this possible? Lu Fenggu found it difficult to believe Duan Tian's words. You've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not too long ago, and it took you a month to become a captain of the Black Dragon Army. Even if you're immensely talented, you should only be an orange moon heavenly celestial at most. For an orange moon heavenly celestial to defeat Miao Lailong, all of your celestial methods and divine abilities should be at the heaven grade. Governor, you're not wrong if I'm an orange moon heavenly celestial, Duan Tian said with a faint smile. However, I'm not an orange moon heavenly celestial. About a month ago, when I was battling Miao Lailong, I was already a blue moon heavenly celestial. After obtaining the crystal clearance tactic from Miao Lailong, I became an indigo moon heavenly celestial after a month. Currently, I'm an indigo moon heavenly celestial. Upon hearing this, Lu Fenggu was shocked. He looked at Duan Tian in awe when he regained his senses. How did you raise your cultivation base so quickly? Lu Fenggu's words brought up memories of a beautiful lady in Duan Tian's mind. After he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had become a blue moon heavenly celestial all thanks to that woman. I had a fortuitous encounter after I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, Duan Tian said vaguely. During that time, I had a breakthrough and became a blue moon heavenly celestial. Even if Duan Tian had the yellow-grade cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic, from the beginning, he knew it would be impossible for him to become an indigo moon heavenly celestial so quickly if it were not because of him becoming a blue moon heavenly celestial due to Murong Bing. I see. Lu Fenggu nodded. Although he was curious, he did not ask any more questions. He could tell Duan Tian did not want to go into details. However, he could vaguely guess the fortuitous encounter Duan Tian mentioned had something to do with the little world that was located outside Bloody Spectre City. Chan Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had mentioned something about this to him previously. Governor, Commander Qin should have told you I entered the little world. Do you know which sect possessed the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk? Duan Tian asked as his eyes burned with anticipation and curiosity. Lu Fenggu shook his head as he looked into Duan Tian's eyes that were brimming with hope. I have no idea. Upon hearing this, a wave of disappointment rose in Duan Tian's heart. The powerful celestial who created the little world is from the blissful sect. It's a sect that's not bound to any celestial kingdom. The person who entered the little world with you has to be extremely powerful to be able to leave the little world at will. His background must be extraordinary as well. It's possible that his sect is comparable to the blissful sect, Lu Fenggu said. However, I've been here for many years, but I've never heard of the world-cleansing horsetail whisk before this. If you want to find out more about this, I'm afraid you'll have to seek the answer from King Qing's mansion or the capital. The likelihood of you finding your answer in King Qing's mansion is relatively low. However, I'm sure you have a 50% chance of finding your answer in the capital. The capital? Duan Tian's eyes brightened. Naturally, he had heard about the capital. Captain Duan, Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Tian and said solemnly, even if your celestial methods and divine abilities aren't all at the heaven grade, you should still conceal them when you head to the Nine Spectres County. Even if they're just Earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, they're still enough to rouse greed. Duan Tian nodded. He knew it was best to conceal his powers at this time. After they spoke for a while, Lu Fenggu and Duan Tian returned to the Black Dragon Army's camp. Lord City Governor, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, and the four captains walked out from their respective tents and respectfully greeted Lu Fenggu. Xianba, pick a new captain to replace Captain Duan. He'll be leaving with me to the city governor's estate. After half a year, he'll be going to the county city, Lu Fenggu said without beating around the bush. Lord City Governor, does this mean you've decided to give one of the 2 slots to Captain Duan? Chen Xianba asked. Based on his words, it was clear he had already known about the matter of 2 people being selected to go to the county governor's estate in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with some indescribable emotion when he heard this. However, the 3 captains looked at each in confusion. After a while, realization finally dawned on the 3 captains. It seemed like a special envoy would be sent here to escort the 2 selected people to the county city of Nine Spectres County. It must be something good since the county governor is going to send a special envoy here. Yes, Lu Fenggu nodded before he said. As for the other spot, we'll do a selection by organizing a battle for those from the Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. The battle will be held in 5 months' time in the city governor's estate. Only golden celestials below the age of 100 are allowed to participate. Upon hearing this, Hu Ji and Kaiwen Yu shook their heads and forced a smile on their faces. They were a lot older than 100 years old. For this reason, although they were both golden celestials, they would not be able to participate. Even without the age limit, they knew their chances of winning were low since their strength was below average. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu. You're both under the age of 100, right? Hu Ji and Kaiwen Yu turned to look at the 2 captains standing near them. A hint of excitement could be seen on Zhao Dongxing's face while Qin Yu looked indifferent. Is Qin Yu not interested? It looks like he doesn't care at all. It seems like it. Hu Ji and Kaiwen Yu quickly exchanged a look as they communicated through voice transmission. When they turned to look at Duan Tian, a hint of envy could be seen in their eyes. They knew Duan Tian would be selected even if he had to participate in the battle. After all, they had witnessed his strength. At this moment, Lu Fenggu smiled and said politely, Captain Duan, do you still have matters to attend to in the camp? If you do, I'll wait for you and we can return to the city governor's estate together. Although Chen Xianba and the others had seen the way Lu Fenggu treated Duan Lingtian earlier, they were still shocked when they saw this. They had only seen Lu Fenggu this polite to ambassadors who were sent to visit Bloody Spectre City. Apart from that, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was the first person to enjoy this honor. All right, I just need to speak to my subordinates, Duan Lingtian said before he left the valley to look for his subordinates. The expressions on the faces of Duan Lingtian's subordinates changed drastically when they learned about his impending departure. Captain, are you leaving? Captain, is the commander of the Silverworm army giving you trouble? Captain, that incident from a month ago was my fault. I'll look for him to make things right. Tong Zheng, a centurion under Duan Lingtian's command, said resolutely. Me too. Upon hearing Tong Zheng's words, the 9 soldiers who were present in Lai Feng restaurant a month ago cried out in unison. All of them planned to shoulder the responsibility along with Tong Zheng. Duan Lingtian stopped them and said, The incident from a month ago has been resolved. I'm leaving because the city governor has selected me to go to the county city of 9 Spectres County. The county city? Upon hearing this, they knew this was a good opportunity for Duan Lingtian since not anyone would be selected to go to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Although Tong Zheng and the others were reluctant to part with Duan Lingtian, they knew this was for the best. All of them bade Duan Lingtian farewell one after another. If I have time in the future, I'll visit all of you. After Duan Lingtian bade his subordinates farewell, he left the Black Dragon Army's camp with Lu Fenggu. As soon as they arrived in the city governor's estate, they went to Lu Fenggu's cultivation place, the Tranquil Alcove. Lu Fenggu passed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian and said, Captain Duan, there are 100 prominent celestial stones and a bottle of primitive celestial pills called the spirit-nourishing pills in here. Primitive celestial pills? The spirit-nourishing pill. Duan Lingtian looked at the spatial ring excitedly. Although these were common celestial pills at this time, it was difficult for him to obtain something like that. A spirit-nourishing pill could lessen a heavenly celestial's cultivation time by 10%. For example, if a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial needed 100 days to become an Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial with the spirit-nourishing pill, the time would be shortened to 90 days. More importantly, these celestial pills could be used at the same time with the celestial stones and the effects would double. Thank you, Governor. Duan Lingtian felt the weight of the bottle. He knew there were more than 10 pills in there. While Duan Lingtian was about to enter closed-door cultivation, Bloody Spectre City was in an uproar. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, told Lord City Governor he has no intention of pursuing the matter in Lai Feng restaurant. It doesn't sound like him at all. Initially, the discussion revolved around the incident in Lai Feng restaurant. After a while, it turned into something else. Duan Lingtian followed Lord City Governor back to the estate. Moreover, he has been given permission to cultivate in the Tranquil Alcove. Heavens! I don't think anyone has been given permission to cultivate in the Tranquil Alcove before. Who is Duan Lingtian? What did he do to deserve this treatment? Is Duan Lingtian Lord City Governor's illegitimate son? News of this spread like a wildfire in Bloody Spectre City, shocking everyone. In the Silverworm Army's camp, what? The commander is not going to pursue the matter at the restaurant. So Captain Yang was crippled by Duan Lingtian for nothing? Why would the commander do this? Even the soldiers of the Silverworm Army could not understand their commander. At the same time, Miao Lai Long finally received news about Duan Lingtian cultivating in the Tranquil Alcove. What the heck is going on? He was shocked when he heard this news. However, he calmed down as he thought to himself, perhaps, Lord City Governor is trying to coax Duan Lingtian into handing over his celestial methods and divine abilities. Even if Lord City Governor treats Duan Lingtian well, so that Duan Lingtian will teach him his celestial methods and divine abilities, there's no need for him to let Duan Lingtian cultivate in the Tranquil Alcove, right? Lord City Governor has never invited Chen Xianba and me to cultivate in Tranquil Alcove before, Miao Lai Long murmured with a dark expression on his face. As the commander of the Silverworm army, he naturally knew how beneficial it was to cultivate in Tranquil Alcove. Leave alone cultivation resources such as celestial stones, just the cultivation environment in Tranquil Alcove was much better than the ones in the Black Dragon camp and Silverworm army camp. After all, his cultivation speed would increase by almost 2 times in Tranquil Alcove. For this reason, Miao Lai Long had yearned to cultivate there. For this reason, when he learned about Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities, he had wanted to learn them without reporting it to Lu Fenggu. After he had gotten stronger, he had planned to head to the county governor's estate to try and replace Lu Fenggu as city governor of Bloody Spectre City. This way he would have access to the Tranquil Alcove. Miao Lai Long continued thinking to himself, I wish Lord City Governor will teach me Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities after he obtains them to show appreciation for my effort in sharing the news with him. He was naturally unaware that Lu Fenggu had no intention of asking Duan Ling Tian for the celestial methods and divine abilities. In the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City, there was a spacious mansion with a large front and backyard in the eastern side of the estate. This was where Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, lived. The Tranquil Alcove was conveniently located in the backyard of the mansion. At this moment, Lu Fenggu sat in front of a stone table in the front yard. He looked at the flowers and plants in his surroundings as he drank tea. No one could tell what was going through his mind at this moment. Suddenly, a voice rang from all directions, Lord City Governor, are you feeling regretful for not forcing Duan Ling Tian to reveal his celestial methods and divine abilities? A black-clad old man with an average build appeared out of thin air. His appearance was equally as ordinary. In fact, he looked no different from an ordinary old man due to his restrained aura and cloudy eyes. A golden snake embroidered on the chest area of his black robes was particularly conspicuous. A crown could also be vaguely seen embroidered on top of the snake's head. Lu Fenggu did not seem startled by the old man's sudden appearance. It seemed he had long gotten used to the old man's sudden appearance. He replied calmly, if I forced him, then I would have truly regretted it. Didn't I ask you to check his temperament and character? You should have an understanding of the kind of person he is. Do you think he's someone who can be forced? The old man fell silent as he thought about the fierce purple-clad young man. He's a diamond in the rough. It's much better to treat him well than to offend him. Moreover, my instinct is telling me that he'll be able to avenge Chen'er on my behalf. Young Master Chen. The old man trembled slightly. A hint of fondness flashed in his eyes before it dulled. Among Lu Fenggu's subordinates, he had served Lu Fenggu the longest. He had left the city governor's estate in the county city of the Nine Spectres County to Bloody Spectre City with Lu Fenggu. He was there in the earlier days to witness the growth of Lu Fenggu's direct disciple. Suddenly, Lu Fenggu seemed to have thought of something. His eyes gleamed coldly as he said ruthlessly, Elder Hong, Miao Lai Long definitely won't be happy if he finds out that I have no intention of obtaining Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities, let alone my plan of recommending Duan Ling Tian to go to the county governor's estate. He might not dare to show his anger to me, but he'll certainly cause trouble for Duan Ling Tian. There's even a possibility of him leaving Bloody Spectre City to the county city of Nine Spectres County to spread the word about Duan Ling Tian's extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. Keep an eye on him. Kill him, his sister and brother-in-law if he shows signs of leaving the Bloody Spectre City to the county city of the Nine Spectres County. Him harming Duan Ling Tian will only impede me from avenging Chen'er. If he chooses that road, I have no choice but to disregard the relationship we have over the years. Understood. The old man nodded. With just a flash, he seemed to vanish into thin air. Based on Lu Fenggu's words, it was clear the old man was stronger than Miao Lai Long. He was the head of Lu Fenggu's Golden Serpent Guards, and he was the one who created the Golden Serpent Guards. As a Blue Sun Golden Celestial, his cultivation base was higher than Miao Lai Long, who was a Green Sun Golden Celestial. Furthermore, with the slightly stronger celestial methods and divine abilities he had mastered, he was only weaker than Lu Fenggu in all of Bloody Spectre City. Therefore, it was an extremely easy task for him to kill Miao Lai Long. After the old man left, Lu Fenggu turned to look in the direction of his backyard and murmured, I wonder if he would have a breakthrough and become a violet moon heavenly celestial after 6 months? He was naturally referring to Duan Ling Tian. After a moment, he shook his head. Impossible. After all, he has just become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. Although Duan Ling Tian had told Lu Fenggu that he became an indigo moon heavenly celestial from a blue moon heavenly celestial in just a month, he had attributed it to some fortuitous encounter Duan Ling Tian had in the little world. For this reason, he did not think it was likely that Duan Ling Tian would become an indigo moon heavenly celestial in just 6 months. Even if it's impossible, I really hope for a miracle. After all, he has achieved so much in less than 100 years. This proves that his talent is heaven-defying. Lu Fenggu's eyes that were dull brightened again when he thought about this. He could not speak about other places, but he had never seen someone newly ascended who was younger than 100 years old in the Nine Spectres County. For this reason, he wished Duan Ling Tian would be able to surprise him with a miracle. In the tranquil alcove, Lu Fenggu had given the tranquil alcove for Duan Ling Tian's use alone. Although he could cultivate there as well, he decided against it so as to not disturb the tranquility while Duan Ling Tian was cultivating. Duan Ling Tian had taken a primitive celestial pill, the spirit containment pill. While holding a high-grade celestial stone, he began to cultivate using the crystal clearance tactic. He was going to the county general's estate in the county city of the Nine Spectres County where he would meet powerhouses, many of whom were great overarching golden celestials. Naturally, he wanted to raise his cultivation base as soon as he could to better protect himself. Currently, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the crystal clearance tactic. The steady flow of heaven and earth spirit energy entered his body before turning into crystal clear liquid that coursed through the heavenly veins in his body. Coupled with the medicinal power of the spirit containment pill, the celestial origin energy in his body changed every second. It was obvious it was improving at an observable speed. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this time, news about the city governor of Bloody Spectre City's intention to select a golden celestial under the age of 100 from the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army, respectively, to go to the county governor's estate in the county city of the Nine Spectres County had spread everywhere. Go to the county governor's estate? That's great news. If we're able to go to the county governor's estate, we'll have better cultivation resources and environment. I heard the county governor's estate allocated 2 slots for each city in the county. 2 slots? I thought they're only choosing 1 person. You're really ill-informed, aren't you? Apparently, one of the slots has been unofficially given to Captain Duan of the Black Dragon Army by Lord City Governor. Apparently, that's why Duan Ling Tian gave up his position as a captain in the Black Dragon Army. Initially, I thought Lord Governor wanted to keep Duan Ling Tian by his side. As it turns out, he was preparing to send Duan Ling Tian to the county governor's estate of Nine Spectres County. Similar discussions were heard everywhere in Bloody Spectre City, the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army's camps. Didn't the Silverworm Army say that Duan Ling Tian has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? Since Lord City Governor has unofficially given him the slot, doesn't this mean he's less than 100 years of age? How can you believe the words of the Silverworm Army? When they said Duan Ling Tian was a mere heavenly celestial who had just ascended to our spirit overarching heaven, I knew their words can't be trusted. After all, how can a heavenly celestial cripple a captain of the Silverworm Army so easily? What a joke. That's right. The people from the Silverworm Army must think we're fools for spreading such lies. Bloody Spectre City was getting livelier and livelier. What? Duan Ling Tian is actually younger than 100 years old? If he had just ascended not too long ago, doesn't it mean he's not even 100 years old when he ascended? He actually managed to ascend in less than 100 years. This is truly rare, isn't it? Of course it's rare. Such a person might not even appear among 10,000 newly ascended cultivators. No, in fact, I think not even among 100,000 newly ascended cultivators there would not be such a person. How did such a person ascend to a small place like Bloody Spectre City? It doesn't seem real, does it? In the Silverworm Army's camp, a group of Silverworm Army's officers and soldiers who had heard this news were in shock and disbelief. Apart from the centurions and decurions who had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, many of them doubted the veracity of this news. They felt skeptical about the fact that Duan Ling Tian was the newly ascended cultivator who was in one of the heavenly celestials' celestial ascension pools that was managed by the Silverworm Army. When Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, received the news, his expression changed greatly. Duan Tian is actually younger than 100 years old? Moreover, Lord City Governor decided to send him to the county governor's estate. He had heard about the city governor having to send 2 people to the county governor's estate in the county city of the 9 Spectres County. But he did not know anything about Duan Tian being chosen. I wonder if Lord City Governor is doing this just to coax Duan Tian so Duan Tian would willingly teach him the celestial methods and divine abilities? Miao Lai Long was skeptical. Even if Lu Fenggu wanted to coax Duan Tian, there was no need to send him to the city governor's estate, was there? If Duan Tian did not hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities before he went to the county governor's estate in the county city of the 9 Spectres County, it would be extraordinarily difficult to get them from him after he left. No. I have to confirm this matter with Lord City Governor immediately. Miao Lai Long thought to himself as he left the Silverworm Army's camp for the city governor's estate to meet Lu Fenggu. In the great hall of the city governor's estate, when Miao Lai Long questioned Lu Fenggu's actions, Lu Fenggu looked at Miao Lai Long, who was seated below, and said, "Lai Long, I'll speak frankly. I have no plans of obtaining Duan Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. You've been working for me for many years, and I hope that you'll stop having such wishful thoughts. Duan Tian is fierce and stubborn. Even if you kill him, it's unlikely that he'll hand over all his celestial methods and divine abilities. Out of 100,000 newly ascended cultivators, it's extremely rare to see someone like him. His future is boundless. It's better for us to befriend such a person than to offend him. What do you think?" He looked at Miao Lai Long meaningfully with a hint of threat as he spoke. Miao Lai Long was suitably upset when he heard this. Naturally, he did not dare to express his anger. "Yes, Lord City Governor, you're right. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After Miao Lai Long left the city governor's estate, he met his sister, Miao Lai Feng, in Lai Feng restaurant. Together, they returned to the Silverworm Army's camp. When they returned to the Silverworm Army's camp, he summoned Yang Kongping, his brother-in-law, into his tent. Currently, Yang Kongping could only rely on his one leg to stand. His face was slightly pale, and he had lost his high spirits from the past. A hint of resentment could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Miao Lai Feng curiously asked, "Brother, why did you summon me here?" "There's been a change in our plan. Lord City Governor has no intention of obtaining Duan Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. It seems like I've made a wrong move," Miao Lai Long said in a low voice. "What?" Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kongping, the pair of husband and wife, cried out in unison. Their expressions changed dramatically. They had been hoping to use the city governor's hand to take revenge on Duan Tian. After all, Miao Lai Long had told them the city governor was a very careful person. After the city governor obtained Duan Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities, there was no way he would let Duan Tian live. However, Miao Lai Long just said the city governor had no intention of obtaining the extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Tian. Rumor has it that Lord City Governor has selected Duan Tian as one of the 2 people to be sent to the county governor's estate in the county city of the 9 Spectres County. I thought that's just a way that Lord City Governor is using to coax Duan Tian into teaching him the celestial methods and divine abilities. However, brother, you said Lord City Governor has no intention of obtaining the celestial methods and divine abilities? Don't tell me Lord City Governor truly intends on sending Duan Tian to the county governor's estate. Yang Kongping asked in a low voice with an expression of incredulity on his face. He would only address Miao Lai Long as Lord Commander when there were outsiders around. However, in private, he would address Miao Lai Long as brother just like his wife. Indeed, he plans to send Duan Tian to the county governor's estate. Based on his words, it seems like everything he has done is to befriend Duan Tian. Miao Lai Long nodded. Befriend Duan Tian? Don't tell me Duan Tian is really less than 100 years of age like the rumor says. Yang Kongping's expression darkened. Miao Lai Long nodded again, although I'm rather unwilling to believe it's true. Moreover, it seems that Lord City Governor thoroughly understands Duan Tian's character. He knows Duan Ling Tian is someone who won't hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities even if it means his death. For this reason, he chose to befriend Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian still hasn't achieved his full potential. Brother, are we just going to let him off? Can we only watch as Duan Ling Tian rises up step by step from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of the Nine Spectres County? Once he leaves, it'll be even more difficult for us to deal with him, Miao Lai Feng said with a sour expression on her face. Miao Lai Long replied in a low voice, "Of course we're not going to let him off just like. However, I'm afraid we can't stop Duan Ling Tian from going to the county city of the Nine Spectres County. What we can do now is stay in the Silverworm Army's camp and the Bloody Spectre City and behave ourselves. I've been working for Lord City Governor for a long time, so I know him very well. Since he has decided to befriend Duan Ling Tian, he definitely won't allow us to go against him. For the next period of time, all of you should calm down and behave. After Duan Ling Tian has left Bloody Spectre City and Lord Governor stops keeping an eye on us, we'll think of a way to spread the news about Duan Ling Tian mastering extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities to the Nine Spectres County. When news of this spreads there, Duan Ling Tian won't be able to live in peace. Since he's so fierce and stubborn and he would rather die than reveal his celestial methods and divine abilities, there will be many pairs of hands we can borrow to kill Duan Ling Tian." His eyes flashed with killing intent when he spoke. "You are so smart, brother." The husband and wife's eyes brightened like stars in the night sky when they heard Miao Lai Long's words. For months passed in just a blink of an eye. Everyone from Bloody Spectre City, the Black Dragon Army, and the Silverworm Army had their attention focused on the city governor's estate. Today was the day the city governor had organized a battle for golden celestials under the age of 100 from the Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. The winner would be selected to go to the county city of Nine Spectres County. It's a pity only the Centurions or those with higher ranks from the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army are allowed to enter the city governor's estate to watch the battle. It's truly a pity we can't witness the battle among golden celestials younger than 100 years old from the Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. Many people in Bloody Spectre City sighed in disappointment. Don't worry. It's said that Lord City Governor will let his people record the battle using the floating image pearl. The recorded floating image will be played for a month at the central square. Floating image pearl? Is it the primitive celestial weapon that has similar effects as the floating image celestial talisman? However, unlike the floating image celestial talisman, it can be played multiple times? Yes. When they learned the city governor would let someone record the battle in the city governor's estate with the primitive celestial weapon, the floating image pearl, many of them began to regain their spirits. At the same time, many had gathered in the city governor's estate. Most of these people were centurions from the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army who had come to watch the battle. Tong Zheng, a centurion of the Black Dragon Army who used to be Duan Ling Tian's subordinate, had come as well. He looked at the row of people standing in the large battle arena and said to a centurion standing next to him, "We have 3 people from the Black Dragon Army participating in the battle today. Captain Zhao Dongxing, Captain Qin Yu, and Centurion Xuelang will be participating today. However, the Silverworm Army only has 2 participants. The Silverworm Army had only sent 2 people to join the battle because there were only 2 Golden Celestials who were younger than 100 years old in the entire camp. There are 5 from the Golden Serpent Guards. There were far more natives of the Devata realm who were Golden Celestials and less than 100 years old compared to those who had ascended. However, their number was not too large since Bloody Spectre City was just a tiny place. It did not take long before Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Blood Spectre City, arrived. After the crowd greeted him respectfully, he loudly announced, "Let's begin." The 9 people in the battle arena did not waste time and began to fight. This was not a fight to the death. The last person standing in the arena would be selected to go to the county governor's estate in the county city of the Nine Spectres County a month later. They would be accompanied by a special envoy from the county governor's estate. After half an hour, the result was out. He's the winner? How's this possible? The result was shocking to everyone who was present on the scene. A tall and handsome man could be seen standing at the top of the vast battle arena. His black armor made him look valiant and majestic like a war god. Based on his attire, it was plain to see he was from the Black Dragon Army. Unexpected. Truly unexpected. Xianxia, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, shook his head and sighed as he looked at the young man on top of the battle arena. It was obvious he did not expect this young man to be the last man standing. I thought if anyone from our camp wins, it would be Captain Zhao Dongxing. Who knew it would be Captain Qin Yu? The members of the Black Dragon Army felt incredulous when they looked at the armored young man. After all, the young man had only become a captain half a year ago after he defeated a captain. Moreover, they had watched the battle and knew this young man did not win by chance. They thought Zhao Dongxing, who had been a captain for a longer time, would win. Commander Qin, it seems like the Black Dragon Army has been concealing its strength. First, it was Duanling Tian. Now it's Qin Yu. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, said coldly as he stared at Qin Xianba. Thank you for your compliment, Commander Miao. Qin Xianba only smiled when he replied to Miao Lai Long. He seemed much more magnanimous compared to Miao Lai Long, who was sneering. Meanwhile, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, looked at Qin Yu and said, Qin Yu, prepare yourself and hand over your work to others in this 1 month. Come here after a month, so you can follow the special envoy sent by the county governor to the county city of Nine Spectres County. He was similarly surprised. He did not expect Qin Yu to win the battle. Based on the battle, he knew Qin Yu was stronger than the others. There was no doubt he deserved to be selected to go to the county city of the Nine Spectres County. In a hidden corner, Duanling Tian was watching Qin Yu, who was standing at the top of the battle arena. A slightly surprised expression could be seen on his face as he murmured, I didn't expect he would be going to the county city with me next month. Since everyone's attention was focused on Qin Yu, no one noticed Duanling Tian. In fact, he had been here since the battle had begun. After he saw the result, he quietly turned to leave. He did not return to continue cultivating. Instead, he left the city governor's estate. I didn't expect to become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial in just a few months. Apart from the prominent celestial stone, the spirit containment pill, and the tranquil alcove, it's all thanks to my 99 heavenly veins. I guess this is why Elder Hua said my 99 heavenly veins will be of great use once I ascend to the Devata realm. Duanling Tian thought to himself. He felt a frisson of excitement now that he had witnessed the power of the 99 heavenly veins. After all, it did not benefit him much when he was in the mundane realm. A few days ago, Duanling Tian chose to end his closed-door cultivation after he became a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. This was because he knew he would not be able to become a Golden Celestial in just a month even if he continued cultivating. Apart from that, he also wished to understand more about this Devata realm before he had to go to the county city of Nine Spectres County. After all, his knowledge was limited to what the young waiter had told him. Duanling Tian entered a few shops that looked like bookshops and bought a dozen memory celestial talismans with primitive celestial stones. These memory celestial talismans contained information. By extending his divine consciousness into it, he could read and memorize the recorded information. However, these memory celestial talismans could only be used once. Unlike the mundane realms, celestial talismans in the Devata realms were engraved on jade tokens. After Duanling Tian bought the memory celestial talismans he needed, he returned to the city governor's estate. He did not go to the tranquil alcove. Instead, he returned to the guest house that Lu Fenggu had prepared for him. The guest house was like a small-scale mansion with 3 rooms and a large courtyard. Lord Duanling Tian. Lord Duanling Tian. The 2 guards at the entrance greeted Duanling Tian respectfully when they saw him. Both of you know me? Duanling Tian asked in surprise as he looked at the 2 guards. These guards were different from the guards who were stationed here when he first entered the city governor's estate a few months ago. Lord Duanling Tian, since you came, Lord City Governor had passed your portrait to everyone in the estate. Lord City Governor also ordered us to be respectful toward you. Anyone who is impolite will be asked to leave. One of the guards replied respectfully. The city governor is, indeed, sincere. Duanling Tian shook his head as he smiled. He stepped into the garden and was respectfully greeted by a few female servants. He made his way to a large room that was located between 2 small rooms. Then, He took out a memory celestial talisman and infused his divine consciousness into it. Crack! As soon as the memory celestial talisman cracked, Duan Ling Tian sensed new information in his mind. The content of the memory celestial talisman contained information about celestial pills in Devata realms. They were divided into 4 grades: primitive celestial pills, mediocre celestial pills, prominent celestial pills, and supreme celestial pills. Primitive celestial pills could be refined by primitive celestial alchemists. Some primitive celestial alchemists with better skills might be able to produce 1 or 2 mediocre celestial pills if they were lucky. Naturally, it was an extremely rare occurrence. Likewise, it was very difficult for mediocre celestial alchemists and prominent celestial alchemists to refine prominent celestial pill and supreme celestial pills respectively. This was especially true for supreme celestial pills, since there were no prominent celestial alchemists in the spirit overarching heaven who could refine a supreme celestial pill regardless of how skilled or lucky the celestial alchemists were. Celestial alchemists, Duan Ling Tian, took out another memory celestial talisman and infused his divine consciousness into it. After it cracked, new information appeared in his mind again. Celestial weapons are divided into primitive celestial weapons, mediocre celestial weapons, prominent celestial weapons, and supreme celestial weapons. They were forged by celestial craftsmen. Similar to celestial alchemists, they were divided into primitive celestial weapons craftsmen, mediocre celestial weapon craftsmen, prominent celestial craftsmen, and supreme celestial weapon craftsmen. Apart from having the skills to refine pills and forge weapons, one also needs celestial fire to become a celestial alchemist or a celestial weapon craftsman. Celestial fire is very precious in Devata realms. The higher the grade, the rarer it is. Moreover, there are many types, but they can mainly be divided into the gentle type and the tyrannical type. The gentle type is suitable for pills refining, while the tyrannical type for weapons forging. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as learned about celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen and how they were different from their counterparts in the mundane realms. In the mundane realms, one could produce one's own pill fire and weapon flame, but in Devata realms, one needed to obtain a celestial fire before one could study pills refining and weapons crafting. It's indeed miraculous that a celestial fire is needed to refine pills and craft weapons in the Devata realms. Otherwise, one can't be a celestial alchemist or a celestial weapon craftsman even if one is knowledgeable about pills refining or weapons forging. A celestial fire is as precious as celestial herbs and celestial fruits. They're born from magma of the earth, windy and chilly valleys, and even in the deep rivers and seas. Duan Ling Tian sighed as he read the information in his mind. Once a celestial fire recognizes its owner, it can't be snatched away unless the owner is willing. If a celestial alchemist or celestial weapons craftsman dies, his celestial fire will dissipate. One can also detonate one's celestial fire to severely injure or kill one's enemy. Once it's detonated, even a celestial king will be killed if he's within 1,000 meters of the detonation point. Duan Ling Tian also learned that celestial fires were divided into primitive celestial fire, mediocre celestial fire, prominent celestial fire, and supreme celestial fire. Apart from that, each grade had various types, and some types had yet to be discovered. Even if a supreme celestial alchemist or a supreme celestial weapons craftsman's cultivation base is not high, a celestial king wouldn't simply provoke them. After all, if they chose to commit suicide by detonating their celestial fires, the celestial king might die. Even if they're just a primitive celestial alchemist or primitive celestial weapons craftsman, the explosion from their celestial fires can also severely injure or kill a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian was surprised by the force of celestial fires. Now that he discovered the benefits and terrifying force of a celestial fire, he wondered excitedly, I wonder if I'd be lucky enough to obtain a celestial fire in the near future. Then he took out another memory celestial talisman and muttered, this memory celestial talisman seems to contain information about pills refining and weapons forging. The memory celestial talisman contained theories and methods of how to refine pills and forge weapons. Although it was just basic information, Duan Ling Tian was still taken aback. These theories are similar to the refining and crafting theories I came across in the mortal continent when I was still in the mundane realm. As he read further, he quickly discovered the levels of refining pills and forging weapons in Devata realms were almost similar to that in the mundane realms. Based on his memories from the rebirth martial emperor, he could refine pills and forge weapons up to the prominent grade. He was suitably excited since he felt as though he was given a shortcut. This means if I can obtain a suitable celestial fire and materials for weapons forging and pills refining, I can forge weapons and refine pills of all grades except the supreme grade. With the rebirth martial emperor's refining and forging methods as my foundation, it won't be difficult for me to master the methods before I can refine pills and forge weapons of the supreme grade as well. However, his mood was slightly dampened, as though a cold bucket of water had been poured on him. When he remembered he had no celestial fires and precious materials were hard to find. He sighed and stopped focusing on the information about refining pills and forging weapons. Then, he continued reading a memory celestial talisman that had information about celestial methods. From this, he learned about the various categories of celestial methods. Apart from offensive celestial methods, defensive celestial methods, and movement celestial methods, there are also assist-type celestial methods. However, unlike assist-type divine abilities that help one to raise the force of one's celestial origin energy, an assist-type celestial method is used to impede or imprison one's opponent. For instance, an assist-type celestial method can transform one's celestial origin energy into a long rope or a cage to bind one's opponent. It can also work with one's soul to create an independent space to imprison one's opponent. The next memory celestial talisman's content was about celestial talismans. Celestial talismans were similar to Tao talismans, but its effects were more potent because they were engraved on jade tokens. There are many types of celestial talismans such as offensive celestial talismans, defensive celestial talismans, movement celestial talismans, and assist-type celestial talismans. Memory celestial talismans and floating image celestial talismans are assist-type celestial talismans. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. The floating image celestial talisman was roughly similar to the mirror image talisman in the mundane realms. It could record images and was similar to video recording in the science and technology civilization. The difference between floating image celestial talismans and mirror image talismans was the former could also record and play audio. In fact, there's also the minor-major floating image celestial talisman that is similar to the minor-major mirror image talismans in the mundane realms. However, it's much more expensive. I originally thought Yang Kongping knew me because he had seen me killing his centurion through a celestial talisman similar to a minor-major mirror image talisman. However, that doesn't seem to be the case since the talismans are quite costly. Let alone a centurion. Even captains of the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army did not have these talismans. Otherwise, Commander Chun would have given them to me when I became a captain. This is also why Commander Chun had no idea how Captain Huang Jibing died. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Suddenly, a loud and powerful voice rang from outside Duan Ling Tian's room. Brother Ling Tian, I heard you came out of closed-door cultivation and you went out? Duan Ling Tian knew the voice belonged to Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. It seemed like Lu Fenggu had decided to stop addressing him as Captain Duan and changed it to Brother Ling Tian instead, making them seem closer. Duan Ling Tian stopped reading from the memory celestial talisman. He opened the door and stepped out into the courtyard. He sat down before the stone table, across Lu Fenggu, and greeted Lu Fenggu, city governor. Did you improve during your closed-door cultivation? Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Duan Ling Tian could see the anticipation in Lu Fenggu's eyes. He smiled and said, "Thank you for letting me use the tranquil alcove for the past months. I had a breakthrough and I'm now a violet moon heavenly celestial." Lu Fenggu was stunned speechless. He looked at Duan Ling Tian in a daze. When he heard Duan Ling Tian had already come out of closed-door cultivation earlier, he did not think it was possible for Duan Ling Tian to become a violet moon heavenly celestial. He only wished Duan Ling Tian was close to becoming a violet moon heavenly celestial. After all, he did not think Duan Ling Tian could become a violet moon heavenly celestial within 6 months in the first place. Now that Duan Ling Tian stopped cultivating after 5 months, he was even more convinced there was no way Duan Ling Tian would have a breakthrough. He really did not expect Duan Ling Tian would become a violet moon heavenly celestial. When he regained his senses, he thought to himself, "It seems like I really found a treasure this time. I was right in selecting him." His eyes were brimming with excitement at this moment. With how fast Duan Ling Tian was improving, he knew revenge was in his grasp now. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian recalled the minor-major floating image celestial talisman he had just learned about. He asked, "City Governor, do you have minor-major floating image celestial talismans for the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army?" "Yes." Lu Fenggu nodded even though he did not know why Duan Ling Tian had suddenly asked about this matter. He had given the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army a minor floating image celestial talisman, each so that he would know what happened to them through the major floating image celestial talisman if they were killed. When I became a captain of the Black Dragon Army, Commander Qin didn't give me a minor floating image celestial talisman. I wonder if he didn't give it to me because he forgot about it, or is it because the talismans are not given to captains? Duan Ling Tian asked again. "Brother Ling Tian, do you think the minor-major floating image celestial talismans are as cheap as Chinese cabbage? I know there are talismans similar to the minor-major floating image celestial talismans in the mundane realms. I'm also aware Dao talismans can't be used in Devata realms, and you can't bring anything from the mundane realms over when you ascend, but unlike the common floating image celestial talismans that are cheap, the minor-major floating image celestial talismans are very difficult to engrave and are made from rare materials. Even I was only given a few by Lord County Governor. As the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, I only gave the minor floating image celestial talisman to my 3 subordinates: Commander Chen Xianba of the Black Dragon Army, Commander Miao Lai Long of the Silverworm Army, and Elder Hong, the head of the Golden Serpent Guards. Lu Fenggu explained with a bitter smile on his face. Elder Hong, the head of the Golden Serpent Guards? Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows. Yes, Elder Hong isn't one of the 18 Golden Serpent Guards. He leads them. In fact, he's the one who founded the Golden Serpent Guards. You can say the guards are like his disciples. He came with me from the county city of the 9 Spectres County. He's also the strongest among all my subordinates. He's much stronger than Chen Xianba and Miao Lai Long. Lu Fenggu continued explaining patiently. This showed that he highly valued Duan Ling Tian. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In any case, as precious as minor-major floating image celestial talismans are, they're nothing before a great overarching golden celestial. A great overarching golden celestial can block the minor floating image celestial talisman from sending the recording to the major floating image celestial talisman if he were to kill someone. After all, they're incredibly strong, Lu Fenggu added as his expression gradually darkened. Great overarching golden celestial, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes brightened. This was not his first time hearing about great overarching golden celestials. He had heard about them even when he was in the mundane realm. He knew great overarching golden celestials were able to freely come and go in the mundane realms, but they refrained from doing so since they would be affected by secular karma. This could cause their cultivation to slow down or stagnate forever. Although you're a heavenly celestial, you're able to easily defeat golden celestials due to your extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities, and also because the gap between a violet moon heavenly celestial and scarlet sun golden celestial isn't very big. However, the gap between a violet sun golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial is extraordinarily big. For example, you, a violet moon heavenly celestial, are able to defeat a scarlet sun golden celestial who has mastered yellow grade celestial methods and divine abilities with your profound grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, a great overarching golden celestial who only mastered yellow-grade cultivation methods and divine abilities is able to effortlessly defeat a violet sun golden celestial who has mastered profound-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Apart from that, there are many violet sun golden celestials who are unable to become great overarching golden celestials. However, once one becomes a great overarching golden celestial, one can be considered as a strong powerhouse in the Devata realms. Although great overarching golden celestials are still weaker than those extremely strong beings, there's no doubt they're much stronger than heavenly celestials and golden celestials. Lu Fenggu explained the difference between great overarching golden celestials and golden celestials. Governor, does 9 Spectres County have any great overarching golden celestial? Duan Ling Tian asked grimly. Yes, there are 2 of them. One is the county governor of 9 Spectres County. As for the other one, Lu Fenggu trailed off as resentment flashed in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian knew who the other great overarching golden celestial was. He said knowingly, "The other one is the first revered elder who killed your direct disciple and forced you to leave the county city of the 9 Spectres County, right?" Lu Fenggu took a deep breath to suppress the resentment that welled up in his heart before he nodded and said, "Yes, it's him. So he's a great overarching golden celestial." "City Governor, you really gave me a big problem to deal with," Duan Ling Tian said as he shook his head. Lu Fenggu had said he could renege on their deal if he found the target undeserving of death after going to the county city of 9 Spectres County. However, after he spent time with Lu Fenggu, he knew it was unlikely that Lu Fenggu had lied to him about that man. For this reason, he was certain he would fulfill his end of the deal. With the celestial methods, divine abilities, and the technique that can snatch celestial weapons away, you'll be able to kill him before you become a great overarching golden celestial. With your innate talent, it won't take long for you to become a violet sun golden celestial. At that time, you'll definitely be able to defeat him and bring him to me," Lu Fenggu said confidently. Although there was a huge gap between violet sun golden celestials and great overarching golden celestials, he believed the purple-clad young man before him would be able to defeat a great overarching golden celestial with the various extraordinary methods he had mastered. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. "City Governor, it seems like you have a lot of confidence in me." "It's not blind confidence. I have confidence in your potential." Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze before he finally changed the topic. "Brother Ling Tian, what did you do when you left the estate today?" "I purchased some memory celestial talismans that contain basic knowledge of the Devata realm. Since I've just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not too long ago, I have a lot to learn," Duan Ling Tian said. "Well, that's true. When I just ascended, I knew nothing. I only gained knowledge once I finished my service in a celestial stone mine in another city of the 9 Spectres County." Lu Fenggu nodded. "City Governor, you ascended from a mundane realm as well?" Duan Ling Tian was rather surprised. "Yes, it has been more than 1,000 years since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. At that time, I wasn't as strong as you, so I had to serve in a celestial stone mining site as soon as I ascended," Lu Fenggu said with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "City Governor, you haven't become a great overarching golden celestial even after more than 1,000 years? Duan Ling Tian did not expect Lu Fenggu had ascended such a long time ago. "Do you think everyone is like you? Although my innate talent was considered the best among those who ascended with me, I only became an indigo sun golden celestial after about 1,000 years. It took me 10 years to become a violet moon heavenly celestial, while it only took you a couple of months. Although the cultivation environment and resources I had were not as good as yours, there's no doubt your innate talent is extraordinary. Ever since I ascended, I haven't heard of anyone, not even those highly talented geniuses who only took a few months to become a violet moon heavenly celestial from an indigo moon heavenly celestial," Lu Fenggu said. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. He had 99 heavenly veins after all. This allowed him to stand above others. After a while, he changed the subject. "Governor, are the celestial fires needed by celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen difficult to find?" "Celestial fire?" Lu Fenggu's eyes widened, and he started slightly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by Lu Fenggu's reaction to the words, celestial fire. When Lu Fenggu regained his senses, he nodded. As the foundation of celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen, celestial fires are something that's difficult to search for. One can only chance upon it. "Why? Are you interested in celestial fires, Brother Ling Tian?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "I was a weapon craftsman and an alchemist back in the mundane realm. When I learned about pill refinement and weapon forging in the Devata realms, I discovered there are similarities to pill refinement and weapon forging in the mundane realms. I'll be able to apply my knowledge from the mundane realm here as well." Lu Fenggu nodded. "I see. In Devata realms, there are many celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen who are extraordinary due to their experiences and techniques from the mundane realms." After a while, he added, "However, regardless of how skilled or experienced one is, One would not be able to refine pills or forge weapons in the Devata realms without a celestial fire. Lu Fenggu curiously asked, Brother Ling Tian, put aside your lack of a celestial fire. What grade of celestial pills and celestial weapons do you think you'll be able to refine and forge? Many who had ascended had a lot of experience in pill refining and weapon forging from the mundane realms. Once they obtained a celestial fire, they were able to refine and forge primitive and mediocre-grade pills and weapons. Naturally, only a handful was able to refine and forge prominent-grade pills and weapons. It shouldn't be a problem for me to refine and forge prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons. However, I'll have to work on my refinement and forging skills before I can refine and forge supreme-grade pills and weapons, Duan Ling Tian said frankly. He did not feel a need to lie. After all, without a celestial fire, it did not matter how skilled he was. As the saying went, the speaker has no particular intention, but the listener took it to heart. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Fenggu was stunned. He knew Duan Ling Tian was not lying to him. Put the celestial fire aside, it should be noted that only a handful of people were able to refine and forge prominent-grade pills and weapons so soon after they had ascended. Not only was Duan Ling Tian's cultivation talent monstrously high, but even his pill refining and weapon forging skills were high. How could he not feel shocked? Duan Ling Tian sighed. Such a pity. Without a celestial fire. These are just empty words. Brother Ling Tian. Lu Fenggu's gaze changed and his expression suddenly turned solemn at this moment. It was as though he had just made a big decision. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu in confusion. He had also noticed Lu Fenggu's abnormality. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Ling Tian and said solemnly, avenge me, and I'll point you in the direction of a celestial fire. You can retrieve it at that time. Moreover, there's a high chance the celestial fire is higher than the primitive grade. It's probably a mediocre grade celestial fire. Why you know the location of a celestial fire? And it might be a mediocre-grade celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian was suitably shocked by Lu Fenggu's words. He did not expect Lu Fenggu to know the location of a celestial fire. Moreover, it was a mediocre-grade celestial fire. When he regained his senses, his eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. Yes, Lu Fenggu nodded. Yes, I discovered it by chance before I left the Nine Spectres County. I've been there alone once, but I'm incapable of obtaining the celestial fire. I think one must be a great overarching golden celestial at least to retrieve the celestial fire. Nevertheless, I have hidden it by laying down a few hidden formations. Unless a great overarching golden celestial or those who are stronger deliberately search the area with their divine consciousness, it will stay hidden. He continued to say, back then when I realized I couldn't retrieve the celestial fire, I thought about informing Lord County Governor about it. However, I decided against it in the end. His eyes burned with flames of fury when he reached the end of his sentence. Lu Fenggu continued to say, I had thought it all out. Since my direct disciple was killed by revered Elder Zhou Tong, I would look for Lord County Governor to seek justice for my disciple. If he's willing to do so, I'd tell him about the celestial fire. Alas, the county governor only reprimanded Zhou Tong. I understand it was for the greater good. I might even make the same decision if I were in his shoes. After all, Zhou Tong is the strongest person after the county governor in the Nine Spectres County. Soon after, I was forced to leave because of Zhou Tong. Although I don't blame Lord County Governor, I decided not to tell him about the celestial fire. I decided to keep it for myself and plan to retrieve it after I become a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he spoke again with a bitter smile on his face. For that reason, I have scouted for many memory celestial talismans regarding pills refinement and weapons forging when I arrived in Bloody Spectre City. I even felt a tinge of regret for not learning more about pills refinement and weapons forging when I was in the mundane realm. Later on, I discovered I had no way to practice without a celestial fire, so my knowledge is all theoretical. Since you plan to keep the celestial fire for yourself, why are you telling me about it now? Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. Well, first, I'm not certain when and if I'll become a great overarching golden celestial stage. If I fail, the secret will die with me or someone else would find it. Second, it's due to your talent in pills refinement and weapons forging. With your monstrous cultivation talent, I'm sure your future is boundless. Giving you the celestial fire is a token of goodwill from me to you. Who knows? Maybe I'll receive much more benefits in return than keeping the celestial fire for myself. Lu Fenggu replied honestly. A knowing look could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duanling Tian. Governor, after listening to your words, I wish I can grow a pair of wings now and fly to the county city of the Nine Spectres County to capture Zhoutong for you. Duanling Tian said. The celestial fire was, indeed, too tempting. With your current cultivation base, you're still no match for Zhoutong even if you're already stronger than most golden celestials. Even if you're in the county governor's estate now, you won't be able to seek revenge for me just yet. Lu Fenggu shook his head. I know. It's just that the celestial fire is too tempting. Moreover, you even said it might be a mediocre-grade celestial fire. Duanling Tian said. Even someone with a primitive celestial fire could pose a threat to great overarching golden celestial. If someone owned a mediocre-grade celestial fire, they would be able to threaten overarching heaven supreme celestials who were even stronger than great overarching golden celestials. If they chose to detonate the mediocre celestial fire, if an ordinary overarching heaven supreme celestial was in 1,000 meters of its range, the overarching heaven supreme celestial would surely die. Even if those strong overarching heaven supreme celestials managed to defend themselves, they would still be severely injured. In Duanling Tian's opinion, a celestial fire was not only essential to pills refining and weapons forging, but it was also a powerful life-saving tool that he could use against great overarching golden celestials and overarching heaven supreme celestials. It's likely to be a mediocre-grade celestial fire, but I'm not 100% certain. It's just a feeling. It's very different from the primitive-grade celestial fires that I heard of, Lu Fenggu said. It is very different from primitive-grade celestial fires? Then, how does it differ from prominent or supreme-grade celestial fires? Duanling Tian asked eagerly. Brother Ling Tian, Lu Fenggu said with a bitter smile. I've only heard of the characteristics of primitive-grade celestial fires, let alone prominent or supreme-grade celestial fires. I'm not even certain about the characteristics of a mediocre-grade celestial fire. If that's the case, does it mean that celestial fire could possibly be a prominent or supreme-grade celestial fire? Duanling Tian asked as his breathing quickened. Really? I don't think so. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Lu Fenggu was shocked. Although it was difficult for him to approach the celestial fire and retrieve it back then, it had never crossed his mind that it could be a prominent or supreme celestial fire. Based on what he knew, only great overarching could approach and retrieve rare primitive celestial fire. However, golden celestials could retrieve ordinary primitive celestial fire with help from certain tools. Although he did not have much knowledge about mediocre celestial fire, naturally, he knew it would be tougher to retrieve or obtain a mediocre celestial fire as compared to a primitive celestial fire. Great overarching golden celestials or those who are stronger would find it easy to retrieve a primitive celestial fire. It did not occur to him that the celestial fire he chanced upon could be of a higher grade. Therefore, he had told Duanling Tian it was a mediocre celestial fire. Naturally, this was just his speculation. He was not 100% certain as well. Duanling Tian asked with a smile, Governor, do you regret telling me about the celestial fire after listening to my words? No, Lu Fenggu shook his head. Put aside the fact that the celestial fire is unlikely to be a prominent or supreme celestial fire. Even if it is, it's not something I'll be able to obtain. After all, it's uncertain if I can become a great overarching golden celestial. I'm aware of my own strength. Moreover, if the celestial fire is truly a prominent or supreme celestial fire, I'm afraid even great overarching golden celestials might not be able to retrieve it, let alone me. After he finished speaking, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Whether it's a primitive, mediocre, prominent, or supreme celestial fire, as long as it's a celestial fire, I'm interested in it. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duanling Tian's eyes at this moment. He did not conceal his desire to obtain the celestial fire. With your current strength, Brother Ling Tian, it's impossible for you to retrieve the celestial fire even if you go there. When you're able to defeat Zhoutong, perhaps, you'll be strong enough to retrieve the celestial fire, Lu Fenggu said with a smile. It seems you're really determined to have your revenge. Duanling Tian stared at Lu Fenggu intently as he asked, Governor, if I find Zhou Tong doesn't deserve death when I arrive in the county city and renege on our deal, will you still be willing to disclose the location of the celestial fire to me? Don't worry. Lu Fenggu smiled confidently. I'm certain you won't renege on our deal. In his opinion, if Zhou Tong did not deserve to die, then no one in the world deserved to die. After a while, Lu Fenggu took his leave and Duanling Tian returned to his room to continue reading memory celestial talismans that he bought in Bloody Spectre City. Inscribing a celestial talisman isn't as tedious as refining pills or forging weapons. After all, it doesn't require the rare celestial fire. Golden celestials and those who are stronger can easily master inscribing a celestial talisman as long as they're willing to spend time studying it. For memory celestial talismans or an ordinary floating image celestial talismans, even ordinary golden celestials are able to inscribe it as long as they know the inscriptions. As for the minor major floating image celestial talisman, an ordinary golden celestials will also be able to inscribe it. The problem is the talismans require rare materials. It's also for this reason that the minor major floating image talismans are rare and costly. It did not take long before Duanling Tian gained a certain degree of understanding of celestial talismans in the Devata realm. These are all assist-type celestial talismans. To inscribe offensive celestial talismans, defensive celestial talismans, and movement celestial talismans, one would have to be a great overarching golden celestial or stronger to inscribe the talismans even if one knew the respective inscriptions for it. The higher the grade of the talismans, the more powerful it is. These powerful talismans would be useful in desperate situations. The powerful and high-grade offensive talismans could even kill. In fact, the young celestials who come from extraordinary backgrounds are usually given many powerful talismans to use in critical situations to save their lives. After learning about celestial talismans, Duanling Tian moved on to another memory celestial talisman. In Devata realms, there's no distinction between a martial cultivator and a Dao cultivator. This is due to the abundance of powerful celestial methods and divine abilities in Devata realms, so one doesn't need to solely rely on heaven and earth energy in a battle unlike the mundane realms. As for heavenly veins, only those who possess at least 88 heavenly veins are considered as a prodigy. Their cultivation speed is far beyond ordinary celestials. In the mundane realm, it is rare to find someone with 81 heavenly realms. However, many natives of the Devata realms possess 81 or more heavenly realms. Duanling Tian was shocked when he learned about this. Wow, it seems like possessing 81 heavenly veins or more is common in Devata realms. One's heavenly veins would determine one's cultivation speed and the speed of mobilization of celestial origin energy. Those with more heavenly veins had the advantage in these two aspects. However, the advantage was not too special. After all, there were many fortuitous encounters in the Devata realms that could also increase the speed of mobilization and cultivation. In fact, some heavenly emperors from other Devata realms had less than 81 heavenly veins. A high number of heavenly veins would only give one a head start. Fortuitous encounters were still important. After learning about this, Duanling Tian, who possessed 99 heavenly veins, began to put away the feeling of superiority he had since he had arrived in the spirit overarching heaven. No wonder Senior Feng Qingyang managed to build an empire for himself in just 10,000 years and become one of the heavenly emperors ruling over the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 heavens in the Devata realm, even though he only had 81 heavenly veins. Back when Duanling Tian was still in the mundane realms, he had heard that Feng Qingyang possessed 81 saint veins, otherwise known as heavenly veins in the Devata realms. If it wasn't for me, Senior Feng Qingyang would still be a heavenly emperor in the solitary destructive heaven, alive and well. However, now he's trapped in one of the 7 most dangerous places in the Devata realms. His life and death are unknown. Even heavenly emperors would find it hard to survive in that place. Upon thinking about this, Duanling Tian closed his eyes and instinctively clenched his hands as he trembled in anger. Duanling Tian suddenly opened his eyes that were brimming with anger as he said through gritted teeth, "If something happens to Senior Feng Qingyan, I'll kill you and tear you into 1,000,000 pieces before burning you into ashes, Yun Qingyan." 1 month later, Three figures flew across the sky of Bloody Spectre City at lightning speed. The group of three was leaving Bloody Spectre City. A gray-clad old man flew at the lead. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance, but his temperament was elegant and he had otherworldly air about him. The young men followed closely behind the old man. One was dressed in purple while the other was dressed in black. Both of them were tall and well-built. They were also handsome and had an unapproachable air about them. This group of three was none other than Duanling Tian, Qin Yu, and the special envoy sent by the county governor of the Nine Spectres County. The special envoy from the county governor was the gray-clad old man. He had arrived early in the morning and declined Lu Fenggu's offer to stay the night in Bloody Spectre City. He had left the city in a hurry with Duanling Tian and Qin Yu in tow as they flew toward the county city of Nine Spectres County. All of a sudden, the gray-clad old man who was flying in the lead turned to speak to Qin Yu, who was flying next to Duanling Tian. Qin Yu, I read the memory celestial talisman given to me by City Governor Lu about you. About half a year ago, you were merely a centurion in the Black Dragon army of Bloody Spectre City. Is that right? Yes. Qin Yu nodded. I've long heard Bloody Spectre City has about 10 golden celestials who are less than 100 years old. I didn't expect a young man who was only a centurion of the Black Dragon army half a month ago would be chosen to go to the county governor's estate in the county city of Nine. He went on to praise Qin Yu. That's rare. You're quite capable. Thank you for your compliment. Qin Yu forced a faint smile on his emotionless face. The old man nodded at Qin Yu before he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow slightly as he thought to himself. Since the city governor has given the special envoy a memory celestial talisman about Qin Yu, I'm certain he has also given him a memory celestial talisman about me. I wonder what's said about me. Although Duanling Tian did not know what Lu Fenggu had said about him in the memory celestial talisman, he was certain Lu Fenggu would not say anything that would be harmful to him. After spending time with Lu Fenggu, he knew Lu Fenggu was not that kind of despicable man. Moreover, Lu Fenggu would not put him in harm's way since Lu Fenggu needed him to seek revenge for him and his direct disciple. Duanling Tian, in the memory celestial talisman given to me, City Governor Lu said you only joined the Black Dragon army half a year ago. Moreover, you killed a golden celestial with just a strike as soon as you joined the army. Subsequently, you severed an arm and a leg of Captain Yang Kongping from the Silverworm army in a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. I heard Yang Kongping is an Orange Sun Golden Celestial that's ranked in the top 3 in the Silverworm army. For these reasons, City Governor Lu has given the other spot to you. It's obvious he thinks highly of you. Duanling Tian replied humbly. The city governor is just being kind. There's no need to be humble, the old man smiled faintly. You're not even 100 years old, but you're able to defeat a captain who's an Orange Sun Golden Celestial and ranks in the top 3 in the Silverworm army. This means you must be one of the strongest Golden Celestials in Bloody Spectre City who are less than 100 years old. City Governor Lu isn't an impetuous man. You must deserve the spot that he had given to you. The gray-clad old man looked at Duanling Tian approvingly after he finished speaking. There was no doubt Duanling Tian was the strongest Golden Celestial among those Golden Celestials who had not reached 100 years of age, based on his achievements. Even Qin Yu, who was flying next to Duanling Tian, who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, was not a match for Duanling Tian. The old man was unaware that Duanling Tian had only recently ascended since he was not in Bloody Spectre City. Nevertheless, he would not have believed it even if he was aware of it. Is that a joke? A heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not too long ago managed to defeat Yang Kongping, who was ranked top 3 among the Silverworm Army's captains? Although Duanling Tian's soul was protected by the defective metal piece, others might not be able to guess his cultivation base and age through his soul. However, Golden Celestials could guess his age based on his aura. For this reason, with just a glance, the old man was certain Duanling Tian was less than 100 years old. As both of you know, I'm the special envoy from the county governor's estate. My name is Xianxia, and I'm an elder in the inner estate of the county governor's estate. The old man looked at Duanling Tian and Qin Yu as he introduced himself. Although Duanling Tian's expression remained unchanged, Qin Yu's surprise was clearly etched in his face. An inner estate elder? He stared at the old man and said, Elder Xianxia, based on my knowledge, there are only 13 inner estate elders in the county governor's estate. Every one of the inner estate elders is a violet sun golden celestial. He stared at Xianxia in admiration as he spoke. He was not aware that the special envoy sent by the county governor was an inner estate elder and a violet sun golden celestial. A violet sun golden celestial was the peak of golden celestials and was closest to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. On the contrary, Duanling Tian remained calm and unaffected. After all, he had learned about Xianxia through Lu Fenggu through voice transmission before they departed from Bloody Spectre City. He had long known this old man was a violet sun golden celestial and an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. The 9 cities are a long way from the 9 hidden counties' county city. There would inevitably be robbers during the journey. Some of these robbers are violet sun golden celestials. For this reason, the county governor had sent the inner estate elders to the 9 cities to escort the young men who had been chosen back to the county city. This is for your safety, Xianxia explained. Qin Yu nodded in response. Elder Xianxia, Duanling Tian looked at Xianxia and curiously asked, "Do you know why the county governor is recruiting golden celestials who are less than 100 years old from the 9 cities like Qin Yu and I? I don't know the exact reason, but I heard it has something to do with King Qing's mansion." Xianxia said. This was not new to Duanling Tian. After all, he had already learned about this from Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. On the contrary, an indecipherable emotion flashed in Qin Yu's eyes when Xianxia mentioned King Qing's mansion. Naturally, Duanling Tian and Xianxia did not notice it. Suddenly, Xianxia said in a low voice, "I just spoke about the robbers. I didn't expect they would appear so soon." His eyes were trained at a spot in the sky as though he had discovered something. Duanling Tian and Xianxia followed suit and looked up at the sky as well. They discovered one of the clouds seemed different from the others. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, numerous figures flew out from the cover of the cloud and surrounded them in just an instant. As expected of a violet sun golden celestial, you discovered us so soon. Currently, 3 of them were surrounded by more than 20 people. 2 people stepped forward unhurriedly and blocked Duanling Tian and the other's way. One was dressed in black and the other was dressed in white. The black-clad old man is as skinny as a bamboo stick, while the white-clad old man was as fat and round as a ball. Both of their eyes were trained on Xianxia. Qin Yu's expression changed as soon as he heard their words. It was clear that they were not afraid of a violet sun golden celestial. Even Duanling Tian was startled by the robber's words. He thought to himself wryly, "We're truly lucky to encounter a violet sun golden celestial." He was certain the 2 old men standing before him who seemed unafraid of Xianxia were not great overarching golden celestials, because he knew great overarching golden celestials would not rob travelers in a small place like the 9 Spectres County. However, since they were not afraid of Xianxia, it was likely they or someone in their group was a violet sun golden celestials as well. "You dare show yourself even though you know my cultivation base?" Xianxia said in a deep voice as he stared at the 2 old men. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the infamous robbers of the 9 Spectres County, the black and white hero?" "You're right. You're quite astute." A seemingly innocuous smile appeared on the white-clad old man's face as he narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing the white-clad old man's confirmation of his identity, a faint smile bloomed on Xianxia's face. Despite the smile, killing intent began to surge out of his body. "I've long heard the black and white hero are violet sun golden celestials who are extremely cunning and possess numerous hiding spots. Our county governor has sent out many men to get rid of both of you, but all of them failed to find your whereabouts." "Perfect. How lucky of me to meet both of you here." The county governor's estate? As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the expressions of the white-robed old man and the black-clad old man changed immediately. Similarly, the expressions of the over 20 men who were surrounding Duanling Tian and Qin Yu changed as well. Some of them even began to tremble in fear. The county governor's estate, that's the biggest and strongest force in the 9 Spectres County. In recent years, many men had been sent from the county governor's estate to destroy this band of robbers. For this reason, they lived a nomadic life, afraid to stay in one place for too long. In fact, they had just arrived in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City not too long ago. They truly did not expect to meet someone from the county governor's estate here. When they saw Xianxia, a violet sun golden celestial, they thought he would be a good target. Who knew he would turn out to be a time bomb instead? Why, you're from the county governor's estate? The black-robed old man looked at Xianxia and said after taking a deep breath, "If you show us your identity token that proves you're from the county governor's estate, not only will we let you go unharmed, but we'll also compensate you with 1,000 mediocre celestial stone." If these men were truly from the city governor's estate, the robbers knew they could not offend them. Even if the other party was weaker, they still would not dare to kill them. After all, it would thoroughly anger the city governor, and he might even send a great overarching celestial to hunt them down. Previously, the city governor did not send any great overarching golden celestials after them because their whereabouts were hidden. However, if a great overarching golden celestial put his mind to it, it would not take long for the band of robbers to be discovered unless they leave the 9 hidden county and its vicinity. "That won't be necessary," Xianxia said indifferently. "Since you've shown yourself, you should stay." His eyes shone brighter and brighter as he spoke. How arrogant! As the saying went, even a clay doll has a fire within it. The black-clad old man's expression darkened when he heard Xianxia's words. He said in a low voice, "There are only 3 of you, and you're the only violet sun golden celestial in your group. If we fight, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Since you insist on fighting, don't blame us for disregarding the county governor's estate when we kill all of you. At most, we'll just have to flee the 9 Spectres city after killing 3 of you." 2 violet sun golden celestials? Upon hearing Xianxia said the 2 old men were violet sun golden celestials, Qin Yu's expression changed immediately. Even Duan Ling Tian's expression had turned grim. However, when Duan Ling Tian discovered Xianxia did not seem to be afraid of the 2 violet sun golden celestials, he realized Xianxia was confident about defeating the 2 violet sun golden celestials. For this reason, he regained his calm. It was not only due to Xianxia's confidence, but he was also confident about his own ability. Unless the violet sun golden celestials had mastered profound celestial methods and divine abilities, Duan Ling Tian was certain he did not even need to use his Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, to defeat them. Even if the 2 violet golden celestials had mastered profound celestial methods and divine abilities, he was certain he could still defeat them as long as he used his 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Naturally, if it was not necessary, he preferred not to use the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. The 7 Orifices exquisite sword was the ace up his sleeve. He would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. "Is that so?" Xianxia smiled in response to the black-clad old man's threats. His eyes glinted coldly as he said, "Go ahead and try." Based on his words, it was clear he was not cowed by the threats. Upon hearing Xianxia's words and seeing how unaffected Xianxia was, the white-clad old man's expression changed drastically. He looked at Xianxia warily as he asked, "What position do you hold in the county governor's estate?" There were only 2 possibilities that Xianxia could remain fearless upon discovering their strength and identities. First, Xianxia was only putting on a front, and second, Xianxia was truly unafraid and was confident he would be able to defeat or kill them. However, based on this situation, it seemed like the latter was more likely to be the reason. Remember that Xianxia of the county governor's estate in the 9 Spectres county was the one who killed you when you're in hell. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he made a move immediately. A violent and powerful force surged out of his body like a flurry of tornadoes. It carried him toward the black and white hero. Xianxia, the second strongest person in 9 Spectres county apart from the great overarching golden celestials in 9 Spectres county? The expressions of the black and white heroes changed dramatically at this moment. They could not hide the shock and fear on their faces. Xianxia, the inner estate elder of the county governor's estate in the county city of 9 Spectres county. Apart from great overarching celestials, he was the second strongest person in the entire 9 Spectres county. The second strongest man in the 9 Spectre county, excluding the great overarching golden celestials? Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu looked at each other in surprise after hearing white-clad man's words. They did not expect the special envoy that was sent to escort and guard them was the second strongest person among the golden celestials in the entire Nine Spectres County. Upon hearing this, the worried expression on Qin Yu's face vanished immediately. It seemed like there was no need to worry with a person of such a caliber here. Lord Xianxia, please show mercy. We're willing to give up all our treasures to you. The white-clad and black-clad old men cried out hurriedly as they retreated. They hoped they would be able to exchange their treasures for their lives. Xianxia scoffed. He said disdainfully, Lord County Governor has already said that whoever is able to kill the black and white heroes will be able to keep their treasures. Even if I kill you, your treasures will still be mine. It was clear that he was determined to kill Xianxia, leaving them with no way out. The black-clad old man's eyes turned cold when he heard Xianxia's words. He said in a cold voice, Brother, since he's adamant about killing us, we'll just fight with him to our deaths. I'd like to see if he lives up to his name. All right. At this time, the white-clad old man knew this was their only option. His eyes gleamed coldly as well, and he narrowed his eyes, making his eyes look even smaller on his chubby face. Whoosh! The celestial origin energy that the black-clad old man mobilized earlier surged out of his body immediately. At the same time, he did not forget to order his roughly 20 subordinates to kill Duanling Tian and Qin Yu. Everyone, move. Kill the two men who are with him. If we are to be killed by Xianxia, we'll drag the two young men to hell with us. Xianxia did not expect the black-clad old man would give such an order. His expression changed instantly. Although he was confident about killing the black and white heroes, it would still take some time. If the black and white heroes' subordinates decided to disregard their lives and attack the two young men in his charge, he was not sure he could protect them. Based on his knowledge, even the weakest among the subordinates was a Crimson Sun Golden Celestial. The strongest was a Yellow Sun Golden Celestial. Bang! Xianxia, who was fast approaching the black and white heroes, came to halt suddenly as an explosion rang in the air. His energy raged in the air, causing the sound of the explosion. He turned to look at the black and white heroes' subordinates coldly. He planned to kill all of them first before dealing with the black and white heroes. When the black and white heroes' subordinates felt Xianxia's cold gaze on them, their expressions changed drastically. When the black-clad old man saw Xianxia's hesitation, he laughed heartily. Xianxia, it seems like you care about the two young men. At the same time, he and the white-clad man moved to block Xianxia's path. He ordered his subordinates again. Kill them! Don't worry about Xianxia. The black-clad man's words caused Xianxia to feel slightly anxious. His eyes turned colder. My targets are the black and white heroes. If you remain at your spot and don't cause any trouble, I'll spare your lives. He decided to compromise to ensure Duanling Tian and Qin Yu's safety. The men who surrounded Duanling Tian and Qin Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing Xianxia's words. The black-clad man who sensed his subordinate's hesitation said in a hurry, Don't believe his bullshit. Quickly kill the two men and flee. My brother and I will fight Xianxia with all our might. That will give all of you enough time to flee. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed again. Kill! Kill them! As soon as the black-clad old man finished speaking, his men no longer hesitated. Attacks after attacks headed toward Duanling Tian and Qin Yu. They naturally trusted the black-clad old man more than Xianxia. All of you are seeking death. Upon seeing this, Xianxia knew it was useless to say any more words. His eyes were icy cold as celestial origin energy surged out of his body again and propelled him toward the black and white heroes like a hurricane. Xianxia, since this is your choice, their deaths will be your fault, the black-clad man said viciously. At the same time, he moved toward Xianxia as well. On the other hand, the white-clad old man joined forces with the black-clad old man and attacked Xianxia, since they knew they had no other way out of this. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was surprised by the strength of the men surrounding him and Qin Yu. All of them are golden celestials? However, unlike Qin Yu, he was calm. Seeking death. Duanling Tian's eyes were cold as his celestial origin energy coursed through his 99 heavenly veins and surged out of his body like tens of thousands of sword rays. They buzzed in the air, and the piercing sound of sword cries could be heard. From afar, The sword rays were as dazzling as the sun. It was extremely eye-catching. Elementary devouring tactic. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. After Duanling Tian cast all his skills, he retrieved a primitive celestial sword he had obtained in the spirit overarching heaven. In his opinion, these men should be honored that he had even used this primitive celestial sword to deal with them. They were not worthy of the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. With the full force of Duanling Tian's sword formation, 13 of the golden celestials who were charging at him were instantly killed without a chance to retaliate. Blood splattered in the air, looking like a blood rain when it fell. Bang! At the same time, Qin Yu, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, was severely injured by the 11 golden celestials. Their attacks rained on Qin Yu continuously. Am I going to die today? A hint of despair and reluctance could be seen in Qin Yu's eyes at this moment. There were many things he had yet to achieve. When Qin Yu felt that all hope was lost, a piercing sword cry rang from afar. Following that, he saw a sky full of sword rays zoomed past him. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded in the wake of the sword rays. The attacks that were raining down on Qin Yu stopped immediately. To Qin Yu, the sword rays were like a ray of hope that saved him from the pit of despair. Duanling Tian? Qin Yu watched in horror and awe as the sword rays that repelled the golden celestials continued to shoot toward the golden celestials. It drowned them in just an instant. No. No. Unlike their comrades who were killed earlier, these golden celestials saw what was coming. However, faced with the indestructible sword formation, they could only shriek and cry in despair. The only thing that remained after that was a rain of flesh and blood. Whoosh! Duanling Tian spread his arms and sent an invisible force to collect the spatial rings hovering in the blood rain. Since he killed those men, the rings were his to claim. How's that possible? Damn it! How can this purple-clad young man be so powerful? The black and white heroes who were retreating under Xianxia's attacks had also noticed their subordinates had been killed. A hint of shock and disbelief could be seen in their eyes as they took a quick glance at Duanling Tian. After that, they quickly focused their attention on the battle at hand. They could not afford to be distracted at this moment. Meanwhile, Qin Yu looked at Duanling Tian in shock before he sincerely thanked Duanling Tian. Thank you, Duanling Tian. I, Qin Yu, owe you my life. It's nothing. Please think nothing of it. Duanling Tian smiled faintly in response to Qin Yu's grateful words. Even if it were someone else, I would still save them. I know. Qin Yu nodded, but his eyes shone resolutely. It doesn't change anything. I, Qin Yu, still owes you my life. Faced with a stubborn Qin Yu, Duanling Tian merely shrugged. He no longer said anything. Even so, he was impressed by Qin Yu's determination and character. At the very least, he was not someone who was ungrateful. Elder Xianxia should be almost done as well. Soon after, Duanling Tian looked ahead. He could vaguely see the black and white heroes retreating under Xianxia's violent and continuous attacks. It was obvious they would not be able to endure any longer. About 15 minutes later, bang, bang. 2 loud explosions sounded as the black and white heroes were sent flying after Xianxia discovered a flaw in their defense. With just a strike, he severely injured them. The black and white heroes threw up a mouthful of blood, unable to regain their footing. Upon seeing Xianxia, who was fast approaching them again, the black-clad old man knew they were definitely going to die. He sent a decisive-sounding voice transmission to the white-clad old man. Brother, we should kill the purple-clad young man with a soul attack. Okay. The white-clad old man who was prepared to die agreed and looked at Duanling Tian who was standing nearby. Duanling Tian felt an ominous feeling rising in his heart when he saw the black and white heroes looking at him intently with a vicious smile on their faces. No. Xianxia, who was charging at the black and white heroes, discovered their intention when he saw them disregarding his attack and focusing on Duanling Tian instead. His expression changed immediately. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black and white heroes' eyes brimmed with determination as a streak of light shot out from their glabellas. The 2 streaks of lights shot toward Duanling Tian instantly. These were their soul attacks. Whoosh! It did not matter if Duan Ling Tian tried to make a run for it. The two streaks of gray light were locked on him. They continued shooting after Duan Ling Tian, seemingly unable to stop until they landed on Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, their speeds were much faster than Duan Ling Tian. Gradually, they began to close the gap between them and Duan Ling Tian. As the streaks of dark gray light were about to enter Duan Ling Tian, another streak of gray light shot out at light speed. Swoosh! Xianxia had cast a soul attack as well to block the black and white hero's soul attacks. Unfortunately, his soul attack only managed to block one of the black and white hero's soul attacks. The other soul attack successfully entered Duan Ling Tian's body. Duan Ling Tian? Xianxia's expression changed drastically. A cruel smile appeared on the black and white heroes' faces. When Qin Yu saw the cruel smile on their faces, his expression turned solemn. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, everyone thought Duan Ling Tian would certainly die after being attacked by a soul attack from a violet sun golden celestial. Contrary to everyone's expectations, not only did Duan Ling Tian remain standing, but he even looked at the black and white heroes as he slowly said, "It seems like soul attacks from violet sun golden celestials are quite fast. Alas, soul attacks at your level are insufficient to cause me any harm due to my defensive celestial weapons protection." With the defective metal piece in him, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unafraid of the black and white heroes' soul attacks. He only tried to evade them to see if he could avoid them with his speed. He discovered that he would only be able to evade them if he used his Devata artifact, the Seven Oracles' exquisite sword, and cast a sword formation to carry him away. A soul defense celestial weapon? The black and white heroes' faces darkened when they heard this, causing them to throw up another mouthful of blood. Their faces turned even paler. They did not expect the purple-clad young man in Xianxia's charge possessed a soul defense celestial weapon. Since it was capable of defending against their attacks, it had to be a mediocre celestial weapon at least. Swoosh! 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 A flurry of tornadoes that were like wind blades flew toward the black and white heroes, killing them in just an instant. The only things that remained were two spatial rings. Since Xianxia was the one who killed them, he retrieved the spatial rings for himself. Meanwhile, Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Duan Ling Tian was alive and well. Elder Xianxia. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian took out the 20-odd spatial rings he had collected earlier and passed them to Xianxia with an invisible energy. "These are your rewards. Keep it," Xianxia said with a faint smile on his face, as he raised his hand and pushed them back to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the way Xianxia regarded Duan Ling Tian had changed. Earlier, he had known Duan Ling Tian was strong, but he did not think it was to this extent. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian managed to kill the 20-odd subordinates of the black and white heroes. The strongest among those men was a yellow sun golden celestial hero, even the weakest one was a crimson sun golden celestial. To be able to kill 20-odd golden celestials with just a strike was not possible for an ordinary golden celestial. To do this, one had to have the strength of a blue sun golden celestial. A blue sun golden celestial who's less than 100 years old. I think he must be the strongest among the 18 people selected from the 9 cities in 9 county specters. In fact, I'm afraid even the 12 golden celestials less than 100 years old from the county city who were personally chosen by Lord County Governor aren't as strong as him. Xianxia thought to himself. "Thank you, Elder Xianxia." Duan Ling Tian thanked Xianxia when he saw Xianxia returning the spatial rings to him. "Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Earlier, I thought both of you would be killed by the black and white heroes' subordinates. If that happened, I would have a tough time explaining myself to Lord County Governor when I return to the city governor's estate." "I owe you a favor," Xianxia said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Elder Xianxia, there's no need to be so courteous." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "I was only trying to save my life." Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. "Well, I said I owe you. That's all to be said about this." He shook his head and said, "People fall all over themselves to obtain a favor from me, and yet you're declining it so easily." Duan Ling Tian only smiled. He no longer said anything. After all, what was there left for him to say? Moreover, Xianxia owing him a favor would only benefit him. "With your talents and strength, You'll definitely receive preferential treatment in the county governor's estate. When we arrive, I'll speak to Lord County Governor and request that he give you the best cultivation location and resources. Xianxia said to Duanling Tian. Thank you, Elder Xianxia. Duanling Tian said sincerely. His eyes shone brightly when he heard Xianxia's words. While Duanling Tian, Qin Yu, and Xianxia continued on their journey to the county city of Nine Spectres County, a travel-weary figure appeared in the Yun family's estate in the Divine Offering Land. The figure bowed at the great young master of Yun family, Yun Qingyan, before respectfully greeting him. Young master. The figure wore a panicked expression on his face at this moment. If Duanling Tian was here, he would be able to recognize this man. This man was none other than Yun Yi, the powerhouse from the Yun family who was stronger than most heavenly emperors. Previously, he had almost killed Duanling Tian in Yanhuang realm. Due to the intervention from Xianxia, the third master of the Xia family, he failed to kill Duanling Tian and had to miserably flee back to the Divine Offering Land. When Yun Qingyan saw the expression on Yun Ye's face, he frowned. What's it? Did something happen? He knew Yun Yi would not be in this state if it was not serious. Young master. I received news from someone in the Xia family that Miss Ningxue has gone to the realm battlefield without the knowledge of the clan leader of the Xia family, Yun Yi said in a low voice. Yun Qingye's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He looked at Yun Yi as his eyes gleamed coldly. What? Are you sure the news you received isn't fake? I had gone to verify this news with a few people from the Xia family. I'm certain the news is real. However, since the clan leader of the Xia family is also in the realm battlefield, I'm afraid he's not aware of this yet. After all, the realm battlefield is vast with many entry points. Yun Yi smiled bitterly. Her cultivation base hasn't recovered to its original state. Her strength now is much weaker compared to before. In fact, she's much weaker than the weakest person to enter the realm battlefield. Why did she risk her life to enter the realm battlefield? Yun Qingyan said with a darkened expression. As the eldest miss of the Xia family, I think Miss Ningxue only has one purpose of entering the realm battlefield. She's probably trying to recover her strength and get stronger in a short period of time. Yun Yi speculated out loud. Yun Qingyan's expression darkened even more upon hearing Yun Ye's words. He knew Yun Ye's speculation was most likely right. The reason Xianing Yu had gone to the realm battlefield to get stronger was so she could annul their engagement again after 1,000 years. Yun Qingyan clenched his teeth and said with a growl, just to avoid marrying me, you're willing to risk your life and enter the realm battlefield? Do you really despise me so much? After 1,000 years, when the tunnels connecting the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms are opened again, I'll definitely search for Duanling Tian and cut him into pieces before destroying his corpse to make you give up all hope. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with resentment and rage. Meanwhile, in the Xia family, a tall middle-aged man with a strong body like an iron tower with a curly beard hurriedly approached Xianxia, the third master of the Xia family. He glared at Xianxia like a provoked lion as he asked in a low voice, Third brother, are you the one who sent Ningxue into the realm battlefield? Second brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. Xianxia replied flippantly as he briefly glanced at the middle-aged man before he continued with what he was doing. The middle-aged man was Xia Tai, the second master of the Xia family. His expression became darker as he looked at Xianxia. Apart from you, there's no one in the Xia family who would dare to send her in. With her current strength, there's no way she could have entered the realm battlefield without any help. Second brother, please don't make baseless accusations when you don't have any evidence. Even if eldest brother were here, I'd still say the same thing. I don't know what you're talking about, Xianxia said nonchalantly. He was clearly not bothered with Xia Tai, his second brother. Xia Tai glared at Xianxia and coldly said, Xianxia, I know you hate me and eldest brother because of that matter. However, this is about Ningxue. Can you put aside your hatred from that incident for a moment? Moreover, we only did that for your good. If that woman lived, you would have died. We only did it to protect you. Xianxia's tone grew grimmer as he spoke. Xianxia suddenly lifted his head, revealing his face under the messy hair. He sneered before he said, You only did it to protect me? In my opinion, both of you were protecting the Xia family. I had said at that time that I would sever my ties with the Xia family to avoid dragging the family into the matter. However, what did both of you do at that time? You deliberately lured me away so that you could kill her. Do you know why I'm still alive? Revenge. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't be able to survive until today. As he spoke, his sneer deepened. Xiatai said in a low voice, "Stop it. Stop talking about that incident. I came to tell you that you're being too reckless. You know what the realm battlefield is like. With Ning Shue's current strength, she'll definitely die in there. If anything happens to her, you'll be indirectly responsible for her death. Don't you love her a lot? Why are you so muddle-headed this time and sent her in there?" He became angrier and angrier as he spoke. Muddle-headed? We all know eldest brother is the muddle-headed one. Shuer has already found a partner and had even given birth to a daughter, but he still insists on marrying her to that brat from the Yun family. Is the family's interest more important than his daughter's happiness? Xianxia said with a cold smile. Finally, he decided to confess and said resolutely, "That's right. I was the one who sent Shuer to the realm battlefield. The Xia family has destroyed my happiness. I wish the same won't happen to my niece. Moreover, I've also promised Shuer that if anything were to happen to her, I'll send her daughter and her friends back to the mundane realm safely after 1,000 years. At that time, if you and eldest brother try to stop me from fulfilling her wish, I'll sever our ties as brothers. The only way you can stop me is to kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Xiatai trembled in fury, and his expression, that was partially hidden by his curly beard, turned unsightly. Took him a while to regain his composure. A hint of helplessness could also be seen in the depths of reddish-brown eyes. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he shook his head. When eldest brother finds out about this, he'll be enraged. Duan Tian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the Divine Offering Land. At this moment, he was traveling with Qinyu and Zhengqiu to the county city of the Nine Spectres County. After checking the contents of the 20-odd spatial rings from the robbers, he could not find any pills at all. He thought to himself, "It seems like the primitive spirit-nourishing pill that the city governor gave me is truly precious." In any case, those robbers really had a lot of celestial stones. There are about 100 prominent celestial stones and even more mediocre celestial stones. As for primitive celestial stones, there are countless of them. There are also a few celestial weapons. He had killed the robbers before they could even take out their celestial weapons after all. At this moment, Duan Tian heard a voice that was sent through voice transmission. It was from Qinyu. "Duan Tian, is it true that you just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven about half a year ago, just like the people from the Silverworm army said?" Duan Tian was taken aback by this sudden question. He turned to Qinyu and transmitted his voice. "Do you believe them? I find it difficult to believe those people's words, but I believe in your words." Qinyu replied through voice transmission. It was clear he would believe Duan Tian regardless of how preposterous or unbelievable Duan Tian's words were. Duan Tian looked at Qinyu meaningfully before he asked through voice transmission, "Is it important whether I've just ascended or not?" He did not intend to conceal this matter. However, ever since he met Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he was made aware that it would only put him in a disadvantageous position if he recklessly revealed that he had just ascended about half a year ago. Although there was no one who could threaten him in Bloody Spectre City, the county city of the Nine Spectres County was a different story. "Is it really that important?" Duan Tian asked in return. Qinyu was taken aback when he heard this. When he regained his composure, he looked at Duan Tian meaningfully with a faint smile on his face and replied via voice transmission, "No, it's not important." Based on the meaningful look Qinyu had shot him, Duan Tian knew Qinyu had ascertained that he had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago. It seemed like Qinyu also knew how he had gotten so strong. He thought to himself, Qinyu is not an ordinary person. After that, they no longer conversed. Since they met the robbers, the black and white heroes, they no longer encountered other robbers. Duan Tian was not surprised since Xianxia, the special envoy sent by the county governor of Nine Spectres County, who was a violet sun golden celestial, served as a deterrence. Robbers with a weaker cultivation base would not dare to approach them after they probed Xianxia's cultivation base from afar. Only the black and white heroes, who were Violet Sun Golden Celestials, would dare to attack them. Alas, all of them were unlucky and were killed. 3 months later, Xianxia suddenly said, "The county city of 9 specters county lies ahead of us." Duan Tian, who was silent, felt his heart skip a beat. "We've arrived at the county city of the 9 specters county?" He looked in the distance and saw an incredibly large plane. The little dot gradually grew larger and larger, looking like a giant beast. "So this is the county city of 9 specters county?" Duan Tian thought to himself when the complete site of the county city of 9 specters county appeared before his eyes. The city was 10 times bigger than Bloody Spectre City. Its visual impact was strong, and it had a majestic and magnificent air about it. Numerous carriages and people could be seen coming in and out of the city in the hundreds. Swoosh! 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 Duan Tian and Qin Yu followed behind Xianxia as they flew above the county city in just a blink of an eye. Duan Tian discovered their surroundings were getting more and more crowded. The city was bustling with people. Most of them seemed to be in a hurry. There were only a few people who were standing around and chatting. "It took 3 months for us to arrive. I didn't expect it would take so long to travel here from Bloody Spectre City. If I were to travel at top speed without using the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, it would only take me half a month to arrive," Duan Tian thought to himself. Naturally, he knew they took longer because they were accommodating Qin Yu, whose speed was the slowest among the 3 of them. After they had entered the city, Xianxia turned to Duan Tian and Qin Yu before he asked, "I suppose this is your first time here?" When he saw both of them nodding, he began to give an introduction of the county city of 9 specters county to them before they arrived at the county governor's estate. The county governor's estate was the most powerful force in the entire 9 specters county, with many affiliated families. These families managed the industries in the county city. Every month, they would have to submit 50% of their profits to the county governor's estate as a form of taxation. Among these families, there are 5 families who are the strongest. "My Zheng family is one of them," Xianxia said with a hint of pride. Although he had helped the Zheng family a lot, if the Zheng family was not capable, they still would not be able to come this far. For instance, there was the family of an elder of the inner estate who was a great overarching golden celestial, but his family did not attain much success even with the help he had given them. This was due to the existence of many rotten apples in the great overarching golden celestial's family. In the county city of the 9 specters county, the physical strength of the family was not the most important. The family had to be skilled in other areas as well. Moreover, there was also the unspoken rule that the families could not be stronger than the city governor's estate. When they arrived at the inner city located in the east of the county city, they saw a magnificent place that looked like an imperial palace with its golden tiles and red bricks. Xianxia said, "We've arrived at the county governor's estate." "So this is the county governor's estate?" Duan Tian and Qin Yu were both dumbstruck by the opulence of the estate that occupied half of the inner city in the east of the county city. The area it occupied was 2 times bigger than Bloody Spectre City. When Xianxia brought Duan Tian and Qin Yu to the main gates, he reminded them, "The county governor's estate has a rule whereby those who aren't great overarching golden celestials or stronger can't enter or exit by crossing the wall. If caught, the person would be severely punished." Upon hearing this, Duan Tian finally noticed many people shuffling in and out of the main gates. No one dared to take a shortcut and jumped over the wall. It could be seen that the rule was strictly enforced. At the main gates of the county governor's estate, 2 rows of golden-armored soldiers who were guarding the gates greeted Xianxia respectfully when they saw him. Elder Xianxia. Apart from that, people who were entering and exiting the estate also respectfully greeted Xianxia when they saw him. Duan Tian was not surprised since Xianxia was an inner estate elder. Moreover, Xianxia was the 2nd strongest golden celestial. In other words, he was the 4th strongest person in the county after the 2 great overarching golden celestials and the strongest golden celestial in 9 specters county. How could anyone dare to be disrespectful to him? Xianxia looked at one of the golden-armored soldiers and asked, "Have the other inner estate elders arrived?" "Elder Xianxia, 8 inner estate elders had arrived before you," The golden-armored soldier replied hurriedly. It seems like Bloody Spectre City is located furthest away from the county city of Nine Spectres County. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to come to this conclusion. The other interstate elders were probably sent to fetch the other candidates from the other cities in the Nine Spectres County as well. Okay. Zhang Qiu nodded slightly toward the soldier before he entered the county governor's estate. Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu followed him in. They were not stopped by the guards. When Duan Ling Tian entered the county governor's estate, he heard the whispers in his surroundings. So they are the people Elder Zhang Qiu went to fetch? Which city was Elder Zhang Qiu sent to? I heard people talking about it, but I've forgotten about it. Elder Zhang Qiu went to Bloody Spectre City, right? Bloody Spectre City? That's the city that's governed by Lord Lu Fenggu, right? Yes, it is. It's also the furthest city from the county city of Nine Spectres County. I wonder why Lord Lu Fenggu left the county governor's estate to become a city governor in a city so far away. I heard there are more to the matter than what we've been told. At this moment, Zhang Qiu scoffed loudly. Upon hearing this, many of those people shuddered in fear and stopped gossiping immediately. It looks like the city governor used to be famous in the county governor's estate. Otherwise, people wouldn't have remembered him. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Elder Zhang Qiu, did Lord City Governor of Bloody Spectre City used to stay in the city governor's estate? Qin Yu asked. He was not privy to what happened in the past, therefore he was surprised. Yes. City Governor Lu used to be an outstanding advisor of Lord County Governor. However, due to certain matters, he went to Bloody Spectre City. What matter was it? Qin Yu asked curiously. He could not figure out why Lu Fenggu would leave the county governor's estate to become a city governor in Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City seemed small and insignificant compared to the large and rich county city of the Nine Spectres County. It's not convenient for me to speak of that matter. Zhang Qiu shook his head. Then he seemed to recall something as he turned to Duan Ling Tian. He advised him, Duan Ling Tian, I said if Lord Revered Elder Zhou Tong wants to take you in as his disciple, do not reject him. He had just recalled that one of the two men from the Bloody Spectre City was highly talented, and it was possible that the revered elder might want to accept him as his disciple. When Zhang Qiu recalled the reason Lu Fenggu had to leave the county governor's estate, he sighed inwardly. He did not wish a young genius like Duan Ling Tian to share the same fate as Lu Fenggu's direct disciple. For this reason, he had advised Duan Ling Tian earlier. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, Qin Yu could not help but ask, Zhou Tong? Elder Zhang Qiu, is Revered Elder Zhou Tong one of the two great overarching golden celestials in our Nine Spectres County? The other great overarching golden celestial is our county governor, right? As one of two great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County, he had naturally heard about Zhou Tong. In fact, Zhou Tong was also famous in the other counties that were ruled by King Qing's mansion. Yes, that's him. Revered Elder Zhou Tong is one of the two great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County. His strength and position are only second to Lord County Governor. Zhang Qiu replied to Qin Yu's question, but he was looking at Duan Ling Tian instead. It seemed as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian did not know who Zhou Tong was. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. He recalled the story Lu Fenggu had told him, and it took him a while to regain his composure before he calmly replied, Elder Zhang Qiu, I already have a master, and I'll never accept a second one. He said it emotionlessly, clearly showing he was speaking the truth and was not making up an excuse. He had recognized Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the person who had taught him the Sovereign Heart Sword, as his master, although he had not met Feng Qingyang. In fact, he did not even know if Feng Qingyang was still alive after escaping to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Regardless, he still recognized Feng Qingyang as his master. Zhang Qiu's expression changed drastically. He immediately asked Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, do you know the reason why City Governor Lu left the Count Governor's estate for Bloody Spectre City? Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply, he disclosed everything that happened back then. Zhang Qiu's words also verified that Lu Fenggu was telling the truth. It looks like I won't be able to renege on our deal, Duan Ling Tian thought. Although he was certain Lu Fenggu was not lying, he still felt a slight ripple in his heart when he heard the confirmation from Zhang Qiu. If I refuse Zhou Tong, Do you think he'll kill me like he did to City Governor Lu's direct disciple? Duanling Tian asked via voice transmission as he looked at Xianxia. When Xianxia saw Duanling Tian's determination, he knew it was useless to keep persuading him. He said, "Well, I'll ask for a favor from the county governor to save your life when I see him later. This can be considered as repayment for what happened earlier." Elder Xianxia, didn't you say we're here because of King Qing's mansion? If King Qing's mansion wants us, Zhou Tong wouldn't be able to kill me for his personal reason, right? Duanling Tian frowned as he asked via voice transmission. Since King Qing's mansion had gathered golden celestials below the age of 100 in the Nine-Spectre City, they could be considered as people from King Qing's mansion. For this reason, Duanling Tian did not think Zhou Tong would dare to kill him for his personal reason. Well, if King Qing's mansion learns about you and values you, revered Elder Zhou Tong certainly wouldn't dare to kill you. The problem is King Qing's mansion is unaware of you at the moment, even if you're extremely brilliant. If revered Elder Zhou Tong kills you before King Qing's mansion learns about your existence, Lord County Governor will certainly cover for revered Elder Zhou Tong once you die. After all, King Qing's mansion might take offense if they learn the truth. After speaking so much, I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Xianxia replied via voice transmission. Yes, I understand. Duanling Tian nodded. His expression darkened when he realized the perilous situation he was in. Xianxia had just said the county governor of Nine Spectres County would try his best to protect Zhou Tong because of Zhou Tong's value if Zhou Tong killed him before he was recognized by King Qing's mansion. It seems like I'll have to get stronger as quickly as possible so that I can defeat Zhou Tong and bring him back to city governor in exchange for the location of the celestial fire. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Currently, he was extremely motivated to get stronger. He wished he had the strength to defeat Zhou Tong now. At this moment, Qin Yu asked, Elder Xianxia, where will we be staying? I'm not sure, but I'll bring you to a place for you to stay in temporarily. Meanwhile, I'll meet Lord County Governor to report about the black and white heroes. At that time, I'll ask about his arrangement for both of you, Xianxia replied. After he brought them to his residence, he said before he left, please stay here for the time being. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to speak to my servants. I'll take my leave now to meet Lord County Governor. As they sat in the compound of Xianxia's residence, Qin Yu took in the rich heaven and earth spirit energy. He closed his eyes and said in a delighted voice, this place is very rich with heaven and earth spirit energy. It can be seen that Elder Xianxia is truly the second strongest golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. The cultivation environment here is even better than City Governor Lu's tranquil alcove. Duanling Tian exclaimed. He could sense the heaven and earth spirit energy was the most concentrated and richest in Xianxia's room. But even in other places in Xianxia's residence, the heaven and earth spirit energy was still richer than the best cultivation location in Bloody Spectre City. Duanling Tian discovered that Qin Yu, at some point, had sat down cross-legged and begun to cultivate. He could vaguely see the mist-like heaven and earth spirit energy continuously entering Qin Yu's body at a very fast speed. It's natural that Qin Yu is more fascinated by the cultivation environment here compared to me, Duanling Tian thought to himself. After all, he had at least cultivated in the city governor's tranquil alcove, so the cultivation environment here was not too shocking for him. On the other hand, the best cultivation location Qin Yu had ever been to was the valley where the Black Dragon Army's camp was located. Duanling Tian exhaled audibly before he also sat down cross-legged to cultivate as he held a prominent celestial stone in his hand. He did not consume a primitive spirit nourishing pill because there was one that had yet to be completely digested. Therefore, there was no need to take another one. After 9 months, I only have 2 primitive spirit nourishing pills left. I'll try to procure more. After all, without the pills, my cultivation speed will slow down considerably, Duanling Tian thought to himself before he began to cultivate. 3 months ago, he was given 4 spirit nourishing pills. During the journey to the county city, he had consumed 2 pills to cultivate when he had time. When Duanling Tian was cultivating, he seemed to have forgotten about the passage of time. Who knew if it was hours or a few days when he was finally woken up by Xianxia's voice. Both of you are really lucky. Not too long ago, Lord County Governor, revered Elder Zhou, and a few elders had prepared a cultivation location for you. It's a good location with a great cultivation environment. The heaven and earth spirit energy there is almost as rich as the heaven and earth spirit energy in Lord County Governor and revered Elder Zhou Tong's cultivation place. Their cultivation places are considered the best in 9 Spectres County, Xianxia said as a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Although his cultivation environment was quite good, it was still a far cry compared to the county governor and Zhou Tong's cultivation environments. Qin Yu's eyes brightened in excitement when he heard Zhang Qiu's words. On the other hand, Duanling Tian seemed to detect an underlying meaning in Zhang Qiu's words. The best cultivation environment for us? Elder Xianxia, does this mean not everyone is allowed to cultivate in the location that Lord County Governor has prepared? Zhang Qiu led Duanling Tian and Qin Yu away from his residence to the east of the county governor's estate. They passed through many places before they eventually arrived near a stone platform that was located in a vast open space. At glance, many people could be seen practicing and sparring. Apart from that, based on their auras, all of them shared a common trait. They were all younger than 100 years old. These people are the Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old. They're from the cities in 9 Spectres County and some are from neighboring places of County City. The former is like both of you, selected by their respective city governors. The latter is personally selected by the county governor's estate. Zhang Qiu explained to Duanling Tian and Qin Yu. Duanling Tian and Qin Yu instinctively turned to look at the stone platform and the 12 young men with strong auras. Apart from 4 pairs of men who were sparring, the other 4 men were looking at them as well. Down the stairway in the middle of the stone platform is the cultivation location for you in the county governor's estate from today onward, Zhang Qiu said. Duanling Tian and Qin Yu averted their eyes to where Zhang Qiu was looking. They saw a giant pit in the middle of the giant stone platform. It was not dug out, but it was deliberately built when the stone platform was made. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Duanling Tian and Qin Yu followed Zhang Qiu and landed on the center of the stone platform before the stairway. The stairway led into the giant pit where one could see its interior clearly. There were about 20 stone chambers with stone doors on the side of the stairway. The 20 stone chambers were separated by every 30 steps. Zhang Qiu began to explain, this stairway has a total of 900 steps. The first 30 steps down the stairway is where the first stone chamber is located. It's also the one with the worst cultivation environment. After another 30 steps, you have the second stone chamber with a slightly better cultivation environment compared to the first one. Naturally, the last and innermost stone chamber has the best cultivation environment. It's comparable to the cultivation environment of Lord County Governor and revered Elder Zhou Tong. The cultivation environment of the second-last stone chamber is roughly the same as the cultivation environment in my room, while the third-to-last stone chamber has the same cultivation environment in my courtyard. He paused for a moment before he continued to speak. Lord County Governor named this place the Latent Dragon Abyss. This place is created by him and many revered elders and inner estate elders. You can temper yourself in this place. You'll have to rely on yourself to obtain the chamber with the best cultivation environment. You'll have to defeat the occupant of the stone chamber you want to claim for your own if it's already occupied. Based on Zhang Qiu's explanation, Duanling Tian easily understood the rules and situation of the Latent Dragon Abyss. The cultivation environment was the best in the stone chamber at the bottom of the stairs. If one wanted to claim an occupied chamber, one would have to challenge the occupant. Naturally, the battle for the chamber would be conducted under a set of rules to prevent mishaps. The combatants can only defeat the opponent without severely injuring their opponent. However, the challenged party could severely injure the challenger but was not allowed to kill or cripple the challenger. The occupant of the stone chamber in the deepest part of the Latent Dragon Abyss who managed to stay in the room for a month will receive 3 primitive spirit nourishing pills as well? Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he learned about this. He was naturally excited since he was running out of pills. Swoosh! Without saying anything to Zhang Qiu and Qin Yu, Duanling Tian quickly made his way to the stone chamber located in the deepest part of the Latent Dragon Abyss. Seeing that Duanling Tian had rushed into the Latent Dragon Abyss, Zhang Qiu, naturally, understood his plan. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he complained good-naturedly. This kid is so... I'm not even done talking. He turned to Qin Yu and said, Qin Yu, I don't think you're in the mood to listen to me as well. In any case, after staying here for a week or two, you'll eventually learn about what I had to say. I'll let you explore this place on your own. After he finished speaking, he flew into the air and disappeared from the latent dragon abyss. From the beginning, Qin Yu's gaze had been following Duanling Tian when Duanling Tian had gone into the latent dragon abyss. However, since Zheng Qiu was around, he decided to stay put. As soon as Zheng Qiu left, he shot into the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss as well. After Zheng Qiu left, he thought to himself, I think the latent dragon abyss will be very lively today. He knew Duanling Tian was strong, so he did not doubt Duanling Tian would be able to occupy the stone chamber in the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss. He even thought the stone chamber was specially designed for him. In latent dragon abyss? Who's he? I haven't seen him before. Duanling Tian, who had rushed into the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, naturally attracted the attention of the young men who had come out of their stone chambers. They watched as Duanling Tian made his way to the deepest part of the abyss. At this moment, Duanling Tian looked at the stone door closely. Needless to say, the stone door was from the stone chamber with the best cultivation environment. He lifted his hand and a gust of wind landed on the door violently, producing a booming noise. He said confidently, I, Duanling Tian, have come to challenge you for this stone chamber. His voice was calm when he spoke. Swoosh! At this moment, Qin Yu had finally arrived. Apart from the few young men who had just exited their respective stone chambers, more and more people began to emerge from their respective stone chambers when they heard the commotion. He intends to challenge the occupant of the deepest stone chamber? Heavens! He's really brave. Although the occupant is less than 100 years old, he's a yellow sun golden celestial. He's much stronger than us. This person is unfamiliar, so he must be new. Based on what I heard, the representatives from Bloody Spectre City aren't here yet. Could he be from Bloody Spectre City? Another unfamiliar face. Someone soon discovered Qin Yu. This man must have come with the purple-clad young man. To date, we haven't seen the candidates from Bloody Spectre City. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the two candidates from that city, a young man said. Many people agreed with this young man's words. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of wind blowing whistled in the air as more figures entered from outside. As soon as they reached the deepest area of the abyss, all of them turned to look at Duanling Tian. Didn't the purple-clad young man come with Elder Zheng Qiu? Right? Elder Zheng Qiu seems to be responsible for escorting and guarding the candidates from Bloody Spectre City. It seems like he's one of the candidates from Bloody Spectre City. I remember he has a companion with him. He's over there. A few of them who had just entered the latent dragon abyss shifted their gazes to Qin Yu. They knew he had come together with Duanling Tian. Boom! 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 A rumbling sound rang in the air as the stone door that Duanling Tian was looking at slowly opened. At the same time, a cold and emotionless voice rang from behind the door. Are you planning to challenge me for the stone chamber? When the door was fully opened, it revealed a young man with a medium build and an average appearance. He looked so average that it would be hard to locate him in a sea of people. Although his expression was calm, his eyes were fierce as he looked at Duanling Tian. It was as though he could not wait to kill Duanling Tian. Zhou Fei has come out. Inexperienced people are usually fearless. This guy just came from Bloody Spectre City, and he wants to challenge Zhou Fei for the best stone chamber for cultivation. I heard his name is Duanling Tian. Even his name sounds as arrogant as him. You're right, he's really arrogant. He has just arrived at the latent dragon abyss, and he's already challenging the occupant of the best stone chamber. Does he really think it's easy to take over the best stone chamber? Someone scoffed. If it were so easy, I would have already challenged Zhou Fei. How badly do you think Zhou Fei will injure him? The onlooker discussed Duanling Tian and the occupant of the best stone chamber, Zhou Fei. It was clear from their discussion that they did not think Duanling Tian would be able to take over Zhou Fei's stone chamber. Zhou Fei is a yellow sun golden celestial. He's also revered Elder Zhou Tong's godson. Who hasn't heard of revered Elder Zhou Tong? He's famous in the 9 Spectres County. I heard that revered elder Zhou Tong took a liking to Zhou Fei because of his innate talent and high cultivation base. Initially, he accepted Zhou Fei as his direct disciple, and later on he made Zhou Fei his godson. That's why Zhou Fei, who used to be called Qin Fei, changed his last name to Zhou. Rumor has it that Zhou Fei renounced his former master to become revered elder Zhou Tong's disciple. I heard about that as well. Zhou Fei's former master was extremely furious by Zhou Fei's betrayal. In the end, I heard he was killed by revered elder Zhou Tong. Someone made a shushing noise before saying softly, "Lower your voice. Are you seeking death?" The soft discussions in the surroundings were, naturally, heard by Duanling Tian. Through this, he learned about the identity of the young man who stood before him. Zhou Tong's godson? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he studied the young man called Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei was able to remain calm with no changes in his expression despite the discussions of his betrayal of his former master and how his former master was killed by Zhou Tong. He continued to observe the seemingly unaffected Zhou Fei, unable to figure him out, before he finally discovered a gleam of anger in his eyes. He chuckled inwardly. Well, he's not as unaffected as he seems to be. I thought he didn't care. Swoosh. While Duanling Tian was still observing Zhou Fei made a move. Unexpectedly, he did not move toward Duanling Tian. Instead, he made his way to the group of onlookers. His gaze was fixed on one man. It seemed like this man is the one who said Zhou Tong betrayed his former master to follow Zhou Tong. Duanling Tian recognized the man who seemed to have become Zhou Fei's target. At this moment, Zhou Fei said in an icy cold voice, "I don't think choosing a leader to follow is a betrayal." His voice was so cold that it made people feel as though they were in an ice cave. The expression of the young man who had spoken carelessly earlier changed drastically. He shook his head in panic and hastily waved his hands. "Zhou Fei, I was just casually talking. It doesn't mean anything." "Since you dare to utter such words, you should be prepared to pay the price," Zhou Fei said coldly. His eyes were like chips of ice as he flipped his hand. A knife appeared in his hand instantly. Buzz! In the next moment, lights radiated from Zhou Fei's palm, and the sound of a saber cry rang in the air. A miserable and wretched cry rang in the air, accompanied by the soft sound of something being cut. The noises were particularly loud since it had been quiet in the latent dragon abyss. The expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically when they saw this. All of them looked at Zhou Fei warily and fearfully. Duanling Tian's expression turned grave as he thought to himself, "How vicious!" He severed that man's arm just because he had spoken the truth. Since there were rules where they were prohibited from permanently crippling or killing anyone in the latent dragon abyss, Zhou Fei did not dare to destroy the arm. This allowed the man to quickly grab his severed arm so he could reattach it. Even if the arm is reattached, he would have to rest for a long time to completely recover. During the healing process, he would have to spend a great deal of energy to take care of his arms to prevent problems in the future. This would inevitably delay and affect his cultivation. Duanling Tian thought to himself, "If it's not because we're prohibited from killing and permanently crippling someone in the latent dragon abyss, you would have died," Zhou Fei said as he coldly looked at the young man whose arm was severed. The man was so scared that he lowered his head, afraid to meet Zhou Fei's gaze. He was afraid he would incur Zhou Fei's wrath again. Meanwhile, the onlookers, those who were there from the beginning and those who arrived later due to the commotion, looked at Zhou Fei warily. "He's so ruthless. We really should avoid offending Zhou Fei." At this moment, Zhou Fei shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian. He studied Duanling Tian in a contemptuous manner for a moment before he said nonchalantly, "You're Duanling Tian? Well, if you sever your arm and kowtow to me 3 times, I'll pretend like you didn't challenge me. Otherwise, I'll sever all 4 of your limbs to make you suffer when I defeat you." His eyes gleamed viciously as he spoke. The onlookers shifted their attention to Duanling Tian instantly, and they began to discuss furtively among themselves. "It seems like Zhou Fei is truly furious. I wonder if this guy from Bloody Spectre City is smart. If he knows what's good for him, he should sever one of his arms. After all, it'd heal in no time. If Zhou Fei severed all 4 of his limbs, it would be difficult for him to completely recover. That's right. It might take a while, but a severed arm would be completely healed with time. However, to have all 4 limbs severed is a different story altogether. Of course, the process of healing is much more difficult compared to just having an arm severed. The onlookers were curious about what Duanling Tian would do. Only Qin Yu was unperturbed. He knew what choice Duanling Tian would make. He thought to himself, there's no doubt Zhou Fei is highly talented for being a yellow sun golden, even though he's less than 100 years old. Unfortunately, his opponent is Duanling Tian, who's a monstrous genius. The onlooker continued to discuss among themselves. Most of them were certain that Duanling Tian would choose to sever his arm instead of persisting to challenge Zhou Fei for the stone chamber with the best cultivation environment. Duanling Tian, this man from Bloody Spectre City, should surrender now that he witnessed Zhou Fei's strength, right? Well, if he's smart, he'll sever his arm, kowtow, and beg for forgiveness. Based on his appearance, he seems like a smart person. He should know what's the best course of action to take. At this time, Duanling Tian casually spat out a word as he glanced at Zhou Fei, idiot. Everyone, including Qin Yu, who had confidence in Duanling Tian, was shocked by this. They did not expect Duanling Tian would scold Zhou Fei, who was the godson of the Zhou Tong, a revered elder in the county governor's estate. Was he not afraid of offending Zhou Tong? When Zhou Fei regained his senses, he was breathing heavily out of anger. His chest rose and fell quickly as he said, how dare you call me an idiot? He looked at Duanling Tian fiercely as killing intent surged from his body. It was clear he wanted to cut Duanling Tian into pieces and turn them into ashes. Duanling Tian frowned impatiently, just make your move. He glanced at the stone chamber before he said again, I can't wait to cultivate in there. The way he spoke was as though the stone chamber was already his. Meanwhile, the onlookers gasped loudly when they heard Duanling Tian's words. They looked at him as though he was a dead man walking. Is this guy from Bloody Spectre City insane? Zhou Fei is revered elder Zhou Tong's godson because he's highly talented. He's not a weakling. Moreover, he didn't rely on his relationship with revered elder Zhou Tong to obtain the stone chamber with the best cultivation environment in the latent dragon abyss. This guy from Bloody Spectre City should have heard us saying that Zhou Fei is a yellow sun golden celestial. However, he's acting as though he didn't hear us at all. Does he think he's capable of taking on a yellow sun golden celestial? If he comes from King Qing's mansion, he might be strong enough to defeat Zhou Fei. However, he's from Bloody Spectre City where the cultivation environment and resources aren't very good. How can he possibly defeat Zhou Fei under those circumstances? Everyone, except for Qin Yu, thought Duanling Tian was overestimating himself. There was no way he would be a match for Zhou Fei. At this moment, Zhou Fei said, how arrogant! Since you prefer to have 4 of your limbs severed, I'll fulfill your wish. His celestial origin energy surged up like a flame, causing the temperature in the latent dragon abyss to rise. Bang! A loud explosion sounded in the air as the flame on Zhou Fei's body seemed to explode before he lunged toward Duanling Tian. Xiao! 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 The ear-piercing sound of a saber cry rang in the air, accompanied by the dazzling lights of saber rays. Swoosh! 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 Numerous saber rays shot toward Duanling Tian. With so many saber rays, it was inevitable that some of them would land on the stone wall of the latent dragon abyss. The saber rays left visibly deep marks on the wall. The masonry of the latent dragon abyss was extremely unique. Otherwise, with his celestial origin energy and the profundity of his celestial methods and divine abilities, Zhou Fei's saber rays would have caused more damage to the wall. Could be considered impressive that he even managed to leave marks on the wall. After all, the walls were so hardy that even an ordinary Crimson Sun Golden Celestial would not be able to leave a mark on it. Based on this, one could see how powerful Zhou Fei's attack was. Moreover, he had not even taken out his celestial weapon yet. So powerful! This is the strength of a yellow sun golden celestial. As Zhou Fei charged toward Duanling Tian in the sky full of saber rays, the onlookers held their breaths and stared unblinkingly at the sight before them. The saber rays were like mini-suns surrounding Zhou Fei. As they swept toward Duanling Tian, it seemed as though they were going to drown him. Upon seeing this, everyone, except for Qinyu, was certain Duanling Tian would have 4 of his limbs severed. At this moment, Duanling Tian's calm voice rang out. "Is this all you got?" Although his voice was not loud, it sounded deafening in everyone's ears. "Xiao! Xiao! 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 Xiao!" Before anyone, including Zhou Fei, had time to reach, a series of sword cries rang in the latent dragon abyss. Duanling Tian is making his move, Qinyu thought to himself. Countless sword rats appeared among the saber rays at this moment. As soon as the thought appeared in Qinyu's mind, the sword rays shone with an intense and dazzling radiance, lighting up the entire latent dragon abyss. It was blindingly bright that most people had to squint their eyes to see. Boom! 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 At the same time, a series of explosions resounded in the air. When the onlookers finally opened their eyes, they were shocked to see the saber rays that surrounded Zhou Fei had completely vanished. It seemed like Zhou Fei's attack had been nullified. Only the sword rays remained. They were like a school of piranhas swimming toward their prey as they headed for Zhou Fei. Boom! 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 Another series of deafening explosions rang in the air again. It stirred up a hurricane, causing everyone's robes to flutter. Those with a weaker cultivation base staggered backward from the force of the wind. A hint of anxiety could be heard in Zhou Fei's voice as he said threateningly, "My godfather is revered Elder Zhou Tong in the county governor's estate. If you dare to injure me, not only would you violate the rules of the latent dragon abyss rules, but you'll risk offending my godfather as well." At this moment, he was no longer as arrogant and smug as before. Fear was apparent in his eyes as he looked at the tens of thousands of sword rays that were flying toward him. He tried to flee, but he discovered the sword rays had locked onto him. Even if he ran, they would still chase after him. "People make mistakes, it's human nature," Duanling Tian said indifferently with a dark expression on his face in response to Zhou Fei's threats. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the sword rays brightened again. Their speed increased as they flew toward Zhou Fei, completely destroying the shield that Zhou Fei had conjured up in a hurry. In just an instant, the sword rays severed all 4 of Zhou Fei's limbs. After that, Duanling Tian stopped his attack. He did not destroy Zhou Fei's limbs nor kill him. After a moment of delay, Zhou Fei's wretched cry rang in the latent dragon abyss. His miserable cries lasted for several breaths. When he stopped screaming, everyone could see he was drenched in sweat, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious he had suffered extreme agony. Whoosh! 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Fei split his celestial origin energy into 4 and caught his limbs before reattaching them. After that, some colors finally returned to his pallid face. His eyes gleamed with resentment and anger as he glared at Duanling Tian and said, "Duanling Tian, as the challenger, you had severely injured the one you challenged. This is a blatant disregard for the rules set by Lord County Governor. I, Zhou Fei, will not let this matter go." Duanling Tian only spared Zhou Fei a dismissive glance before he said indifferently, "If you don't want to have your limbs severed again, hand over the access to the stone chamber." Zhou Fei's expression changed drastically upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. He threw a jade slip to Duanling Tian and glared at him before he left the latent dragon abyss under everyone's watchful eyes. During the battle earlier, apart from not wielding his celestial weapon, Zhou Fei had unleashed all his strength. Even then, he was thoroughly defeated by Duanling Tian. Moreover, he could see the entire process clearly. Duanling Tian did not wield a celestial weapon as well. Under these circumstances, he was aware he was no match for Duanling Tian. For this reason, he did not continue to fight after Duanling Tian had nullified his attack. He knew the gap between him and Duanling Tian was quite wide. Upon gaining access to the stone chamber, Duanling Tian looked at Qinyu and said, "Qinyu, I'm going in." Following that, he sent his soul energy into the jade talisman that Zhou Fei had surrendered to him to claim ownership. This would allow the formations in the stone chamber to recognize him and grant him entry. Every stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss was the same. They had formations that corresponded to jade talismans that allowed those who owned the jade talismans to come and go freely. Duanling Tian did not waste any time and entered the stone chamber immediately, leaving the onlooker in the latent dragon abyss, looking at each other in silence. Eventually, a blue-clad young man in the latent dragon abyss broke the silence. Heavens! That young powerhouse from Bloody Spectre City actually defeated Zhou Fei and severed 4 of his limbs with just one move. Indeed, it seems like he's in a different league from Zhou Fei, based on how easily he defeated Zhou Fei. I wonder what's his cultivation base? He should be stronger than a green sun golden celestial. After all, even Zhou Fei, who's a yellow sun golden celestial, was defeated with one move. The name of the young powerhouse from Bloody Spectre City is Duanling Tian. I've never heard of someone like him in Bloody Spectre City. Most people had regained their senses at this point. All of them were in shock and felt as though they were dreaming. To them, Zhou Fei was almost invincible. However, a newcomer from Bloody Spectre City had easily defeated him with one move. They might not have noticed it yet, but they had begun to refer to Duanling Tian as a young powerhouse instead of that young man from Bloody Spectre City. Soon after, someone looked at Qin Yu and asked enthusiastically, "Brother, are you from Bloody Spectre City as well?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. The same person asked, "I saw that young powerhouse from Bloody Spectre City spoke to you earlier. Are both of you close?" The same person asked. "I wouldn't say we're close even though we've chatted a few times. We merely came from the same place. We do talk though," Qin Yu said frankly. Another person could not help but ask curiously, "Do you know his cultivation base? Is he a green sun golden celestial? Or a blue sun golden celestial? If he's a blue sun golden celestial, then he's probably the only blue sun golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old in the entire 9 Spectre County in the past 1,000 years. "I'm not sure." Qin Yu shook his head. It was true he did not know what Duanling Tian's cultivation base was, but he knew for sure that Duanling Tian was not even a crimson sun golden celestial, let alone a green sun or a blue sun golden celestial. The celestial methods and divine abilities that Duanling Tian mastered are likely at the heaven grade, Qin Yu thought to himself. It was only natural for him to think this way. After all, Duanling Tian was only a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago. The only reason he was so powerful had to be due to his heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. A few people began to discuss among themselves again. "I'm afraid things won't bode well for him even if he's a blue sun golden celestial." Not only did he offend Zhou Tong by severing Zhou Fei's limbs, but he completely disregarded the rules set by the county governor. With just this, he has offended 2 of the strongest people in the 9 Spectres County. Although he had disregarded the rules in Latent Dragon Abyss, Lord County Governor might let things slide considering how talented he is. However, since this involves revered Elder Zhou Tong, I'm afraid things won't be resolved so easily. Upon hearing the discussions in his surroundings, a grim and worried expression appeared on Qin Yu's face. Although they did not interact much in Bloody Spectre City, Duanling Tian had saved Qin Yu's life during their journey to the county city of the 9 Spectres County. For this reason, he felt he owed Duanling Tian his life. He had also begun to regard Duanling Tian as a friend. How could he not worry after hearing the discussion in his surroundings? After mulling it over for a moment, he thought to himself, with Duanling Tian's intelligence, he should be aware of all these things. He was certain Duanling Tian was aware of the consequences of severing Zhou Fei's limbs. Qin Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Why would he do something like that if he knows it'll only bring him trouble? Not only will he offend Zhou Tong, but he also blatantly disregarded the rules in the Latent Dragon Abyss set by Lord County Governor. He really could not understand Duanling Tian's thoughts. Meanwhile, the discussions in the surroundings showed no signs of dying down. The Latent Dragon Abyss is going to be lively in the coming days. Duanling Tian caused a buzz in the Latent Dragon Abyss that was like a pool of still water as soon as he arrived. I wonder when revered Elder Zhou Tong will come to avenge his godson. With revered Elder Zhou Tong's position and status in the county governor's estate, is there a need for him to personally make a move? As long as he informs Lord County Governor about this, Duanling Tian wouldn't be able to get away with this. I agree. Eventually, the crowd that was gathered near Duanling Tian's newly acquired stone chamber in the depth of the latent dragon abyss began to disperse. As for Qin Yu, he had chosen the stone chamber at the highest point in the latent dragon abyss. Naturally, he also wanted a stone chamber with a better cultivation environment, but he was not in a hurry. He wanted to gain a better understanding of the others before he issued a challenge to obtain a stone chamber with a better cultivation environment. After all, he was not like Duanling Tian, who was capable of defeating most golden celestials in the Nine-Spectre County even though he was not even 100 years old. Whoosh! Qin Yu raised his arm to retrieve the jade token that would allow him access to the stone chamber before establishing ownership over it. He quickly entered the stone chamber and began to cultivate. Although his stone chamber had the worst cultivation environment in the latent dragon abyss, it was not worse than the Black Dragon Army's camp. It was still acceptable to him. Before Qin Yu cultivated, he still could not help but worry about Duanling Tian. I hope Duanling Tian has a way to deal with what's coming. However, regardless of how much he worried about it, with his current strength, there was nothing he could do to help. It was useless for him to dwell on this matter. As though he had recalled something, Qin Yu's expression darkened. If it were back then, it would have been easy for me to solve Duanling Tian's problem. All I needed to do was say the word. His eyes gleamed coldly as a majestic aura not inferior to an emperor exuded from his body. I hope Zhou Tong and the county governor of Nine-Spectre City don't go overboard. Otherwise, I'll make sure they die a painful death. After that, Qin Yu inhaled deeply to calm down and began to focus on cultivating. In the depths of the latent dragon abyss where the stone chamber with the best cultivation environment was located. What a rich and dense heaven and earth spirit energy. Duanling Tian was surprised at the richness and density of the heaven and earth spirit energy as soon as he entered the stone chamber. He was instantly shrouded by the energy. It took him a while to regain his senses. The heaven and earth spirit energy here feels several times richer than the heaven and earth spirit energy in Elder Zheng Chou's residence. It's truly worthy of being compared to the cultivation place of the county governor. This is truly a great place to cultivate. Before he sat down cross-legged on a stone bed in the stone chamber, he inhaled deeply. His eyes gleamed as though he had thought of something as he muttered under his breath. This stone chamber is mine as long as I'm in the Nine Spectres County. No one can take it away from me. A good cultivation environment played a big part in one's cultivation progress. In the Nine Spectre County, there was no doubt the county governor had the best cultivation place and environment. Now that Duanling Tian obtained a cultivation place that was as good as the county governor, how could he be willing to give it up? As long as he was in Nine Spectre City, he would cultivate here. I don't think it'd take long for me to become a golden celestial as long as I keep cultivating in here. Duanling Tian was confident about discovering how good the cultivation environment was in the stone chamber. He was optimistic about becoming a golden celestial. It was a huge feat to become a golden celestial from a heavenly celestial. Duanling Tian took out his prominent celestial stone and closed his eyes before he began to cultivate. Crystal clearance tactic. If someone could see him now, they would see the heaven and earth spirit and the refined energy from the prominent celestial grade swirling like a mist around him before entering his body. After they entered his body, they circulated in his body according to the yellow-grade cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic, through his 99 heavenly veins. The energy contained the efficacy of the remaining spirit-nourishing pill, as well as they circulated in his body. With this, his cultivation was improving at a visible rate at every second and minute. Although it was peaceful in the latent dragon abyss, everyone knew it was just the calm before the storm. The county governor's estate might be vast, but news spread like a wildfire here. Every little thing that happened in there would be quickly made known in the estate. Hey, did you hear about what happened in the latent dragon abyss earlier today? I did. I heard one of the golden celestials who's younger than 100 years old whom Elder Xianxia brought back from Bloody Spectre City severed all 4 limbs of revered Elder Zhou Tong's godson, Zhou Fei, the moment he arrived at the latent dragon abyss. Although Zhou Fei can reattach his limbs, I think there'll still be some side effects. That's right. I really didn't expect a rural place like Bloody Spectre City to have such a golden celestial. You know Zhou Fei is a yellow sun golden celestial. Prior to this, I've never heard of any golden celestial below the age of 100 who's more outstanding than him. Well, life's like that. There's always someone stronger and better out there. You're right. The golden celestial from Bloody Spectre City is going to be famous. By now, this news should have spread out of the county governor's estate, right? It won't take long before the entire county knows about this. At that time, Duanling Tian's going to be really famous. When the news finally spread to Xianxia, the inner estate elder in the county governor's estate, he was stunned. In the end, he only smiled bitterly. That boy really is a troublemaker. Xianxia heaved a long sigh as he thought to himself. You just arrived at the county governor's estate and the latent dragon abyss, and you've already caused such big trouble. I understand you want the stone chamber with the best cultivation environment. But why would you sever Zhou Fei's limbs? This will only offend revered elder Zhou Tong. Moreover, your actions are a blatant disregard of Lord County Governor's rules. Boy, you're on your own. I don't think I can help you this time. Xianxia had a favorable impression of Duanling Tian and was willing to help Duanling Tian if he could. However, this was way beyond his capability. There was nothing he could do to help Duanling Tian. In the county governor's estate, outside the residence of the number 1 elder, revered elder Zhou Tong. After quickly dealing with his injuries, Zhou Fei had rushed to see Zhou Tong. What did you say? Godfather left half a month ago. His expression darkened when he heard Zhou Tong had been away for half a month now. He asked in a low voice, how come I wasn't informed about this? The servant in Zhou Tong's residence said with a forced smile on his face, Young Master Fei, this is a secret trip. Even Lord County Governor is unaware of it. I wouldn't have disclosed this matter to you if you didn't insist on going on. Lord Revered Elder had said that no one is allowed to know about this. Fine. I'll just go to Lord County Governor since Godfather isn't around. Since Duanling Tian blatantly disregarded the rule in the latent dragon abyss. I'm sure Lord County Governor will punish him. Zhou Fei did not think much about the reason his godfather had left in such a secretive manner. At this moment, he was only filled with anger. After he left Zhou Tong's residence, he instantly went to the county governor's residence. In the main hall of the county governor's residence. After the inner estate elders finished reporting to the county governor and left, Zhou Fei, who had been standing at the side, stepped forward immediately. He fell to his knees as he said, Lord County Governor, you have to seek justice for me. The county governor of 9 Spectres County was a tall and well-built middle-aged man. His face was angular and his features were defined. His eyebrows were thick and he had big round eyes. He had a majestic air about him as well. At this moment, he was dressed in a long silver robe that was embroidered with a silver dragon. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of the 9 Spectres County, glanced at Zhou Fei and said indifferently, Stand up and speak. As the county governor, he had naturally heard about the incident in Latent Dragon Abyss. In fact, he knew that someone would be coming to see him today in regard to the incident. However, he thought Zhou Tong, the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate, would come looking for him. He did not expect to see Zhou Fei instead. Based on his knowledge of Zhou Tong's character, he would definitely go looking for Duanling Tian in the Latent Dragon Abyss as soon as he learned about what happened. If Duanling Tian was willing to become Zhou Tong's direct disciple, there was a chance he might let the matter slide. After all, Duanling Tian would be more valuable in Zhou Tong's eyes compared to his godson, Zhou Fei. Ultimately, Duanling Tian was a powerhouse who was not even 100 years of age like Zhou Fei, but Duanling Tian managed to defeat his godson with just a move. Based on that, there was no doubt Duanling Tian would achieve greater heights compared to Zhou Fei. However, he learned from Xianxia, an inner estate elder, that Duanling Tian, who came from Bloody Spectre City, would never agree to become Zhou Tong's direct disciple. Therefore, he expected Zhou Tong to come see him and request for Duanling Tian to be severely punished for violating the rules. Zhou Fei rose to his feet, but his head was lowered. He said angrily, Lord County Governor, Duanling Tian from Bloody Spectre City has crossed the line. He's aware of the rules in Latent Dragon Abyss where the challengers are prohibited from severely injuring or killing the person he challenges. And yet, he severed all my limbs. His blatant disregard for the rules you've set is obvious, my lord. He tried to fan the flames by deliberately saying Duan Ling Tian had no regard for the county governor. However, as the county governor of Nine Spectre City, how could Ji Tian you not see through Zhou Fei's intention? He asked, where's revered elder Zhou Tong? Why isn't he here with you? Godfather, Zhou Fei said before abruptly stopping. He was about to say his godfather was not present in the estate when he remembered his godfather's trip was supposed to be a secret that even the county governor was not privy to. He quickly made up an excuse. Godfather has gone into closed-door cultivation, so I didn't want to bother him. As a revered elder of the county governor's estate and one of the two great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County, by right, Zhou Tong had to inform the county governor if he was leaving the estate. Since Zhou Tong did not inform the county governor of his trip, it was clear he meant to keep this a secret from the county governor. For this reason, Zhou Fei did not dare to speak about it. I see. Tianji Yu did not doubt Zhou Fei's words. He nodded before he said, give me a few days to deal with the matter. At that time, I'll give you and the latent dragon abyss an answer. Okay. Upon hearing that, Zhou Fei felt assured. In his opinion, the county governor would not be biased even if Duan Ling Tian was much more talented than him and had a higher cultivation base. After all, his godfather was the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate. Not only that, but his godfather was one of the two great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County. His godfather was definitely more important and valuable compared to Duan Ling Tian. Zhou Fei, who felt much better, bowed before he left. Lord County Governor, I'll take my leave then. Indeed, Tianji Yu's thoughts were just as Zhou Fei had speculated. However, before he punished Duan Ling Tian, he had to discover every detail of that incident. Therefore, he sent his men to investigate the matter. 2 days later, the county governor's estate of Nine Spectres County welcomed a distinguished guest today. The guest was none other than a delegate of King Qing's mansion. The delegate had come to convey a message from King Qing to Tianji Yu, the county chief's mansion of the Nine Spectre County. In the main hall of the county governor's estate, Tianji Yu respectfully invited the delegate from King Qing's mansion to take the main seat. Although they were both great overarching golden celestials, his status was naturally different from someone who came from King Qing's mansion. After all, the delegate from King Qing's mansion represented King Qing himself. This person was not someone he wanted to offend. The delegate from King Qing's mansion was an old man with white hair who was dressed in white robes. However, his face was relatively youthful. He exuded an otherworldly aura. County Governor Tian, the white-clad old man, looked at Tianji Yu and said with a faint smile, we've not seen each other for decades. Tell me, how have you been all these years? Thank you for your concern. I have been well, Tianji Yu responded with a smile. I came on King Qing's order to bring you a message, County Governor Tian. The white-clad old man did not beat around the bush and said, after 3 years, 16 counties, including the Nine Spectres County, will each send 30 golden celestials below the age of 100 to King Qing's mansion for the martial competition of the 16 counties. The top 10 participants of the competition would be heavily rewarded. Moreover, the county the participants come from would also be rewarded. The participant who ranks first would be given 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. The participant who ranks second would receive 2 great overarching pills, and the participant who ranks third would receive 1 great overarching pill. He seemed a bit excited as he said, I don't need to explain the effects of a great overarching pill to you, right, County Governor Tian? Upon hearing this, Tianji Yu inhaled sharply. A hint of enthusiasm could be seen in his eyes at this moment. Although the great overarching pill was only a mediocre celestial pill, it was one of the top mediocre celestial pills. Moreover, due to the uniqueness and rarity of some of its ingredients, the pills were considered more valuable than some prominent celestial pills. The pills could improve the cultivation base of a great overarching golden celestial, and if a peak golden celestial took the pill, it was almost guaranteed that the peak golden celestial would become a great overarching golden celestial. One could see it in this way. 1 great overarching pill could produce 1 great overarching golden celestial. Tianji Yu thought to himself, with my current cultivation base, if I take 2 of the pills, I'll definitely be able to break through the bottleneck I've been stuck in for the past few hundred years. He continued thinking to himself, if any two of the 30 golden celestials below the age of 100 I send to the martial competition of the 16 counties manages to rank in the top 3, this means the 9 specters county would receive at least 2 great overarching pills. It would definitely help me to break through. Moreover, the 9 specters county will probably have another great overarching golden celestial as well. His breathing quickened the more he thought about it. His chest rose and fell rapidly. He was clearly excited. At this moment, the white-clad old man looked at Tianjiu and said, I heard the 9 Spectre County has a young powerhouse called Zhou Fei who's a yellow sun golden celestial. You have 3 years to train him. It's not impossible for him to rank in the top 3 of the competition. If Zhou Fei is able to rank 3rd, he'll be able to obtain a great overarching pill. A flash of enthusiasm could be seen in his eyes as he spoke about the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill again. Zhou Fei! Tianjiu was momentarily stunned when he heard the white-clad old man's words. Then Duanling Tian, who had just arrived from Bloody Spectre City, appeared in his mind. Although Zhou Fei was rather strong and talented, Duanling Tian managed to defeat Zhou Fei and severed his limbs with just a strike. Based on this, it was clear that Duanling Tian's strength and talent were significantly better than Zhou Fei. Since I've already conveyed the message from King Qing, I'll take my leave now. See you in 3 years, County Governor Tian. I hope your 9 Spectres counties Zhou Fei would shine during the competition and rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. After he finished speaking, he did not waste any time and left immediately. After sending the white-clad old man off, Tianjiu stood outside the Great Hall and looked in the direction of the latent dragon abyss. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, I, Tianyu, must obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. Another day passed in just a blink of an eye. It was destined that today would not be a peaceful day in the city governor's estate. This was due to the announcement the city governor had made. It was related to the incident 3 days ago where Duanling Tian had severed Zhou Fei's limbs. Regarding the incident in Latent Dragon Abyss 3 days ago, it has been determined that it's Elder Xianxia's fault for failing to explain the rules of the Latent Dragon Abyss to Duanling Tian. Therefore, Duanling Tian's actions are understandable and will be forgiven. As for Elder Xianxia, he'll be punished for this incident. As soon as the announcement was made, silence descended on the entire county governor's estate. The incident from 3 days ago was a hot topic in the county governor's estate. Previously, everyone thought Duanling Tian was definitely going to get into trouble. After all, not only did he sever Zhou Fei's limbs that would incur the wrath of revered Elder Shou Tong, but he had also disregarded the rules in the latent dragon abyss that had been set by the county governor of 9 Spectres County. To everyone's surprise, instead of heavily punishing Duanling Tian, the county governor had announced that Duanling Tian was inculpable. The fault had been pushed to Xianxia, an interstate elder, for failing to inform Duanling Tian about the rules in the latent dragon estate. For this reason, Duanling Tian was forgiven and not subjected to any punishment. Elder Xianxia did not tell Duanling Tian about the rules in the latent dragon abyss, so it's not Duanling Tian's fault for severely injuring Zhou Fei? This excuse, doesn't it seem forced? Elder Xianxia's meticulousness is known throughout the county governor's estate. How could he have forgotten to inform Duanling Tian about the rules in the latent dragon abyss? Why do I feel like Lord County Governor is trying to protect Duanling Tian? That's absurd. Why would Lord County Governor protect Duanling Tian? Zhou Fei is revered Elder Zhou Tong's godson. I'm sure Lord County Governor is more likely to take revered Elder Zhou Tong's side than Duanling Tian's side. That's right. Regardless of how talented Duanling Tian is at this point, he's not as valuable as revered Elder Zhou Tong. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's estate. Regardless of their opinions, everyone was shocked by the county governor's announcement. Most of them found it hard to believe that Xianxia would make such a mistake. He was known for being meticulous after all. If it were some other interstate elders, people would have an easier time believing it. In a spacious courtyard in the county governor's estate, when Xianxia heard the rumors that were flying around, he was seated before a stone table, drinking tea. He could not help but shake his head as a bitter smile appeared on his face. To think I've been worried that Duan Tian would get into trouble. Who knew he would be saved by the arrival of the delegate from King Qing's mansion? Zhang Qiu was not surprised at the news that was spreading like a wildfire. He had expected this since yesterday. After all, Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, had visited him yesterday and told him about what the delegate from King Qing's mansion had said. Upon hearing Tian Jiyu's words, Zhang Qiu knew, at this moment, the young powerhouse whom he brought from Bloody Spectre City had the same value as Zhou Tong in the city governor's eyes. In fact, currently, Duan Tian might be even more valuable than Zhou Tong. Zhang Qiu muttered, martial competition of the 16 counties. The mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. It seems like King Qing's mansion is going all out this time. Zhang Qiu knew Duan Tian's value lay with his eligibility to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties and the high likelihood of his victory. The county governor needed Duan Tian to win him the great overarching pills. After all, one great overarching pill could mean an extra great overarching golden celestial in the Nine Spectres County. More importantly, the pill could help the county governor to improve his cultivation base. Before Duan Tian's appearance, Lord County Governor would certainly place his hopes on Zhou Fei when he heard about the competition. However, since Duan Tian managed to defeat Zhou Fei with just a strike, it seems like Duan Tian has replaced Zhou Fei. If that were not that case, the county governor would not have visited him and requested him to take the blame in order to protect Duan Tian. Currently, the announcement had officially stated that Zhang Qiu was to blame for Duan Tian's transgression in the latent dragon abyss since he did not properly explain the rules to Duan Tian. He was willing to take the blame and was not displeased. After all, the county governor had promised him quite a number of rewards. Most importantly, the city governor had also promised to protect him from Zhou Tong, the revered elder of the county governor's estate. In the latent dragon abyss, Duan Tian won't be punished? Heavens! So, in the end, it's Elder Zhang Qiu's fault. Elder Zhang Qiu was the one who escorted Duan Tian here from Bloody Spectre City. However, by taking the blame, he's inadvertently protecting Duan Tian. This also means he has tied himself to Duan Tian. They're both in the same boat now. Is it worth it? What do you mean? Elder Zhang Qiu took the blame to protect Duan Tian. That's right. Elder Zhang Qiu has always been meticulous. It's impossible that he had forgotten to tell Duan Tian about the rules in the latent dragon abyss. I'm certain he's taking the blame just to protect Duan Tian. All of the young powerhouses in the latent dragon abyss agreed that Zhang Qiu had deliberately taken the blame to shield Duan Tian. Otherwise, Duan Tian would not have been able to escape unscathed. Elder Zhang Qiu? Qin Yu, who had come out from his stone chamber, had also heard the county governor's announcement. He was similarly shocked. He did not expect Zhang Qiu would end up taking the blame. He had come to the latent dragon abyss with Duan Tian and Zhang Qiu after all. He still remembered every word that Zhang Qiu had told them. He clearly remembered Zhang Qiu telling them about the rules in the latent dragon abyss and how the challenger was prohibited from severely injuring the person he challenged. Qin Yu thought to himself, this involves revered Elder Zhou Tong. Isn't Elder Zhang Qiu afraid of offending revered Elder Zhou Tong by protecting Duan Tian? Isn't he afraid that revered Elder Zhou Tong would retaliate? He was perplexed. Although Zhang Qiu was an interstate elder, and the second strongest golden celestial in Nine Spectres County, Zhang Qiu was not a great overarching golden celestial like Zhou Tong after all. Zhang Qiu was definitely not as valuable as Zhou Tong to the county governor. If Zhou Tong killed Zhang Qiu, he might not even be punished for it. This truly confused him. Naturally, if he knew about the martial competition of the 16 counties and the rewards that came with it, he would be able to figure out the answer to his question. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei, the person whom Duan Tian challenged, came out from his stone chamber. He expected to receive news about Duan Tian being severely punished for his transgression. He did not expect to hear that the blame had been shifted to Zhang Qiu, and Duan Tian escaped completely unscathed. Zhou Fei shook his head in disbelief. No, this is impossible. He had difficulty believing the news. However, with so many people saying the same thing, he had no choice to believe it even if he was unwilling. Zhou Fei did not waste any time and instantly went to look for Xianxia. Perhaps, due to his shock, he had forgotten about propriety and questioned Xianxia in an interrogative manner. Elder Xianxia, why are you protecting Duanling Tian? You're known for being meticulous in the county governor's estate. It's impossible for you to have forgotten to inform Duanling Tian about the rules in the latent dragon abyss. Who is he to you and why are you protecting him? Insolent. Xianxia rebuked Zhou Fei. Who do you think you're talking to? Zhou Fei? Regardless, I'm still an inter-estate elder in the county governor's estate. Who are you to question me? Zhou Fei remained fearless. He said in a deep voice, Elder Xianxia, don't forget that in addition to being a disciple in the latent dragon abyss, I'm also revered Elder Shou Tong's godson. By protecting Duanling Tian, not only are you going against me, but you're going against my godfather as well. Aren't you afraid that he'll come after you? His tone turned threatening at the latter part of his speech. Scram! Xianxia bellowed, angered by Zhou Fei's threats. He raised an arm and a vast energy shot out. The energy took the shape of a huge stone before it landed on Zhou Fei, sending Zhou Fei flying out of his residence. When Zhou Fei landed on the ground, Xianxia said icily, if you are unhappy about this, ask revered Elder Zhou Tong to speak to me. Zhou Fei sat on the ground for a while, completely stunned. He was confused. Why was Xianxia unafraid even after he mentioned his godfather? Meanwhile, Xianxia, who returned to his residence, smiled wryly. He was certainly wary of Zhou Tong. However, since he had taken the blame for Duanling Tian upon the county governor's request, it meant the county governor would be on his side. Therefore, he was not completely afraid of Zhou Tong. Half a year later, Duanling Tian, who had been cultivating in the stone chamber in the depth of the latent dragon abyss, was, naturally, unaware of what had transpired. He was so focused on his cultivation that he had even forgotten about the passage of time. Finally, Duanling Tian opened his eyes that were shining brightly. He had finally become a golden celestial. The celestial origin energy of a scarlet sun golden celestial is much stronger than a violet sun golden celestial. Duanling Tian could acutely sense the difference in his celestial origin energy now that he had become a scarlet sun golden celestial. In comparison, the difference in the celestial origin energy when he was rising through the ranks of a heavenly celestial was not worth mentioning at all. I wonder how long I spent cultivating. Duanling Tian was too focused on cultivating that he did not know how much time had passed. Although I can't be certain, I'm sure it's not a short period of time. It's strange that no one came to punish me for severing Zhou Fei's limbs. After all, I've broken the rules in the latent dragon abyss. When Duanling Tian had severed Zhou Fei's limbs, he had already prepared himself for the consequences. Not only did he break the rules, but he had even severely injured Zhou Fei, who was Zhou Tong's godson. It was truly unexpected that he was not interrupted at all during his process of cultivating to become a scarlet sun golden celestial. I wonder what happened. When Duanling Tian emerged from his stone chamber that was located at the deepest part of the latent dragon abyss, a few youths were also coming out of their respective stone chambers. These youths noticed Duanling Tian immediately since Duanling Tian had emerged from his stone chamber first. It's Duanling Tian. He has come out from his closed-door cultivation. Finally, it's been 6 months since he went into closed-door cultivation. I'm still shocked by the conclusion of that incident 6 months ago. How unexpected. Conclusion? You think it's over? From what I heard, the incident is far from being over. Apparently, revered Elder Zhou Tong is still in closed-door cultivation. Once he comes out from his closed-door cultivation, do you really think he'll let the matter go even though it happened 6 months ago? You're right. It's obvious Elder Xianxia deliberately took the blame for what happened 6 months ago to protect Duanling Tian. I think revered Elder Zhou Tong won't let Elder Xianxia off as well. A few of the youths began to whisper among themselves when they saw Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, naturally, overheard their conversation. He was stunned when he heard their discussion. The incident 6 months ago? That must be when I broke the rule and severed Zhou Fei's limbs. So the reason Zhou Tong didn't come looking for trouble with me is due to him being in closed-door cultivation. However, what do they mean by Elder Xianxia took the blame to protect me? What happened? Duan Ling Tian moved and suddenly appeared before the youths who were whispering among themselves. He looked at them and calmly asked, "What do you mean by Elder Xianxia took the blame to protect me?" Upon seeing this, the faces of the youths turned pale from fright. They thought Duan Ling Tian was angry about them talking about him. They only calmed down when they discovered Duan Ling Tian did not seem angry and had no intention of hurting them. After that, they quickly recounted what had happened to him. From this group of people, Duan Ling Tian confirmed he had been in closed-door cultivation for half a year. During this half a year, he found out his cultivation was uninterrupted and he was not punished because Xianxia, an inner-estate elder, had taken the blame for him. Elder Xianxia said that I was unaware of rules in the latent dragon abyss due to his negligence, therefore I severely injured Zhou Fei. A frown appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face when he learned about what had happened. Doesn't he know that he risks offending Zhou Tong by doing that? Isn't he afraid of Zhou Tong causing trouble for him? Duan Ling Tian calmed down before he left the latent dragon abyss and made his way to Xianxia's residence based on his memory. Duan Ling Tian, you've come out of your closed-door cultivation. Xianxia was taken aback when Duan Ling Tian appeared in his residence. After all, Duan Ling Tian had been cultivating and did not leave his stone chamber at all during the past 6 months. Naturally, he knew why Duan Ling Tian had come looking for him. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I didn't expect to cultivate for half a year. Xianxia chuckled and said, well, that's how cultivation is like. There's this once I forgot about time as well and cultivated for 10 years. As the saying goes, time flies when one's cultivating. Duan Ling Tian's expression was solemn as he said without beating around the bush, Elder Xianxia, I heard you took the blame for me for that incident 6 months ago. I know you mean well, but have you thought about the consequences once Zhou Tong comes out of his closed-door cultivation and finds out about this? He won't let you off for this. Xianxia asked, Duan Ling Tian, do you think I took the blame to repay you for what you did during our journey to the county city of Nine Spectre City? Isn't that the case? Duan Ling Tian asked, perplexed. No, Xianxia shook his head and replied honestly, when we arrived, I've already told you I'll try and ask Lord County Governor to help you if Zhou Tong tries to force you to become his direct disciple. That's how I will repay my debt to you. In fact, after I left you and Qin Yu in the latent dragon abyss, I've already repaid my debt to you after I looked for Lord County Governor. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian recalled Xianxia said he was going to see the county governor of Nine Spectres City before he left him and Qin Yu in the latent dragon abyss. However, he still felt confused and uneasy as though there was more to it. Since you're no longer indebted to me, why did you take the blame for me? Why would Xianxia risk offending Zhou Tong just to protect him when Zhou Tong no longer owed him anything? Moreover, he was not very familiar with Xianxia. I'll tell you all about it in a moment. Xianxia looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, I have a question of my own. Why did you insist on severing all 4 of Zhou Fei's limbs even though it meant breaking the rules in the latent dragon abyss? You should know by doing that, not only did you offend Zhou Fei's godfather, the revered elder of the county governor's estate, but you also risk offending the county governor of Nine Spectre City who set the rules in the latent dragon abyss. That's akin to playing with fire. Since you knew about the consequences, I'm really curious why you did that. Why did I do it? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes that gleamed coldly. I only gave him a taste of his own medicine. If he did not demand that I sever my limbs, I wouldn't have severed his limbs. It's as simple as that. Xianxia looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. You severed his limbs just because he threatened you? Just because he threatened me? Duan Ling Tian laughed at Xianxia's words. Elder Xianxia, it's fortunate that I'm stronger than him. Otherwise, there's no doubt that he would have severed my limbs back then. Even so, you're too reckless. Xianxia shook his head and said, according to the rules in the latent dragon abyss, a challenger is not allowed to severely injure the person he challenged. However, the person who's challenged is allowed to severely injure the challenger. This means it's within his right to sever your limbs if he were capable of it. Duan Ling Tian said flippantly, under those circumstances, I couldn't care less. The way Duan Ling Tian spoke made him seem like a reckless person. However, was he putting on an act or was he truly reckless? It was true that he had decisively severed Zhou Fei's limbs even though he knew the consequences. However, He had already thought of a way to get out of trouble if Zhou Tong or the city governor of the Nine Spectres County came for him. While Duan Ling Tian and Zheng Qiu were chatting, an old figure flashed in the sky thousands of miles north of the county city of Nine Spectres County. Every time it flashed in the sky, it moved closer and closer to the county city. The figure belonged to an old man. As he traveled in the sky, he muttered to himself in an icy voice that Duan Ling Tian, who severely injured Fair, is from Bloody Spectre City? And that Zheng Qiu. He dug his own grave the moment he took the blame for Duan Ling Tian. Based on the old man's words, it was obvious he was Zhou Tong, the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate in the Nine Spectres County.